Imagine if your Pokemon were a sweet girl. That's what this story is all about. And it's also about a good boy and his veterinarian owner. Thousands of years ago, a clan of dragons ruled over magical beasts. Above them stood only the one they called the demonic god. Another conquering monarch who ended the era of civil strife, established trade and production, and restored all lands from war, but remained in historical memory as a scoundrel and tyrant.
According to chroniclers, he was in fact a terrible conqueror who sowed only chaos and death around him.
With the help of an army of demonic beasts, he captured all the lands. His greed knew no bounds, and he sought to plunge the entire world into darkness. As representatives of the intelligentsia who suffered from the repression wrote about him,
they portrayed him as a real nightmare and a monster who holds the whole world in his tenacious paws, forgetting to mention that he built roads, cities, canals, and other outstanding infrastructure projects. However, the conqueror's reign was short-lived. The people rebelled against him, awakening their potential, as chroniclers wrote, but in reality, they adopted his methods of warfare. At the dawn of their spiritual awakening, some gained the ability to control magical beasts. They began to be called trappers, but even today they are not idle, because wars never end.
Riding on their beasts, the most powerful spellcasters constantly repelled the attacks of the dragons. Often battles took place right above the city, and already downed magical beasts fell right onto people's houses if they had not been defeated earlier.
Zhao Xinyu, a third-year high school student, simply took refuge in his home when the aerial battle began, and the house began to shake under the impact.
The wall collapsed right in front of his eyes, almost burying him in rubble. And then the boy saw something that would forever be etched in his memory. The dragon falling to the ground, a legendary creature whose mere appearance strikes terror into everyone. Words calling for a spirit beast to be bloodbound to the summoner came from the sky.
The fire lion unleashed a second blow to finish off the dragon on the ground, the purple fire killing it instantly. The giant snake's body weakened, and it could no longer hold on to the task, and began to fall down as a limp carcass. Drenched in dragon blood from head to toe, Zhao Xinyu still couldn't believe that he had survived such a mess. That was the first time he met the headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy. Her name was Su Duan. She landed next to him and nimbly jumped off her pink lion. She apologized for the destruction and promised to compensate for the damage on behalf of the academy, after which she walked away with her companions, leaving the guy alone in the dilapidated building. That day, Zhao Xinyu saw the hunters in person for the first time. Before that, he could only see them on TV screens.
Every person in this world dreamed of becoming a beast hunter. And to do this, they had to pass the exam at the academy and buy an animal. But Zhao didn't have enough money. Then, unexpectedly, another terrible demonic beast attacked his stomach, burying its wet nose there.
Blue puppy eyes stared at Zhao as if begging for a treat. In appearance, it was the most ordinary dog. Only the mark on its forehead indicated a demonic beast. The dog launched a cuteness attack and began licking the guy's face, clearly asking for cohabitation and friendship. Zhao thought that this little one had come here for the dragon, or from somewhere else, and he wondered if it was possible to tame this dog.
A similar creature was mentioned in the textbooks, a storm dog. It had a weak bloodline, but it didn't require much spiritual power. And Xiao thought that he might be able to feed the baby. With only 3 days left until the national exam, Xiao had little hope, but he still tried to tame the dog. After that, he immediately rushed to the trapper's shop in Qingfeng City, where they lived.
For a moment, the boy thought that it would be better to give the baby to someone who could take care of him.
The dog had no future with him, especially since he fed not only on spiritual power, and in one night, he destroyed a week's supply of provisions. While Xiao was thinking, the shop owner suddenly opened the doors and asked in a stern voice what he was doing there so early in the morning. The guy offered the owner to buy a good boy with blue eyes and a funny face.
But no one wanted to take such a little one, even for free. The animal had a low pedigree and had no evolutionary path, so the owner told the boy to go away. Zhao covered the puppy with his body and muttered discontentedly to the owner that if he didn't want to buy it, then he shouldn't buy it, and there was no need to shout at all. Suddenly, he saw a status window above the puppy's head, revealing that he wasn't so simple after all and had been hiding his true strength. It was so unexpected that Xiao thought he was having a meltdown. However, even when he rubbed his eyes, he still saw the hidden path of the dog's evolution. And he was so amazed that he read the inscription out loud. The owner, who was ready to chase the guy away with a broom, heard this and shouted again that the dog had no hidden evolution. He would be Bobik all his life and wear his owner's slippers. So Xiao realized that the strange status window that he had imagined was visible only to him. At the same time, a certain Su Zhe, Xiao's classmate, appeared on the scene. Apparently unable to sleep, he had come to the store to mock the story's protagonist. His father was a local wealthy man, so he could afford to buy his son a spirit beast.
Suja thought that the dog was a new acquisition for Xiao, who had previously given up taking the exam due to lack of funds.
Zhao immediately hid the secret dog, not wanting anyone to realize what a treasure he had received before he did. But the rich man's narcissistic son had already realized that it was just a storm dog, which became a new reason for ridicule.
Suja laughed loudly and told the guy that he wouldn't have passed the exam even if he had decided to participate. So the bully felt his superiority, and this made him very happy.
As if that wasn't enough, Suja mentioned Lin, and it was from her words that he learned everything about his classmate.
Lin was Xiao's girlfriend, but now she is no longer. Suja's mouth stretched into a caustic grin. Then the culprit of the discord herself appeared on the scene and immediately approached Suja. Apparently, they were having something like a date.
Lin felt awkward,
Although she was more angry at herself for worrying about being involved with a loser like Xiao, who was still hanging around with mongrels, while the girl herself had long since broken up with him and was dating a rich guy. Xiao didn't lose heart and repaid them in kind, declaring that he'd broken up with Lin himself and that it was her right to waste her life with a rich idiot. But he was the one who helped her when she was at her lowest. Basically, it was a love triangle with a complicated relationship, something that had never happened before. And here it was again.
Suja immediately fluffed up his feathers and declared that he would not tolerate such treatment of his girlfriend. But Xiao had already left. One way or another, everything had to be decided at the exam that determined their fates.
Everyone thought this storm dog was useless, just like Xiao himself. But this exam might not go as expected. 3 days later, the young students gathered at Zilin Square to take the National Trapper exam, and everyone was told to take their seats. Many who knew Xiao Xinyu were surprised that he came here because he didn't even have a spiritual beast with him. But he still applied to enter the Azure Dragon Academy.
It was one of the best academies in the country, so the loser who approached the test ball was the subject of much ridicule. At the table with a crystal ball, like a fortune-telling ball, sat a very eccentric teacher. His name was Chen Qingyan. A teacher at the Azure Dragon admissions office, he opened his eyes and quickly checked the list. There was only one student in Xingfeng who dared to apply to the academy, so the professor looked at him closely. Suja immediately appeared behind Xiao, unable to eat without mocking those poorer and weaker than him. Over the past years, only 8 people from their city had applied to the academy. Such self-confidence, in the bully's opinion, was worthy of ridicule. Moreover, no one passed this exam, Suja added sarcastically, making a nasty face.
And even more so, a loser like him will definitely not succeed, Suja declared, promising that if the guy succeeds, he will even recognize him as his elder. Xiao did not give in to the provocation this time either and responded with dignity. He was completely confident that he would succeed today.
Ignoring the angry cries of the rich Pinocchio, Zhao told the teacher that he was ready to begin the test.
Professor Chen warned the boy that the selection process for the Azure Dragon Academy was very strict, and he risked not getting into any of them, since he hadn't indicated other educational institutions in his application. Such self-confidence became yet another source of ridicule. Zhao was perceived as an upstart and a braggart. To enter the Dragon Academy, one had to score 800 points, but despite this, the boy was determined. He simply believed in himself. The first test was to determine the amount of his spiritual power, and Professor Chen pointed to an amber crystal ball, the kind used by fortune tellers.
As soon as he touched it, the ball filled with the spiritual power that it was drawing from the guy and began to glow brightly. But the first numbers he showed weren't impressive at all.
Suja immediately laughed at him, as if he had been expecting this. 300 units? Not even close to the threshold. The rest made sarcastic jokes along with him. Professor Chen also looked disappointed. He'd thought he was approaching a promising student with character, but that proved to be a false impression, and he asked the next student to go. Incidentally, it's unclear who it was, as only one student had applied to the Azure Dragon.
But Zhao didn't remove his hand from the ball and continued to pour his spiritual power into it. He wanted to show them all what his self-confidence was based on. In an instant, the strength indicator rose beyond the passing mark and continued to rise rapidly,
until he settled on 1,028, which was even higher than the minimum score. Such was the strength of Xiao's self-confidence. This boy was clearly a monster, possessing such strength, thought the astonished Professor Chen.
The strength indicator is directly related to the potential of the hunter. In other words, innate talent determined everything.
Every 100 units of strength allowed him to enter into a contract with one mythical beast. It was easy to calculate that Zhao, with his level, could subjugate an entire squad.
In the future, this guy may even reach the 10-star level and become a legendary hunter. In recent years, only a few people of his caliber had emerged in the country, so Professor Chen was well aware of this guy's importance. Among them was that same brilliant and beautiful Ye Ningshuang, who passed the exam last year by just 2 points, beating Xiao, the professor thought. So in an instant, the guy, in the eyes of his classmates and ex-girlfriend, went from rags to riches. Of course, Suja and Lin couldn't accept this so easily, and immediately reminded him that there were 2 tests in the exam. The next one was testing the spiritual beast's bloodline. The professor was just about to move on to the next test when an employee approached him. He quietly announced that there had been a minor glitch in the measuring system, and Xiao's actual result was 1,032 units. 2 units higher than Ye Ningshuang's. It's difficult to understand the Eastern obsession with numbers, as they are abstract and meaningless. It's clear that Zhao is comparable to someone already recognized as a genius. Professor Chen ordered her not to tell anyone about this. The second test was testing the lineage of the spirit beast, and in theory, it depended solely on property qualifications and luck, because spirits were purchased. The boy was told to summon his spirit and reveal it to everyone, and Zhao did so, and a fire seal with a 5-pointed star appeared on his right hand. There was tension in the air all around, as if near high-voltage lines. And first, the paws of his beast appeared. But in the end, instead of a shadow fang, a storm dog appeared on the square. Just a good and sweet boy who was sleeping peacefully. The quality of a pedigree was one of the factors limiting a hunter's growth, and it was obvious that such a dog couldn't have a high pedigree. So the professor was extremely disappointed. Although, again, it wasn't yet clear why he needed to worry so much about it when the boy could have simply adopted another spirit, one received from the academy or the state, especially since he was gifted. The professor made the same mistake as last time and assumed that the unusual guy would have an ordinary dog. So he was already preparing to deny him admission. But then a cry of astonishment rang out through the crowd, and everyone realized that it was not a storm dog at all that stood before them. The good boy awoke and woofed, becoming a very formidable wolf, which greatly astonished everyone around him, for storm dogs were generally believed to have no pedigree. Professor Chen immediately pointed the thermometer at Stormwolf, and the device revealed his hidden hell-level bloodline, with abilities including hellfire, fire and wind attributes, and hidden skills such as Hell Howl and Piercing Attack. Xiao Xinyu had already surprised everyone twice by revolutionizing opinions, as if he was breaking all the laws of common sense. And the guy, satisfied with the effect he had produced, chuckled. So, both tests were considered passed, and Professor Chen loudly announced the result. He had been accepted into the Azure Dragon Academy. And a couple of the biggest bullies, realizing how deeply they were in trouble, as they had been the loudest in despising Zhao and calling him incompetent, decided to flee their disgrace as quickly as possible. However, Zhao noticed this and immediately reminded Su Zhe that he should say goodbye to his elder as he had promised. Su Zhe immediately grimaced with disdain, as if he had eaten processed food, and declared that he would not kneel down and acknowledge him as his elder, since nothing would happen to him anyway. But Zhao wasn't one of those merciful people who forgives insults. As soon as he became stronger, he knew the value of reputation, and he wanted everyone to understand everything correctly. The storm wolf fell heavily on Suja's back so that he didn't even have time to scream. So the bully and rich kid found himself on his knees, just as he'd promised, even though no one had forced his tongue. He was forced to apologize for his behavior. Having gotten what he wanted, Zhao simply let his former classmate go. He was no use anyway. Then a scene happened that only happens in Chinese authors. We see Lin recognize Zhao as the emperor and immediately asked to come back, saying that she loved him very much, and even agreed to become his concubine. The guy walks past proudly. The past should remain in the past, he thought, knowing full well that many beauties awaited him in the future. Lin continued to humiliate herself and even fell to her knees begging for forgiveness, thereby cutting off her current game with Su Zhe. Apparently, the girl was very desperate, or just stupid. On the way home, Zhao decided to call his sister and tell her the good news. He was now a student at the strongest academy in the country. Pleased with himself, he dialed her number, already imagining how happy she would be. But when they picked up the phone, Xiao heard a terrible scream, after which the signal was cut off, and the guy instantly darkened. The outskirts of Qingfeng City were engulfed in flames, and people were running around everywhere looking for their loved ones. This was all happening near a farmer's market, so there were a lot of people there. One blonde girl hugged the child tightly and, hiding behind the remains of a building, calmed her down, saying that everything would be fine, gently stroking her head. But a wild, enormous scorpion had already found them and was expecting to have a great dinner of fresh meat, with thick saliva dripping from its scorpions. Zhao didn't know what had happened. He ran toward the crowd that had nearly swept him away, looking for his sister. He was roughly shoved in the shoulder countless times, but he didn't give up. In an instant, he felt as if he was at war,
with dust and smoke all around, waves of suffocating heat hitting his face, the smell of burning, panicked people running and screaming everywhere, the wounded screaming and calling for help.
The cause of disaster and destruction appeared almost immediately. A giant rad scorpion with glowing red eyes. Its tough shell, sharp pincers, and venomous tail made it a natural-born killing machine. Xiao desperately called out to his sister, hoping to shout over all the noise and din that was all around. Then the system appeared before his eyes again and offered to use the Storm Wolf skills. Of course, Xiao was ready to use anything, even sell his soul to the devil, just to save his sister. He could already see the poisonous sting moving towards her, threatening to deprive the guy of the only person close to him. Unfortunately, the ability still didn't work, and Xiao didn't understand why. And then he remembered that the director of the Azure Academy, who was sitting on the pink lion, was shouting the words of the spell, and only then was the dragon defeated. It seemed that without stupid theatrical cries of naming abilities, it was impossible to use them. Then the guy decided to try and began to read the words like a spell. The dog turned into a formidable wolf with a cross on his forehead under the influence of these words. As if Xiao had let him off the leash and thrown him into battle, the wolf quickly rushed towards the scorpion. Obeying his master's command, he opened his mouth, in which a monstrous force began to gather. It was like the Storm Wolf was carrying a compact turbo laser from a star destroyer, because when he fired a volley, the scorpion immediately felt sick. The attack cut the insect in half and protected the girl and child, and the dog immediately returned to its true form. Here, Xiao realized that such a powerful blow could have hit his sister, who was somewhere under the monster's carcass. Luckily, when he ran around it, he saw that she was perfectly fine, like a girl in her arms. The guy asked how she was, but the blonde girl was more worried about her brother. Now Xiao could personally tell her that he had entered the Azure Dragon Academy and would soon become a real beast hunter. Their touching reunion was interrupted by the Storm Dog, who had done all the work. Xiao introduced his good boy, who was his spirit beast, to his sister. The friend made a woof and extended his paw. This guy knew how to gain trust. You immediately wanted to cuddle him. As soon as the monster died, the panic on the city streets subsided, and citizens began to return to look for their loved ones. One woman had just returned for her daughter and thanked the guy, mistaking him for a trapper. The girl rushed to her mother with tears in her eyes, and the hero of the day left them and was already gone. He decided to check the scorpion's carcass. A hole was visible in the place where the Storm Wolf's laser had pierced the thick armor, and in it he noticed the core of a magical beast. It had a medium level and the poison attribute. It wasn't like it was something special in the world of trappers, Xiao thought as he looked at the purple crystal. A bad snack is better than nothing, so he immediately gave the core to the Storm Wolf because it could help him evolve. The beast was dead and neutralized. Now they were completely safe, the guy announced to everyone. People immediately surrounded him and began to thank him, which made Xiao feel embarrassed and like a hero. The rescued girl ran up to him and declared in a squeaky voice that she would also become a trapper like her, and Xiao had no doubt that she would definitely succeed. So he gently stroked the little girl's hair. Late in the evening, he returned home. The room was still in a state of disrepair, so he had to spend the night in the company of the evil moon. While he was sleeping, his sister leaned over him and stood there, looking at him. The boy turned over, tossing and turning in bed, and then his sister saw a mark in the shape of a dragon on his back and was very surprised. It was drawn in such detail that it seemed like a tiny dragon was living on my brother's skin. The dragon rune's curse still lingers, but the king's essence seal was untouched, his sister confirmed over the phone. This made it clear they weren't ordinary relatives, and the boy clearly had an extraordinary fate. She was puzzled that, despite his dragon curse, Xiao managed to form a contract with the spirit, even though it was impossible. But such is his fate. A quiet voice on the other end of the line replied curtly, ordering her to continue watching Xiao. The blonde agreed and hung up. The next morning, Xiao and his adopted sister were seen off at the station by the entire neighborhood. The neighbors helped him get ready and gave him gifts for the journey, as well as envelopes with money. Thanks to such care, Xiao could not worry about anything and promised everyone that he would return on vacation. His blonde sister went with him. They spent the first few hours traveling quietly, just sitting in the carriage, when they heard an announcement over the loudspeaker that magical beasts had been discovered on a section of the railway tracks, so there might be shaking. But a couple of minutes later, the dispatcher announced that the train had successfully passed the dangerous section, and the Hogwarts Express entered the tunnel. It would be scary to get into trouble when they were almost at Longyin, Xiao said. and his sister agreed with him.
But this story would have been too boring if everything had gone as planned. The train suddenly slammed on the brakes. A flock of overgrown three-eyed monkeys was spotted ahead, so the dispatcher advised everyone to be on guard. Few were happy to find themselves in the thick of the action, and the roof of one of the carriages began to bend and shake under the heavy blows. And then Xiao saw how an overgrown monkey burst inside, through a crack in the iron roof, and clearly did not come here to look for bananas. Xiao told his sister to hide in the vestibule and not come out, and the blonde beauty worriedly asked what he was planning. But the guy didn't answer and left her in hiding, while he himself went forward to act as a hero. A huge monkey jumped on top of him, spreading its arms for a wide hug. Maybe it was just looking for friends, but it didn't know how to make them.
Before the guy could do anything, a fiery red lump struck the macaque like lightning, so hard that it flew back.
The owner of the red fox spirit, a match for her and boasting the same copper hair, stepped forward, shielding the boy and telling him not to stand there doing nothing. The girl's name was Qin Yunran, and she was the daughter of the Heaven Guildmaster. A long staff appeared in her hands, which she handled very deftly.
Combining attacks with the long pole and the magical fox, Qin launched an attack on the wild monkey. Zhao stared in amazement at her status, which just popped up in front of his eyes, blocking his view. If you're interested, you can read it. The red beast was a three-tailed fox, small and nimble, but very strong. Having recognized the fox and the long pole technique, Zhao realized that the red-haired girl was the daughter of the head of the Heaven Guild. Zhao heard the civilians screaming that the hunter was there, which meant they were saved, but he still wasn't so sure about it. The monkey did not come alone, but with a group of relatives. With a terrible roar, another creature jumped into the carriage, and Zhao shouted for everyone to save themselves. The three-eyed monkeys lived in packs, so it was never just one monster, the boy knew. He called upon his faithful friend and simply good boy, and he obediently appeared, looking out from his spiritual booth. Although the red-haired girl was a skilled hunter and trapper, there were too many opponents. At some point, Qin herself found herself surrounded by monsters on all sides, and the situation suddenly became dangerous.
Zhao acted quickly and decisively. He used the bonds of hell, shouting out the name of the ability loudly, as expected. Thick magical chains, the nature of which could only be guessed at, bound all the monkeys at once. Qin was saved and now approached the guy. She did not expect that the random fellow traveler would also turn out to be a hunter.
The girl sincerely thanked him for his help, and the hero, modestly, as befits a hero, said that he had done nothing special, and that anyone in his place would have done the same.
Here, Xiao noticed the three-tailed fox's status. It was depressed, as if it had been under severe stress, and the system was still suggesting ways to treat this symptom, giving him the exact recipe. Lately, during battles, her fox had become too active, and after the battle, on the contrary, sluggish and often injured itself. The guy guessed and hit the nail on the head. Xiao couldn't tell the girl about his abilities, and simply said that he read about it in the reference book. Thunder foxes often suffered from stress.
Qin was so happy with this advice, because now she finally understood why her Xiao Xiao had been acting like this lately. And in joy, she slapped the guy on the back, causing him to bend over. The red-haired girl immediately hugged him tightly by the shoulders and declared that now they were friends forever. Only she would be the eldest. Sister Zhao, who had already come out of hiding, quietly watched the scene of friendship, and something in her expression said that she didn't like what was happening, and that the story would be interesting. That's why she immediately stood between her brother and his new acquaintance, exerting her outstanding authority, and even unbuttoning one button on his jacket for this purpose.
She grabbed Xiao's hand and hugged him tightly, declaring that he already had one sister and didn't need any others.
But Qin was no timid person either, and justified her fiery appearance with her determined nature. She grabbed the guy from the other side, not wanting to give in. The culprit of the discord himself did not know whether to rejoice or cry, and had no idea what to do in such a situation. The girls were so excited that they were ready to tear him in half, and suddenly Zhao found himself caught in a vice. After this incident, nothing happened until they reached the academy, and the newly arrived students lined up on the parade ground. The dean of the academy, Lin Kang, and his deputy, Wang Dongsheng, greeted the first-year students on behalf of all the teachers. He asked the students to wait, as their dazzling headmistress would soon arrive.
Xiao still remembered saying goodbye to his new acquaintance, and he kept thinking about it.
But soon these thoughts were put aside, in anticipation of the real studies that he could only dream of.
A thunderous lion's roar filled the entire square and made everyone fall silent. Principal Su Ruyan arrived riding on her pink-winged lion, to the admiring gaze of all the freshmen. The lion flapped his wings, which were clearly nothing more than decoration since they could not be an anatomical part of him, and came in for a landing.
Dean Lin Chang asked the headmistress to say a few words to the students, and handed her the microphone.
Recognizing the very woman who saved him from the dragon but destroyed his home, Xiao was amazed. He certainly didn't expect that she would turn out to be a big shot at the Azure Dragon Academy. Young and even beautiful, every school should have headmistresses like her. She took the microphone.
However, Suruyun then demonstrated that she had earned her position, not because of her pretty face, but because she had earned it. She told everyone that she didn't care about their background or social status. Everyone was obligated to obey the rules of the academy, and she particularly emphasized rule number 8. The 8th rule of the academy states that any conflicts between students is resolved by duel, according to the rules of divine justice. Regardless of who is right and who is wrong, the loser is obliged to side with the winner. Thus, a cult of strength reigned within the academy. Xiao believed this rule was reasonable, albeit harsh. It prevented the scions of wealthy families from exploiting their power in the academy and oppressing the weak. But he found it difficult to agree with, as the wealthy always have advantages, which this system would only enhance. However, for particularly talented students like Xiao, this rule actually allowed them to easily defend their honor. As soon as he entered his classroom, he was immediately recognized, as a monster with a high spiritual power had caused quite a stir in the academy. Since Xiao was compared to Ye Ning Shuang, others kept pointing fingers at him.
The class was opened by Professor Chen, a familiar face to him, his relaxed demeanor during the exam completely gone, and he ordered everyone to take their seats in a stern voice. The talkative guy who never lagged behind Xiao and sat next to him declared that from now on, he would follow him everywhere like a brother. Professor Chen coughed and then introduced himself to them by writing his name on the board. He would be their supervisor this year. The first lesson was supposed to start with the theory of magical beasts. The strength of a magical beast was determined by 2 factors. The first was the form of the beast, and at the moment, there were known stages from the lowest to the highest.
Initial form as a stormhound, matures when he becomes a wolf, and a transcendental form like the king of beasts, like the headmistress's lion. The second factor is the quality of the spirit beast's bloodline. Their bloodline was also divided into hierarchical ranks, with beasts with a higher bloodline being able to suppress those below them. Moreover, the animal's attributes also interacted with each other, following the principle of the first 5 elements. Water suppresses fire, and fire suppresses wood, and so on. This made the system even more complex, but also interesting. Based on the 5 basic attributes, other mixed forms could also emerge, such as sand and lightning. But that was a topic for another lesson, the professor said.
During the lecture, Xiao fell asleep peacefully, apparently lulled to sleep by Professor Chen's monotonous voice,
for which he deserved a precise hit with a hard piece of chalk right to the head. The professor appreciated the boy's courage in taking a nap during his lesson and asked him to tell him about the demonic lizard's weakness. But he warned that if he gave the wrong answer, Xiao could pack his things and go home right now. The professor was very angry, and his threats did not sound like just scary words. A bag of poison under the belly, Xiao, who, as it turned out, knew demonic beasts very well, immediately answered him. The professor thought that one successful answer could have been luck, and asked a second question regarding the ice giant crocodile. But here too, Xiao answered quickly and clearly. At this point, Chen became captivated, even curious about how much more the boy knew, and started asking more complex questions, like what to do if you encounter a sky-tearing demonic tiger around the corner in the wild. The boy grinned and replied that all he could do was clamp his ID tag between his teeth and hide in a dark place. Professor Chen was surprised by this answer and asked why, succumbing to curiosity. Then Zhao explained to everyone that the lower back tearing tiger was a magical creature with the form of a beast king, a mutant that only a 6-star hunter could fight against, and newcomers had only one option against it: prepare for immediate death. That's why Zhao assumed that it was more important for his relatives to receive the news of his death. In the shadows, his body would take longer to decompose. The professor was so deeply touched by his somber and pragmatic answer that he was completely delighted and praised him. When he asked Xiao how he knew the material for the future courses, the guy said that he had already studied the manual. The other students immediately labeled him a nerd and an upstart who had just raised the bar for academic performance to the sky. After this, the professor left the class to study on their own and told Xiao to follow him. The boy thought that he would be scolded now and promised not to sleep in class anymore, but that was not the case at all. The professor was most concerned about how the student could learn the entire course in half a lesson, and Zhao declared that it was all thanks to the teacher's teaching talent and the fact that he was such a good specialist. Oh, that Eastern flattery. Professor Chen didn't appreciate this approach. He didn't like being praised for something he had nothing to do with, and he told the guy to move on to more advanced materials since he already knew all the theory. And he gave him a personal pass to the Azure Dragon Library. Apparently, the professor had prepared in advance because he was expecting something like this. With this pass, one could visit the library for free and even borrow books, the professor said.
although the Academy's library was supposed to be free anyway. He slapped the guy on the shoulder and said that he had nothing more to teach him, with a slight sadness in his voice.
The library looked like a completely modern space, with wide halls and high bookshelves. Zhao, as usual, settled into a quiet corner and surrounded himself with study materials.
When a certain Wang Yan, the star son of Vice Dean Wang, burst into the reading room, simply walking in was out of the question. He was sure to cause a commotion.
Those who knew this arrogant scoundrel, who asserted himself at the expense of weaklings, quickly left the room. The trio of first-year girls huddled together like frightened sparrows, unsure of what to do. Wang Yan reached out to them, clearly with ill intentions, and offered to let them stay for a class together, though he didn't specify what exactly. The frightened representatives of the fair sex did not appreciate the courtship, and in horror, asked to be let go.
At this point, Zhao's patience ran out, and he threw the book at the noisy blockhead, since he still wouldn't let him study properly. Wang Yan looked around angrily, trying to spot the corpse that had dared to attack him. His henchman immediately helpfully pointed out the man who seemed to be out of place. Zhao made it absolutely clear that he would not tolerate bullying of girls, and stood up for them like a true hero, whose path always begins with punishing overly expressive bullies.
The girl standing behind him warned the hero not to get involved with Wang Yan, the son of the vice dean. Apparently, despite the rules established by the Academy's director, some students still enjoyed privileges.
But Zhao wasn't worried about this at all. Like a true hero, he lived according to his principles and never doubted them. So he didn't care about possible future problems. The bully grimaced contemptuously and ordered the hero to kneel, kiss his boot, and ask for forgiveness. But Zhao was ruthless. He believed that such people should not reproduce, and immediately made an attempt to cleanse the human gene pool. Wang Yan let out a dying howl like that of an elk in the forest, and he himself fell to his knees after being hit in the most precious place of any guy. His followers grimaced, fully sharing the hellish pain and humiliation that their senior comrade was experiencing. Still recovering from the blow, Wang Yan began to threaten the hero that the consequences would be immediate, and that he would not leave this library alive. At the same time, the one who called himself the Master of the Azure Dragon crawled along the floor like a pathetic worm, holding on to the broken jewel with his hand.
At that moment, Principal Su Duyen entered the reading room with Professor Chen. She was extremely surprised to learn that her academy had a new owner. The teachers had arrived just as the argument was starting, meaning one of the students had already summoned them.
Su Duyan didn't particularly like dealing with the conflicts between the brats that constantly arose in the academy, so she immediately pointed out the 8th rule to everyone. Let God's judgment decide everything.
To resolve disputes, the academy even had an entire arena. For some reason, the author included a picture of the ruins of the Colosseum, because at one time it had ceilings, wooden stands, and fabric awnings for shade. Wang Yan's fighting spirit was a formidable 6-legged leopard, so the odds for his victory were high. But Zhao was also known as a fiery and talented newcomer.
Professor Chen saw hope in the boy, so he kept his eyes on him.
Judges and spectators were immediately found for the fight. All formalities were quickly resolved, and the fighters reluctantly shook hands. Wang Yan was determined to smear his opponent thinly across the entire arena, to which Zhao suggested that he simply apologize, realizing that the whole quarrel had started over a trifle. But the stakes were already at their highest.
Wang Yan immediately summoned his beast, which he called Ice Flame.
A 6-legged gray leopard entered the arena, its snow-white fangs flashing. It was a beast of legendary lineage, possessing the attributes of ice and wind, and possessing the ability to deep freeze. Any attack dealt additional ice damage, reducing the target's movement speed. It could also summon an ice ball that would explode into multiple fragments upon impact. This beast had 2 attributes instead of 1, which made it a very dangerous opponent.
Xiao became wary and summoned the Storm Wolf, which he now called Black Fang.
This beast looked impressive and beautiful with its thick jet-black fur.
Su Duyan also watched the fight closely. The Xiao beast intrigued her. She had never seen such spirits before. This beast most resembled an evolved form of a common storm dog.
While everyone thought that a good boy had no path to evolution, it now turned out that he could become a very good boy. Although how Zhao Xinyu achieved this remained a mystery.
Wang Yan snorted angrily, refusing to be intimidated by such showmanship, and launched his attack with a deep freeze. As usual, all the ability names were shouted before the attack, and the rationale for this age-old tactical miscalculation was unclear.
The leopard swung his front paws, and something like a spell flew from his claws.
Zhao responded to this by ordering Black Fang to use rapid dashes. The Black Fang began to jump in a zigzag pattern across the arena, and, like lightning, quickly approached Wang Yan.
However, at that moment, Ice Flame jumped on the wolf from above and struck him in the back.
Now Black Fang was bound to the arena by ice and could no longer move as quickly.
The hellish storm wolf had the attributes of fire and wind, while the six-legged leopard had the attributes of ice and wind, Professor Chen noted.
This meant that no opponent had complete dominance with the help of the elements.
Wang Yan continued to show off and shout various curses and threats at Zhao,
After which he ordered Ice Flame to use Ice Barrage. Even though he had warned of his attack with a shout, the wolf still fell for it and was completely encased in a block of ice.
The tide of the battle immediately changed, and Wang Yan laughed triumphantly, confident of his final victory.
All he had to do was wait, and the wolf Xiao would simply freeze to death.
Everyone watched closely and waited for the hero to respond, but the guy showed no signs of panic or anxiety.
Still with a confident voice, Zhao ordered Black Fang to use the dark hunting skill.
In an instant, the wolf turned into a puddle of shadow, as if a clot of ink had simply disappeared. This meant that the Xiao beast had not 2, but 3 attributes, and the professors immediately noticed this. Wang Yan was at a loss. He had just been completely victorious. He might have been a disgusting person, but he was still an experienced hunter and had a good command of the tactics of using his leopard.
And now he was defeated. Having surpassed the pure abilities of the spiritual beast, the wolf jumped out from his shadow, right behind the bully's back.
Luckily for him, the leopard managed to react and met the wolf, driving it away from the trapper.
Then Black Fang simply returned to his master, the shadow attribute, giving him the ability to instantly move around the arena.
Claw of Oblivion. Zhao blurted out the name of an ability he hadn't used yet in this fight. Turning into a shadow, the Fang began to attack the leopard. Since it was impossible to attack the cultivator, Wang Yan shouted at Ice Flame to do something and not just take the blows. Su Ruan knew the ability of the Claw of Oblivion. It was given by the attribute of darkness, and when it hit, it would inflict paralysis for several seconds. It was time to finish, Zhao said, and ordered Black Fang to use his ult. After all, he still had a blindingly bright turbo laser that was impossible to dodge and ignored the target's defense. Having received such damage, the leopard, with strangely drawn paws, as if they had been drawn by a neural network, flew off to rest.
The winner was determined, and stunned by such a defeat, Wang Yan fell to his knees. He had never lost before, so he did not take the blow well.
Su Yun also came down to the arena and reminded everyone of what rule number 8 required. It was time to end this farce, she said. Apparently, Wang Yan had been an eyesore for a long time, thoroughly annoying everyone with his antics.
In front of the headmistress, he had no choice but to kneel. However, he left the arena without submitting to fate and without admitting his defeat.
The charming headmistress, who would love to have someone like her, congratulated the boy on his victory and said she was looking forward to his performance in the first-year ranking tournament, which would take place in 3 days.
Since he was the second student that caught her interest, the blushing teenager asked the attractive woman who was the first.
A genius girl with a spiritual power level of over 1,000 points, Ye Ningshuang.
This was the second time Zhao had heard this name. The first time it had come up was during the entrance exam. Su Ruan, sweet in body and soul, smiled at him again. She knew how to appreciate talent, so she immediately presented the guy with a spatial ring, with a gift to win Xiao over. The guy was immediately stunned by such courtship and stood there like a statue with his mouth open.
This ring could store anything, food or supplements for spirit beasts, as well as the cores of defeated monsters. Xiao happily accepted such a precious and useful reward, especially from the hands of a beautiful girl. After a long day, the boy hurried to the dorm where his sister was supposed to be waiting for him, and was worried that she must be worried about him because he was late.
But on the way, Xiao collided with a little girl, who ran without looking until she crashed into his stomach. He carefully supported the pot-bellied little thing and asked if she was okay.
Zhao made sure she wasn't hurt, and, stroking her head, told the little girl to walk home carefully.
However, it turned out she was thirsty and so hungry that she had nowhere to spend the night. So she asked for shelter. Whether Zhao, a true hero, attracted trouble or adventure depends on one's perspective.
The blonde sister thought so too, and grabbing Zhao by the ear, scolded him for kidnapping a child and bringing him home. The boy tried to explain, and it took several minutes to get everything out.
The girl's name was Shi Meng. She was terrified of spiritual beasts, and because of this, everyone laughed at her at home. After which, the little girl ran away.
That's why the just hero brought her not to the police station, but to his home, to teach her to cope with her own fears. In short, one story is more fascinating than the other.
In this scene, we finally learned that Xiao's blonde sister was named Ruo Xue, and Shi Meng tearfully asked her to shelter her because she didn't want to return home. Ruo Shui quickly changed her anger to mercy and allowed it. Apparently, she didn't mind having children around her brother and didn't see her as a threat.
She also warned her brother against dating the girl from the Ye family that everyone was talking about.
It was strange to hear this name from another person for the third time, and Xiao was surprised that his sister suddenly brought it up. The next morning, on the way to the academy, accompanied by his first henchman, the hero was reflecting on the previous day's conversation. When a classmate asked him about the topic of today's lesson, they were to determine their roles on the battlefield.
Zhao paused in his thoughts and explained the truism that hunters, unless they possess cheats, act as a team, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses, depending on their abilities or attributes. In theory, people were capable of forming larger squads, even armies, but authors typically fail to depict such a level of hierarchy.
Some trappers had long-range attacks and took up the position of marksmen.
Mages had good crowd control skills, which gave them an advantage in group combat. Those who had strong defense and health restoration skills became tanks, the team's shield, who had to absorb damage onto themselves. Beast hunters with high speed and maneuverability could deliver stealthy finishing attacks, became a killer.
The support role was filled by those who possessed the ability to influence all squad members with a multitude of positive effects. In other words, it was a simple and familiar division into tactical roles. The hero's comrade immediately asked what place his storm butterfly could take in the battle,
But they were interrupted by Teacher Chen, who told Shin Yu to stop chatting. He was strict as always.
The lesson began with testing. The professor ordered everyone to call upon their spirits in order to determine. So they quickly found out that the guy with a mop on his head, a collar, and a strange half shirt, who summoned the bull, was a ready-made tank.
Shin Yu was given the role of a mage. His storm butterfly had long-range skills based on the water element. After them, it was the protagonist's turn, and Zhao confidently stepped forward, all faces staring at him.
The first test checked the type of attack, and the professor asked the boy about his readiness.
Always ready, Zhao replied like a young pioneer, and called on Black Fang to fight. The Hell Wolf immediately responded to his call, and the classroom smelled of sulfur, a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. The wolf hit the target with a turbo laser and smashed the Academy's property to pieces. This attack caused everyone to be amazed, because the sensors showed 6,000 units of damage and a triple critical hit. Typically, the attack power of novice hunters ranges between 500 and 1,000 units, so even Professor Chen didn't expect this kind of result.
With such damage, Zhao could have claimed the role of the killer, and he wanted to refuse to continue testing. But Professor Chen did not allow it.
He wanted to find out the boy's full potential, and ordered him to continue in a stern voice. The wolf's turbo laser fired again, this time at a distant target on the range, and hit it without difficulty, meaning it could take over the role of marksman.
In the defense test, Black Fang showed excellent defense, withstanding an attack from Professor Chen's ice turtle. The wolf had control skills and could bind opponents. The role of a magician also suited him.
As if that weren't enough, measurements showed that the Hell Wolf gave all allies within a 10-meter radius a hefty bonus of 30% to rage, 10% to attack, and another 10% to movement speed.
Thus, Zhao could take on absolutely any role in the team. And even more so, he was his own team and could not depend on anyone.
The guy was so good that Professor Chen didn't even know what to say about him. Then he pointed out that in addition to the 5 main roles, there was another special role, in parentheses, the Imba Hero. Shen Yu continued to ask what this meant, trying to understand how the heavenly favorites of the gods lived.
A versatile player is someone who can fill all roles, and that's what made him special, as he could be much less predictable for his opponents by playing in any position. Apparently, in their freshman class, Xiao was the only one of his kind, perhaps even in the entire year. The guy felt cool. Success followed him everywhere. It was enough to just be himself.
All the other mere mortals wanted to know where that beard was that Zhao held on to the god to become so cool. And this damned excellent student began to be modest and tell everyone that everything was wrong and he didn't do anything like that. Professor Chen, however, emphasized that there is no need to rejoice too much, even though universal and rare species do exist, and the data on their flow has not yet been fully processed.
The name Ye Ningxuang came up again, and it turned out she was a generalist. But besides her, there were also Han Tanzui and other Sun Wins, and it turned out that each group had its own talents. The professor wished everyone to try hard, and that was the end of the lesson. Of course, I would like to better understand what success depends on: the innate talents of the spirit, the talents of the caster, or the efforts of both in using the skills. A little later, Zhao returned home peacefully, completely immersed in his thoughts.
He was thinking about buying some Black Fang supplements to prepare for the newcomer ranking competition.
When he was confronted by a few cardboard secondary characters looking for trouble,
Zhao understood perfectly well why they had appeared, but still asked out of politeness what they wanted before shooting them point blank. The idiots introduced themselves as the Black Tiger Guild, and among them was an old acquaintance, Wang Yan. All of them making such menacing, angry faces, as if they hadn't sat on the toilet for a week. The dean's pathetic son, peeking out from behind the broad backs of his friends, barked that there was no need to talk to Xiao. It would be better to break a couple of his bones right away and teach him proper manners. A group of losers, relying on their numbers, moved towards the hero. Apparently, they were used to resolving all issues in this way if they couldn't get a fair one-on-one fight in the arena. Their clothes were adorned with star patches. Each was a hunter of at least 3 stars. Xiao even shamed them for such cowardice. But this only made the hooligans even more angry. They were so pathetic that they were only too happy to curry favor with Wang Yan, whom they called Master. As if on command, the hooligans summoned their spirit animals.
Each had a tiger with different attributes, making them a strong team. The first of the lightning attribute cats rushed at Xiao, but Black Fang quickly reacted to this.
Here the hooligans realized that they had not been warned at all about the scale of the problem. Zhao's beast was very strong, and they themselves had not guessed that if the guy was weak, Wang Yan would not have called them for help. The wolf, which appeared to be only in its mature form, confronted the thunder tiger in its full form and easily dealt with it. Having tested his strength, the hooligans realized that they had to attack together. Their cats lined up in a row and crouched as if about to jump. However, a third party intervened in their duel. The Tiger Guild had opponents in the form of the Heaven Guild. The red-haired beauty stood before Zhao and proposed a gathering of cat lovers to test their strength.
The hero recognized the beauty Qin, who saved him and his sister on the train, and was delighted.
And again, she arrived just in time. The hooligans huddled together, realizing that they were surrounded, and began to behave like decent people. Heaven was the second guild in Longyan City, and they weren't that far behind first place, as even the Storm Guild was wary of getting involved with them.
The hooligans realized that it was better to treat Qin with respect, and immediately bowed to her.
However, the girl was not going to so easily forgive the bullies who dared to touch her dear younger brother, although everyone knew perfectly well that she was the only daughter of the head of heaven. Qin quickly corrected herself that Xiao was her adopted brother, and warned that she would not tolerate any objections on this matter.
Touching this guy meant getting in touch with the entire Heavenly Guild from now on, the girl declared, exerting unusually strong moral pressure on the hooligans.
The diplomacy of threats worked, and the chief of the Black Tigers declared in an unctuous voice that it was all a misunderstanding. Then he shifted the blame onto Wang Yan, claiming they were all victims of his conspiracy and lies, and were generally good guys who were simply unlucky. It was astonishing how quickly they drew the line at loyalty, groveling before the powerful. The hooligans quickly changed their tune. Wang Yan quickly turned into Wang Yin, and his pants became warm and wet. He also tried to mumble that all this was just a misunderstanding. Then Mrs. Qin crossed her arms under her chest and looked at the head of the tigers. He already knew that he would have to deal with the scum Wang Yan himself. So with the same enthusiasm, they began to take out all their anger on the weakling Vanya, even more than they should have. But such was their jackal nature.
After the conflict was resolved, the beautiful Qin brought the hero to the Heavenly Guild headquarters to show him everything. Along the way, she questioned him about the conflict, and when she learned that Xiao was looking for wolf tonics, she offered him whatever he needed, as their guild specialized in just that.
Cutie Qin promised to give him everything he needed, only if he asked, and the guy did not expect such generosity, but did not refuse. Afterward, the girl showed him their training room, which allowed the animals to master various skills as quickly as possible. Then she led him to the recreation area, where the trappers could relax after all their hard work. It featured a sauna, spa, golf course, and many other entertainment options.
The tour continued, and Qin showed him the conference room, as well as the medical bay with the most modern equipment for animals.
And the most important thing was that they had their own clinic with the best veterinarians for animals. Xiao had never heard of such things before.
Here he decided to seize this opportunity and asked to become a doctor in her guild, even hugging the girl tightly to show the strength of his intentions. However, another charming young woman abruptly refused. Her name was Liu Yue, with long cherry-colored hair and black lipstick. This girl was a beauty and loved to stand out, as she was the deputy head of the Heavenly Guild. And how she had obtained this position was a big question. Qin then quickly introduced Xiao, saying that he was the guy who helped her survive the monkey attack on the train. Just during this conversation, a guild employee ran into the hall and announced in an alarmed voice that several seriously wounded animals had been brought to the guild.
However, there were so many of them that there was a shortage of personnel, and something had to be done about it, urgently. Liu Yue told him to calm down and asked Yanran to ask other guilds for support. However, according to the assistant, there was no time for this, because the animals were bleeding heavily and could not be stopped.
Then the hero stepped forward. He already understood that this adventure was as if waiting for him and declared that he could help. The Rogo-Stiff was wheeled into the operating room on a gurney, and every minute counted, so the doctors were extremely worried. His owner was nearby and begged him to save his beloved animal and simply a good boy.
There were many specialists nearby, but no one could stop the bleeding. Clamps didn't help either. It was obvious that all the usual measures provided by the protocol did not work.
Through the system, Xiao saw the status of the horned stiff. The elite beast was suffering from the bites of the queen of poisonous bees, and because of their poison, the dog's wounds did not heal.
The distinctive green mucus visible at the edge of the wound was the queen bee's venom and was interfering with regeneration. Xiao claimed he could solve the problem, but he needed the owner's permission. The owner, understanding perfectly well that he had no choice, agreed to traditional Eastern medicine. Then Zhao read the recipe, mixed the stem of the heavenly herb with the flower of the purple crystal to get 20 grams of medicinal mixture. Then add the core of the mature magical beast with the poison attribute and boil for 5 minutes.
The doctors were surprised by this recipe because it was very toxic, as if the guy was suggesting they put out a fire with gasoline. Xiao didn't explain anything further and simply demanded that they quickly prepare the medicine according to his prescription, as they were wasting time.
Then the doctors ran to the laboratory, driven by the desperate request of the owner of the spirit beast. Within 5 minutes, they had everything ready and handed the flask of potion to Xiao.
The guy used gloves because the ointment could be dangerous for his hands, and to avoid introducing germs and viruses into the dog's wounds.
As soon as he had anointed the dog's wounds, he jumped up on the couch and howled piercingly, frightening everyone.
However, the bleeding soon stopped, the ointment reversed the poison's effects, and regeneration did the rest. The dog was saved, much to his owner's joy. Then Zhao approached Deputy Liu and asked if he had proven himself sufficient to become their doctor. Liu Yue immediately softened and acknowledged all his merits, apologizing for jumping to conclusions about him. So she officially invited him to the guild as a pharmacist.
They sealed this agreement with a handshake, and the guy felt how soft the skin of her hands was. In the evening, he had a difficult conversation with his sister, who, upon hearing the reason for his lateness to dinner, raised another terrible noise, since, on top of everything else, her brother had also signed a labor contract with the guild. Zhao didn't even know what to answer. He thought that Sister Zhui would be happy, but it turned out the opposite.
She turned away jealously, because now someone had completely forgotten about their sister, having found themselves a rich girl. Xiao immediately hastened to calm the anger of his sister, who sometimes acted like his wife.
Then little Shi Meng came out to the noise and asked if the pharmacist was tasty. Zhao laughed and said that since he would be paid well, he no longer had to worry about money. So this weekend, he promised to take his girls to a restaurant, which little Shi Meng was absolutely delighted about.
After everything that happened, Wang Yan ended up in the hospital. His former accomplices from the tiger-catching gang took it out on him so much that they even broke his leg.
However, the narcissistic fool was still full of strength and blamed not himself, but Xiao Xinyu for everything that happened, believing that he should be responsible for these humiliations. Even his father considered Wang Yan a pathetic nobody, which spoke volumes about his moral qualities as a parent.
Deputy Wang was more concerned about his reputation, because his son lost to some guy from the village, which cast a shadow of shame on the whole family. And apparently he didn't care that his son was beaten by a gang of tiger lovers, and Zhao simply won in a fair fight.
Wang Yan tried to justify himself by saying that Xiao Xinyu had a wolf with 3 attributes. It was abnormal. It was unfair, he complained.
Besides, the hated guy now had the Heaven Guild behind him, and he couldn't just take revenge. Even his father told him not to compete with them. But if Zhao were to accidentally die on the mountain during the magical beast trials, it wouldn't have anything to do with them, said Deputy Wang. Students die every day, so who's gonna count them, right?
When the day of the test arrived, all the first-year students gathered on Mount Yunnan. This was a very important stage for everyone, and it was monitored via screens in real time.
Each student wore bracelets that recorded the number of magical beasts killed and kept a log of their combat actions, Deputy Wang informed everyone.
To get the highest grade, you had to kill at least 80 beasts, and only 10 for the lowest level to even get credit. Director Su Ruan asked the deputy to announce the outstanding first-year students before the start. Obviously, all attention would be focused on their struggle. According to the test results, 3 students could be singled out at once, Deputy Wang began.
The first one he named was Murong Yangshuo, who was the eldest son of his clan and looked like a typical representative of the wuxia genre with his long hair. In second place was also a representative of this outstanding family, namely his younger sister, Murong Xinqin, both of whom were all-round gifted, that is, universal fighters.
Number 3 on the first-class list was, of course, our hero, the future emperor of the eternal sky. I hope, or something like that. In this world, there were 4 great dynasties of hunters: the Ye clan, the Murong clan, the Li clan, and the Shangguang clan. And it was exciting to encounter one of the great clans. All the teachers gathered in a comfortable studio from where they could observe the progress of the test on the mountain. It seems that they perceived this time as a rest, and something like a show, because the performance even had its own host, a funny man with glasses and a dragoon mustache. Almost immediately, the question arose about how many beasts Xiao could kill. Deputy Wang estimated him to be average, and even then, with a significant margin. But Professor Chen, who knew the young man's talent well, was confident he would fight for the highest rank. But the charming headmistress Su Ruan was absolutely sure that her obvious favorite would surpass all records, including Ye Ningxuan. At the signal, the newcomers could begin to enter the zone, and everyone cautiously made their way up the mountain. Half an hour passed, and someone had already collected a good 10 monsters. But the sweet director watched everything with a bored look. There was a lot of loot, and no one had any particular problems getting frags. Gradually, the true leaders of this test began to emerge. Just an hour after it began, Murong Yangshuo had already killed 43 beasts, causing a stir among his female fans. But perhaps they were simply attracted to his appearance. This success was made possible by his white griffin, the only beast to achieve full form in this trial. His spatial dash ability allowed him to instantly close in on the enemy, and also enhanced his attack, adding a penetrating effect. So even monsters with high regeneration and vitality, like the fanged snake, could not resist the griffin. Yang Shuo shouted at Xiaobai to stop playing around and finish off the creature, and the griffin obediently tore it apart with its predatory eagle beak. All they had to do was take the magic core and move on. However, looking at his bracelet, the talented hunter discovered that he was far from first in the kill rankings. His sister had surpassed him, and some other guy was breathing down his neck. The second heir, Mudong, used a strange bony bat that could also fly, which apparently gave her an advantage. Among the spirit beasts, it turns out there were also skeletons like the bone-winged wyvern, with a legendary lineage. Although they were rare, this one was the only one not alive among all those in the test. The bloodthirsty magical lion that confronted her had a second stage of development and an epic lineage. Its attacks dealt 5 times the damage. It was a very powerful opponent. However, even he, after meeting the wyvern, could only meekly accept his fate. Yang Shuo already thought that his sister would be the winner in this test, but then he saw someone get ahead of her. A minute earlier, the girl with the bone wyvern fired a volley at the lion, and thought she had already succeeded. However, Black Fang Xiao outflanked her and took the lion's head first, thus stealing the kill right from under her nose. Incidentally, this challenge seemed designed for talented all-rounders. It's hard to imagine anyone with support skills succeeding here alone. Xiao sat astride his faithful wolf and thanked the lady for kindly distracting the lion's attention. The young lady was eager to speak of his qualities as a noble gentleman in the most unflattering terms, but she remembered her manners in time. Zhao took the lead with his sneaky and powerful attacks, and this test was a joy for him. However, it was still too early for them to relax, because at that very moment, a huge 3-eyed ant appeared on the mountain, which exuded danger, even through the screens. Black Fang met the unexpected threat with the bonds of hell. First, it was necessary to probe the unexpected enemy. However, the first salvo left only fiery traces on the ant's strong armor. The monster itself was not harmed. Then Xiao gave the order to use the turbo laser, and Black Fang struck with a hellish howl. Xinshin also decided not to stand aside, and added her own attack to this attack. Her necrotic flame worked on the ant and finished it off, so the score between them became 1-1. The girl took the monster's core for herself and looked suspiciously at the guy. The rankings were heating up, with all 3 promising students now sharing first place. And with less than an hour left in the challenge, it was now a race against time. Xiao and Black Fang found the porcupine and crept up to it carefully. However, at that very moment, the monster fell dead, struck by an attack from the air. Xinshin decided for her own safety not to search for the monsters herself, but to simply keep an eye on her competitor. Now, wherever Zhao went, she could simply follow him and steal his prey, guaranteed to increase her lead in points without having to bother searching for prey. After some time, Xinshin firmly established herself in first place, and her brother fell far behind them. Apparently, he didn't particularly care about the competition, or maybe he was just tired. Zhao was perplexed by the reason for such vindictiveness. He had stolen just 1 monster, and now they were openly taking revenge on him. In the comments, everyone went crazy along with Xiao, guessing the reasons for the pretty girl's mood. Then the guy told her that he would no longer restrain himself. Like a gentleman, Zhao openly challenged her, which caused another wave of excitement. With less than half an hour remaining, it was unclear whether he would be able to catch up and surpass Xinshin. The minutes seemed to stretch into hours,
and the confrontation became extremely tense towards the end.
Black Fang lunged forward and grabbed some beast before the wyvern could reach it.
At the same time, Xin actively used her aerial superiority, hunting flying monsters as well. But before she could strike the bird, Black Lightning struck it first, which caused a storm of indignation in the girl. Once again, her prey was stolen from under her nose. There was less than a minute left, and Xiao was sure that Xin would not catch up with him in that time. He was aiming for first place.
A wave of indignation washed over him. The scoundrel called him Xin, the only word a well-bred noble lady could allow herself. So she repeated it over and over again. Zhao was so taken aback by this that he didn't even notice how another magical beast had snuck up on them, wanting to avenge his fallen friends. A furious lion leaped out from its hiding place and destroyed everything in its path. It was a fully developed beast of the third form, which, in theory, should not have been encountered in the exam. Although Xiao defended himself from his onslaught, he was unable to hold on to the slope and fell into the abyss, right along with Black Fang.
At the last moment, he managed to grab hold of a branch of a dead tree sticking out of the rock, and the faithful dog grabbed it with his teeth and paws, almost biting it off.
Xin acted decisively. She ordered the wyvern to distract the lion, and she herself extended a helping hand to the one who had been her enemy just a moment ago.
Here, Xiao noticed Wang Yan sitting in the bushes below, who seemed to have been poorly superimposed onto the background. So crookedly and unnaturally, he stuck out there, but that only made it funnier.
Now it became clear who was behind all this, but then a branch cracked treacherously, and Zinzin shouted anxiously to him from above.
Having seen everything that happened on their screens, the professors became seriously worried, and Teacher Chen was going to go on a rescue mission himself. The director agreed with him. She was also worried about her best students. During this time, Deputy Wang did not act suspiciously at all, remaining completely indifferent to the fact that the academy student was in danger. At the same time, the narcissistic father of the year considered himself a genius who had just brought shame on his family with a small trick. Finding himself at the foot of the cliff, Xiao was surprised to find himself alive. The last thing he remembered was Wang Yan's arrogant face in the bushes. After such a mean act, he definitely couldn't let it go unpunished. Here, Xiao remembered about Black Fang. The faithful wolf softened the fall with his body, taking the entire blow on himself.
He saved his owner, but he himself was badly injured and lay motionless, barely breathing.
Xiao took out the miracle medicine he had with him and poured it into the wolf's open mouth.
Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds, and a cold, stinging rain began to fall. And then Xiao realized that he had gotten lost at the worst possible time. He returned the dog to the storage facility and decided to find a place where he could take shelter from the rain. The guy was lucky to find a good cave, and he began to wait for the rain to stop. Trying to get out in such weather would have been too dangerous. The mountains do not forgive mistakes. He did not even notice how two hot coals flashed in the darkness. Zhao knew that his sister must be worried about him, and his rival, Xin must be too.
Then he heard a branch crack and realized that he was not alone in the cave, but it was too late. Someone grabbed him by the throat with a steel grip.
Anyone who saw the Empress's face must die, the long-eared woman hissed mercilessly. And Xiao thought that at least he would die at the hands of the beauty.
The status showed that in front of him was none other than Kumiho, a nine-tailed fox that had achieved the form of the King of Beasts. You thought it was just a girl, but no. Spiritual beasts can take on more pleasant forms.
As soon as the guy told her of her true nature, the fox recoiled. She didn't expect a random person to realize it just by looking at her. And indeed, her long ears and 9 fluffy tails sticking out in all directions told him she was a fox. However, it was unlikely that information about her status could help in this situation, especially since his awareness only further convinced the fox not to leave witnesses.
Then the guy went to extreme measures. He already realized that the fox had a mortal wound from the dragon and said that she did not have long to live if action was not taken.
Seeing the fox hesitate, the boy realized that this was his chance to convince her not to kill him right away.
The boy activated the wolf seal on his hand, and a bright light hit the fox's face.
She let go of him and closed her eyes, as if fearing a blow. But in this way, Xiao was able to free himself. The fox really was ill. She was coughing up blood, so his status did not deceive him.
Without proper treatment, she had about half an hour to live. Having received a wound from a purebred dragon, its energy penetrated into the fox, damaging her heart vessels, which caused the reverse flow of blood.
Pure-blooded dragons were thought to have gone extinct many years ago, and although the boy didn't understand where he came from, he first had to help the fox. But the tailed one was in no hurry to trust the first person she met, especially what an ordinary hunter could do. Even if he had correctly identified the reasons, how could an ordinary person heal the wounds of a purebred dragon? The fox asked desperately. Xiao confidently declared that he could cure her, but he had his own condition. Once the fox recovered, she could simply kill him. So he wanted to protect himself and make a contract with her. The proud fox was immediately indignant at such a proposal. The pathetic man seemed to be mocking her by offering to become his servant. However, the guy did not flinch and still considered such a deal possible. She responded to such impudence with another wave of indignation and even rushed towards him. The fox grabbed him by the throat again, ready to tear him apart on the spot. However, the reality was that she had thus deprived herself of her last chance of survival, meaning that the possibilities for bargaining were exhausted. For a long time, pride and need fought within her. The fox did not want to bow before the man, but another coughing fit weakened her grip. The dragon's energy was acting inside her. If she didn't conclude the contract now, it would be too late. Under other circumstances, the proud fox would have accepted a martyr's death without complaint, but she still had to complete her sister's task. In the end, gritting her teeth, she gave the man her consent, although she was not particularly happy about it. Xiao cut his finger and put a seal on the fox. From now on, it belongs to him, he said as a fire star appeared on the fox's forehead. The fox learned his name and asked if he would heal her now. Of course, the guy was determined to protect such a valuable acquisition that fate had given him, and for this purpose, he took off his shirt. It's all part of the treatment, he told the puzzled fox, because the situation was extremely ambiguous. The guy stabbed himself in the chest with a dagger because his blood was needed for healing, although nothing prevented him from making a neat cut on his arm, but that should have looked less brutal. Pointing to his chest, he ordered the fox to drink his blood from the shallow cut. Life had not prepared the fox for such things, so she became even more embarrassed. The blood was supposed to protect her heart, the boy insisted. And then the fox realized that she had to say goodbye to the remnants of her pride. Lowering her long, wide ears, she leaned toward his bare chest. However, once she tried, she realized that everything was not so bad. Her heart seemed to be filled with strength, and Lisa experienced bliss. This should have helped the fox for a while, and then Zhao asked her name. After all, he was now her master. The gloomy and proud fox, who found herself in a difficult situation, was called by the beautiful name of Dailu. Now that they had a new relationship, she also decided to ask him a question, wanting to know how the boy was able to understand that the wound was inflicted by a purebred dragon and that his blood could heal it. Xiao himself realized that his fox was not a simple beast. She was somehow connected to the long-vanished dragons, and this was no accident, which meant she could help him understand what was happening to him. 2 months ago, dragon blood got into his eyes and they changed. Now it's clear what happened to him at the beginning. If Zhao focused his gaze on the animals, he would see a panel with information about them. It was through this system that Xiao learned about her wound and the treatment methods, and Dailu thought that the boy's eyes were similar to the eyes of the legendary demon god. Rumor had it that they were able to see all the information about any beast, although the guy looked like just a mere mortal. Dailu was silent and simply looked at him for a while, thinking about it. The fox weighed the pros and cons of sharing the information with the new master, and ultimately decided that even if he had demon eyes, it was even better. First of all, she was firmly convinced that his eyes had changed under the influence of dragon blood and belonged to a demonic god. It was definitely not a system like the hero from the books, Dailu stated, although everything Zhao saw looked exactly like it, explaining that it was simply a visualization of abilities. However, in addition to visualization, Zhao was also plagued by auditory hallucinations. When he saw the core of the beast, a voice inside told him to pick it up, because this stone could help the beast to be reborn. The first time it happened was after the Shadow Dragon's attack. It pointed to the crystal that awakened the bloodline of an ordinary good boy. Later, at the Azure Dragon exam, Xiao gave the stone to Storm Dog, and he showed himself to be excellent, transforming into a Storm Wolf. Now he thought again, pondering the conditions that made the voice in his head sound. Unfortunately, the couple did not sit comfortably settled in the cave for long. The same lion that had thrown Xiao into the abyss found him again with enviable tenacity and attacked them. The lava tiger blocked the exit, so Xiao and Dailu were trapped. He was covered in fire, and the ground melted under his paws as he approached. Before the fire tiger could leap, Dailu threw the master aside, but he still followed him. And when the guy thought that his story was about to end, the tiger suddenly froze in place. Although Dailu had not yet fully recovered, some wild animal was not a threat to her. The lion-tiger rushed to attack again, this time switching to a new target. He pressed the fox to the ground by force, which angered her because he dared to touch the Empress. Then she used her ultimate ability, and the tiger seemed to be completely petrified. The fox's mental attack worked and drained him, after which the beast fell apart. Now they were safe, but Xiao felt his strength leaving him, and at that very moment, he lost consciousness. And then he suddenly saw in front of him a huge dragon.
that was waiting for the demon's eye in this dimension. It was he who helped the boy's first spiritual beast evolve, and it was thanks to him that Zhao found the awakening blood crystal.
It became clear that the kilometer-long dragon coiled in front of him was the mysterious assistant that Zhao had heard.
The dragon's blood awakened this ally, but he himself did not know who he was.
However, despite this, the mysterious snake was confident that he could make the guy great again. It was funny to hear this from someone who knew nothing about himself. Then the dragon showed the guy his abilities, which he should have already seen, and a status window appeared in front of him.
And you could also chat with the dragon, which is what modern technology allows us to do.
Now that Zhao had lost consciousness, the dragon decided to appear to him so that they could finally meet.
However, their date was not long, and it was already time to wake up, said the dragon, informing that he was always nearby.
Zhao woke up in a hospital room and was surprised, because he remembered being in the cave before.
As soon as he turned around, he saw the charming headmistress and Professor Chen, both of whom were worried about him.
According to them, he was found by a rescue team that went out to search when the boy fell into the abyss. What also surprised everyone was that the body of a tiger and lion was found next to the guy, and it was unclear how it was killed, which raised questions for everyone. Feeling that he couldn't tell everything, the guy simply attributed it to the fact that he had been unconscious the whole time and didn't remember anything. Su Ruan didn't expect such an answer from him, and she realized that she had been mistaken in her assumptions.
She promised that the Academy would conduct a thorough investigation and determine the causes of the incident.
In addition, according to the results, Zhao and Shinsin both received the highest rank, setting a new Academy record. This weekend, there will be a ranking competition for beginners, and Professor Chen wished the young man a speedy recovery and preparation for it. When they left, his new seal began to glow on the guy's hand. And then a 9-tailed fox appeared next to him. She returned to his seal so as not to be seen by other people. According to her, Zhao sacrificed his blood to save her, and then lost consciousness from exhaustion. And then their cave was found by a rescue team that came here following Zhao's trail. Dailu didn't want to be noticed, so she hid from the rescuers. From the guy's words, she knew that his fall into the abyss was not accidental. And it was so, Zhao already knew who set it all up. It was one of the Academy's less gifted students.
And this time, the nasty, narcissistic bully won't get off so easily, the guy declared decisively.
The good-for-nothing son of a good-for-nothing father burst into his office, screaming that something terrible had happened.
Deputy Wang told him to sit down and calmly explain everything.
It turned out that information had already spread on social media that Zhao Jinyu had survived and was feeling well.
Wang Yan was sure that they would now get revenge, because the Heavenly Guild was behind their enemy. Although, this surprised his father, because their involvement in the matter still had to be proven.
Even if Zhao Xinyu suspects them, he has no evidence, Deputy Wang said with a confident voice. Then the cowardly son timidly asked what they should do next, and Deputy Wang went to the chest of drawers, after which he took out a bottle of poison, which he always kept there on the shelf so that anyone could get to it.
And he threw it to his son, as always, using him as a bargaining chip, and ordered him to finish what he had started. Late that evening, Xiao was resting in the dorm when his phone rang. It was his first henchman Shen Yu who was very worried about the hero's fate. He sincerely admired him and promised to help at any moment. Everyone was truly worried about him, and Xiao realized that it was not in vain that he had chosen such a loyal retinue for himself.
Here, Shen Yu reported some truly important information. The freshman tournament had been postponed, but he was still confident that Brother Xiao would defeat everyone there.
The thing is, his disappearance right in the middle of the exam became the most discussed topic. So it was decided to postpone the tournament as a state of emergency was declared and a rescue operation was organized.
The freshman tournament was the main event of the Azure Dragon Academy, which was held every year. Participants are divided into teams and randomly placed in a tournament table for matches.
The most intense fight is, of course, for a place in the final and 3 prize places.
So Shen Yu was looking forward to this event because the future of every participant was at stake. They agreed to meet later and said goodbye. A good result at the tournament early on could have attracted the attention of the Academy and other sponsors, which could have provided the financial support Zhao needed.
The skills of the beasts depended on the spiritual power of their master.
The stronger the beast, the more spiritual power was required to maintain it and use it in battle. And with the help of the Academy's resources, it would be possible to significantly speed up this process, thus avoiding a repeat of the situation where Dailu's skills completely exhausted Xiao.
And he needed the fox's power to deal with the damned Wang family. So he absolutely couldn't stand still in his development, Xiao thought as he lay in bed before falling asleep. Thinking about how to increase the level of spiritual power, he decided to turn to the dragon that lived in the depths of his mind. At that very moment, Xiao fell asleep and saw something in front of him that looked like the eye of Sauron. The dragon asked him if he was looking for easy ways, and the guy awkwardly replied that why not, since he had already become a cheater. But the dragon had his own conditions. He wanted to return his memories, in exchange for promising to help the boy achieve his goals.
Since they could only communicate through deep meditation or special states, which was fraught with risks, the dragon modernized the system, basically rolled out an update to the application, and now there is a new panel there.
A store tab appeared where you could buy the necessary items. The dragon promised to give him tasks through the system and reward him with points, which in turn could be exchanged for rewards.
For example, one could take a dragon pill, which instantly increased spiritual power tenfold, but after 5 minutes caused weakness. It was a useful item, but it could only be used at the very end of the battle. The dragon gave the guy a gift on the occasion of the store opening, and he would have to earn the other items himself. It was enough to mentally utter the word "divine panel" to activate the system. It sounded extremely amusing. At this point, the dragon said that he was done, he was tired and needed to rest, and then asked not to be disturbed with trivial matters. They wished each other a good rest and said goodbye. The next morning, Zhao was ready to rush to class, despite his sister's warnings. The freshman tournament was scheduled to take place today, and Zhao wondered if his first henchman was riding after him. Then a leaf that was carried by the wind caught his eye, and Zhao took a closer look at its contents. He was wearing a wanted uniform, and among the especially dangerous criminals for whom a fabulous reward had been assigned was the nine-tailed fox, the very one that had recently become his servant. Zhao stepped aside and called the fox to talk, pressing her against the wall.
He had many questions, such as why the imperial family was looking for her, and the proud fox said that she had not hidden anything, he just had not asked her. An imperial wanted list isn't some trivial matter, so you could have warned her about it yourself, Zhao angrily scolded her. Dailu ignored him and offered to hand her over for a reward if that's what he wanted. However, the guy had a different opinion. He hoped that there would be a more trusting relationship between them, and asked that he be told important things in the future.
Shangguan Lan had put a big reward on her because of one little thing that the fox had taken with her, and now showed to the guy after a moment of thought.
Xiao stared at the purple crystal in surprise. He didn't know what it was. A dragon's tear, the highest treasure of all, answered Dailu, and in her hands the stone began to shimmer like a diamond. There were 3 great treasures of purebred dragons. One of them was the scale sword, the Dragon King's whiskers, and finally, the dragon's tears.
The first 2 were offensive-type artifacts that could be used in battle. The dragon tear did not have that, but it had accumulated 10,000 tears of pure-blooded dragons.
If you use its power, you can reverse time and return to the past. Hearing this, Zhao's mouth dropped open in amazement, hundreds of comics and science fiction movies flashing through his mind. He even glanced nervously around to see if a time patrol was creeping up on him.
Now the guy was even more interested in the fate of dragons, which were thought to have died out 3 centuries ago. But now it turned out that they had reappeared.
He wanted to know what was behind the Dragon War 3 centuries ago, and Dailu wanted it too.
But she was not allowed to finish. Someone called out to Xiao, and the fox quickly hid in the seal. They were the Morongi brother and sister, talented, beautiful, and rich heirs of their clan. They recognized him on the way to the academy and decided to say hello.
Yang Shuo behaved nobly. He sympathized with Xiao, who got into a difficult situation during the exam and almost died. So he wished him to be more careful. But then, Yang Shuo's voice became stern. He stated that when the boy fell off the cliff, his sister was beside herself and worried about him, even refusing to eat. And she came to her senses as soon as she found out that everything was okay with the guy and her rival, having eaten several portions at once. So Xiao had to take this into account and take responsibility, or Xin Xin would get fat, he said with a serious expression. A completely unserious speech. His sister immediately tried to shut him up before the foolish brother could say anything else.
Zhao smiled and agreed with Yang Shuo that he couldn't make such a charming girl worry any longer. The tournament was about to start, so the hero suggested that they go inside. However, Yang Shuo became serious again and stated that they were not close enough to go together, especially since the guy stole his sister's glasses during the exam, and they still hadn't forgiven him. After this, the relatives moved on, and Zhao could not recover from these emotional swings for a long time. He absolutely did not understand why this whole strange conversation was necessary. Soon, the official part of the tournament began. Fireworks burst into flames, and the crowd in the stands began chanting all around.
This show had the same funny host with a hussar's mustache, and he announced the start of the tournament draw. Everyone lined up and started drawing numbers to determine their place in the table. Wang Yan glared at the hated Xiao Xinyu, with whom he had initially quarreled over a mere trifle. Sometimes you just need to know how to stop in time. But Wang Yan was not one to live long. He was determined to finish what he had started. When it was his turn to draw lots, the other students moved aside in disgust, letting him pass. The main bully's reputation had long since sunk below the plinth.
Everyone knew the story with the first-year girls in the library, and the fact that Wang Yan was smeared across the arena that same day, forced to apologize, after which the bully's authority evaporated.
Wang Yan, who was so dependent on public approval, felt enormous pressure and was eager to get even.
In the end, he was lucky enough to draw a number for a fight with Zhao Xinyu. Or maybe everything had already been set up, which he was incredibly happy about. Before the fight, Zhao told the fox not to show himself, no matter what happened. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for them.
When Xiao and Wang Yan's faces appeared on the tournament board, everyone was amazed by the coincidence. But they thought it was fate itself that brought the sworn enemies together.
But in fact, Deputy Wang had prepared everything in advance and stuck a number with Zhao's name on the wall of the box. Wang Yan stepped forward and casually pointed his finger at the hero, addressing him. This time, he promised to personally destroy his pet in battle and bared his teeth menacingly. Zhao returned his gaze. He too had plans to deal with the scoundrel.
Both entered the arena and took their positions for the duel. This time, the hero held himself with particular confidence.
Yang Shuo asked his sister why she was watching the boy so intently. She was surprised that her brother still hadn't realized how much stronger Xiao had become since he fell off the cliff.
Even the beautiful director of the academy felt it and was amazed at what the boy had gone through in those few days.
The host raised the flag in the center of the arena, giving the signal for the start of the fight. As soon as he sharply lowered it down, both fighters went their separate ways.
They summoned their beasts. Xiao, as usual, Black Fang, and Wang Yan, Ice Flame. Apparently, his leopard had recovered from its wounds in the previous battle. All students were shown a board that showed information about the abilities of the animals of both opponents.
Shinshin was the first to notice that something was wrong with the Storm Wolf's aura. It was much stronger than his cultivation level, even though the scanners were usually accurate and gave accurate information.
It looked more like Zhao was deliberately suppressing the power of his beast in order to use the battle to break through to the next level.
The fight began and both animals rushed at each other, colliding in the center of the arena. The leopard tried to get the wolf with its claws, but the wolf was too good at dodging to let that happen to him.
Then the leopard fired a volley of ice balls, wanting to seize the initiative in this fight. Its explosion doused the entire arena with cold.
However, Black Fang was not harmed. Jumping into his shadow, he attacked the leopard from behind, because he had already seen all these abilities. A hellish howl shattered the arena's foundations, throwing the leopard back and showering him with debris.
Everyone saw that Xiao was overwhelming the enemy with brute force, and the scales tipped in his favor. Many watched this fight with bated breath, and there was a tense silence in the stands.
Waves of cold and heat alternated, so that the presenter no longer knew whether to put on pants or take off his coat. At that moment, Xiao used the Claw of Oblivion, a secret move of the Storm Wolf. A sinister aura, black as night, appeared around him, and the leopard froze in fear of it.
The darkness gathered into a clot of ink and struck straight at the six-legged cat.
The Claw of Oblivion achieved its goal. Now the leopard could not use his abilities, which meant he was completely unarmed in front of the enemy.
However, despite this, Wang Yan did not flinch and shouted that this trick would not work on him twice.
Then he threw a blue pill to his beast, and the leopard obediently swallowed it. He even felt sorry that he had such a careless owner. Having gathered his strength, the leopard managed to shoot an ice ball at the enemy again. After this, he surrounded himself with an ice crown, like armor, and could attack without fear of counterattacks.
The leopard suddenly became much stronger, and Xiao realized the beast must have taken a potion that boosted its strength, but it was prohibited by the competition rules. Xiao immediately declared that it was clearly doping. Then, without wasting any time, Wang Yan unleashed an icy blast on him, covering the entire arena with a crust of ice.
His strength was so great that now the Black Fang could not get close to him.
The wolf held on, although a hail of sharp fragments swept across his thick skin.
Then Wang Yan shouted that he was using an ice hammer because it was necessary to warn the enemy in case he did not dodge yet.
A whole block of ice created from thin air fell onto the arena where the wolf stood. The tide of the battle swung in Wang Yan's favor, but everyone had already noticed how unnatural it was. The arrogant scoundrel had already managed to boast that last time he had deliberately given in and not shown his full power.
Deputy Wang also boasted about his offspring and told the director that his son's talent was comparable to Xiao's. However, Su Yun didn't become director for her pretty face, especially since even a blind man would have noticed something was wrong in this situation. She already sensed a long and troublesome investigation that would damage the Academy's reputation. Both father and son were fools, she believed. However, the Black Wolf was now in trouble. Although in the last battle, he easily avoided the ice with the help of the shadow attribute. Now, this trick apparently did not work. At this rate, the wolf could not only lose the fight, but also suffer serious injuries. But it was no accident that Black Fang killed 100 beasts on the mountain during the exam. Xiao had complete confidence in his pet's abilities. With the help of the Scarlet Flame Lotus, he melted all the ice that was holding him back and was able to move freely again. Wang Yan ordered the leopard to quickly dodge before it was hit by an area attack. But the wolf only fed his lotus with fire even more, and there was nowhere to hide from this fire. Such a skill was only available to beasts that had attained their full form. The boy's boundless talent once again amazed all the teachers at the academy. Wang Yan felt the wolf's strength rapidly growing, and he felt threatened. He could not leave this enemy alive. However, so far, the leopard has not managed to break away from the huge, fiery flower that has been pursuing him everywhere, devouring the ice from his armor. The tide of the fight had turned again, and now Xiao was completely dominating the arena. The hellish lotus blossomed and covered the entire arena, filling it with fire. Under such pressure, the unfortunate leopard felt as if he had found himself in a blast furnace. Eventually, he could no longer move, which meant the end of the fight. And then, in a deathly silence, the host with the funny mustache finally announced the winner, after which, joyful jubilation of those who were rooting for Xiao and supporting him was heard from the stands. Everyone turned their attention to the scoreboard. Black Wolf's data had changed. Now it showed his true strength. Xiao had set a new record, which caused increased excitement around his personality. At this time, Wang Yan was completely devastated and broken. He never thought that he could lose twice, even using all the dirty methods. For the first time, in front of the entire academy, a spirit beast reached a new level of evolution right there in the arena, and Xiao waved hello to all his new fans who were shouting his name from the stands. The guy praised his faithful wolf, who did an excellent job. Even after his encounter with the lava tiger, the wolf was on the verge of evolution. After all the battles with numerous monsters, he had accumulated a lot of experience. Zhao used the six-legged leopard to corner the wolf. Then Black Fang, having reached his limit, managed to break through. Then the guy heard arguments from the podium. Deputy Wang was demanding something from the headmistress, and she was answering him dryly. As usual, people of this mindset could not simply accept defeat and continued to scheme even when they were clearly in a weak position. Deputy Wang declared that the dead leopard was proof of a violation of the rules. Surprisingly, the other teachers supported Vice Chief Wang, demonstrating how corrupt the academy was, and declaring that the violent student should be expelled immediately. Together, they began to convince the principal of the immorality of such a fight. However, Su Ruyan faced their worries steadfastly and declared in an icy voice that she would wait for the results of the investigation and would not allow anyone to slander her student with impunity. She ordered that the leopard's body be brought and that a veterinarian be called to perform an autopsy. When the experts examined the body, the beautiful Su Ruyan approached them to find out the result. The leopard's internal organs were severely damaged by the heat of the lotus, doctor said. The thing is that this was also part of Deputy Wang's plan. He bribed the doctors in advance, knowing that there would be such an inspection. Deputy Wang was about to shift all the blame onto Xiao when he appeared behind him and declared that it was blatant impudence for the killer to act in full view of everyone. The lotus attacked and burned only the soul of the beast, and this leopard clearly died from internal bleeding, Xiao objected. It was impossible to argue with this argument, because there really shouldn't have been any external damage left. Now everyone turned their attention to the doctor, because he would have to bear responsibility for the false medical report given in front of witnesses. Xiao quietly whispered to him that risking his career for a joke bribe was not the best decision, and the veterinarian trembled all over, imagining how he would be burning the tails of pigs somewhere in the village if this became known. Since the question was serious, the hero demanded that the leopard's blood be analyzed as well. 10 minutes later, the vet had a new report, but he read it and mumbled until the stern headmistress hurried him on. This time, the tests showed the truth. The animal died due to prohibited doping. Wang Yan immediately began to deny everything, because even a thief's hat is usually on fire, which convinced everyone even more of his guilt. He fell to his knees before the headmistress and began pitifully convincing her that he would never have given this to his pet. However, the veterinarian confirmed his conclusion, saying what everyone already knew. The forbidden pill incites the animal to a state of rage, but also causes irreparable damage to its health. However, the truth could not be refuted, and Su Ruyan looked at him coldly. The opinion of all the teachers turned in the opposite direction. Now they were as ready as before to scold the sinking ship of Wang Yan, who begged his father to save him. The deputy did not deny his son's guilt, or blame everything on conspiracy and forgery, but suddenly he cringed and asked to give his son a second chance. But the beautiful Su Ruyan wasn't about to miss this chance to get even with her deputy and weaken his position. She reminded him of his professionalism. He couldn't speak like a father now. If he planned to cover for his son,
he might as well leave the academy with him. Here the deputy realized that if this continued, he too would suffer and go to the bottom with his negligent son. So since Wang Yan gave the forbidden pill to his beast, he had to be expelled immediately. The bully who had pretended to be tough all his years at the academy now shrank back. And like a lost puppy, he couldn't believe that his father could simply abandon him. Leaning towards him, he muttered through his teeth that the crime had already been discovered and nothing could be done about it. But he promised to avenge his son. After which he publicly renounced him and ordered him to be thrown out of the academy's walls in order to preserve the remnants of his influence. After the first day of competition ended, a list of the top 8 students appeared on the scoreboard. When the other opponents saw Xiao's fight with Wang Yan, they immediately refused to fight him. Thus, he immediately advanced to the semifinals and was now the talk of the entire academy. Yang Shuo also made it into the top 8 and promised his sister to take revenge for her, since Zhao stole her glasses during the exam, but the girl said that it was not worth it. She wanted to fight him herself and win. The spirit of true rivalry lived within her. Shen Yu's henchman ran up to the hero to congratulate him on his victory in all the matches of the day. He considered this a great cause for joy and immediately suggested celebrating. Gritting his teeth, Deputy Wang sent curse after curse at the hero's back. He was already anticipating how scared the guy would be when he returned home. Even with a torn-off fang, the snake was not going to stop. The hero returned home late, having spent all this time celebrating his success with his first henchman. However, when he returned, he was horrified to find the room in complete disarray. The boy immediately began looking for his sister Shu and little Shi Meng. The latter immediately came out in response to his call. She ran up to him and with tears in her eyes, told him that Sister Shu had been kidnapped by some masked scoundrel. The guy tried his best to calm the crying girl and stroked her hair. The attacker left a note suggesting that he come to the mountains to pick up the hostage, which was a very old-fashioned solution and dirty work. Xiao couldn't imagine who would dare to commit such a crime, but he still went to the mountains. Luckily, he managed to quickly find the right place and find his sister there. And then the culprit of this vile outrage appeared from behind the tree, telling the boy not to scream. His sister was alive and simply sleeping. The hero demanded the immediate release of the hostage, but Deputy Wang did not capture the girl for that reason. Xiao didn't have to wonder for long who was behind the kidnapping. He had only one enemy. And that enemy had only one influential relative who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Deputy Wang laughed contentedly and removed his hood, no longer hiding his face, meaning he had no intention of letting the guy go alive. If only he could have such a son, he would have made him the most powerful hunter in the entire empire, Deputy Wang declared gleefully, confirming his status as Father of the Year. After all, if he were a great father, then Wang Yan would also achieve glory. Life turned out differently, the vile scoundrel said with regret, as if it wasn't all his own fault. He summoned his spirit beast, and a bear with a backpack on its back emerged from the ground. The stone demon bear was armed with a huge hammer and looked very menacing, as it had the form of the king of beasts. This beast was constantly in a state of absolute defense and was invulnerable to physical attacks. It could also neutralize any mental attacks, Deputy Wang helpfully explained. Since it was a duel between a one-star beast hunter and a beast king, the scoundrel was completely confident of his victory. However, Zhao asked him not to rejoice prematurely because he had not been training in vain and had kept so many trump cards within himself. This hero knew how to exceed everyone's expectations. But the threats had no effect on Deputy Wang. He was still confident that the lousy dog would do nothing to his bear. But was there a rule that required one to have one beast? Xiao asked, and activated the summoning seal. Deputy Wang immediately frowned, sensing a frightening aura. Even the sky turned black. Dailu stretched sleepily, as if she had just been woken up, and cutely shook her fluffy ears. She brazenly demanded compensation from her owner for the moral damages from the interrupted sleep. The guy pointed at the bear and ordered her to kill it, after which he promised to let her get some sleep. The fox yawned sweetly again and straightened her shoulders, preparing for battle. Deputy Wang was shaking all over and was covered in sweat. He already felt that he was about to fight a real monster and needed to be proactive. The bear, swinging his hammer, rushed into the attack without any unnecessary shouts. However, he froze right in front of the nine-tailed fox as soon as she waved her hand. The unfortunate bear, who was unlucky with his owner, turned to stone and was all cracked. Deputy Wang turned pale from such a swift defeat, not believing his eyes. Now he realized that before him stood the very same royal-level beast the imperial family had been searching for across the country. Ironically, it was the assassination attempt on Zhao that brought them together, so in this case, the law of karma had taken hold. The scoundrel began to threaten the guy, saying that he would tell everyone about his connection with the wanted criminal. But the guy also burned all bridges by showing the fox.
He understood perfectly well that he could no longer leave the witness alive, and a grin of a just hero appeared on his face. Wang Dushin desperately shouted that the gap between a 6-star cultivator and a newbie could not be bridged by just one beast. He used the bear again, and it made a full recovery. He even became more furious than before. Strength was just gushing out of him.
Deputy Wang was ready to fight again, and Xiao and the fox took a wait-and-see attitude.
They allowed the scoundrel to show off his strength and skills again in a fight against the schoolboy.
The professor crossed his arms in a theatrical gesture and pompously proclaimed that he would demonstrate the difference in their abilities.
The bear struck the mountain, and it split into pieces, sending streams of flame and a hail of debris into the air.
After this, the beast surrounded itself with the attribute of darkness. In order to feed on such monsters, it needed the blood of people or other magical beasts. Zhao heard that low-ranking beasts started disappearing on this mountain 5 years ago, and now he understood who was behind it.
Deputy Wang laughed triumphantly again, boasting of his achievements, and a skull-shaped seal appeared on his face.
The red skull. This symbol was well known to the hero, and he was horrified.
It was worn by members of a guild that specialized in training beasts with the dark attribute, and they were even listed as a sinister terrorist organization.
If everyone found out that the vice principal of the Azure Dragon Academy was a member of such a guild, it would definitely be the end for him. It was obvious that the villain was no longer embarrassed about his true nature.
Dailu nervously warned that with the current level of her master's spiritual power, she was unable to use any skills. However, Zhao told her not to worry about it. He had never entered a battle where he could lose. With these words, he took the potion that the dragon gave him, and the boy's body was immediately filled with spiritual power.
The villain Van did not wait for the hero to complete his preparations and ordered the bear to attack. Zhao made a gesture, and Dailu understood everything without words, preparing to meet the enemy.
The menacing bear was quickly approaching, overwhelming with its appearance and mass alone.
Zhao used the bloody gaze skill, and the fox took on its battle form, becoming a beast. Then she looked up at the sky and began to howl, directing her power there. And then a huge, divine-like eye appeared over the mountain.
This eye directed rays of goodness towards the bloody bear and pierced its armor.
Mishka growled in pain and found himself completely defenseless against such an attack.
Deputy Wang was also wounded, but he had no intention of dying. The hole in his body was sealed with the attribute of darkness.
An aura of a red skull appeared around the villain. Apparently, he decided to play his trump card.
Xiao managed to escape, and the self-destruction spell did not affect him. Only the forest clearing was damaged, which was burned by fire.
But the dragon pill also had its consequences. Zhao felt exhausted and began to bow to the ground. The last thing he saw was the fox's worried face. Just like last time, he lost consciousness due to the use of her abilities. Dailu hit him on the cheek several times, but the guy still did not wake up.
However, someone suddenly grabbed Dayla and squeezed her throat so hard that she didn't even have time to react. Sister Shui came to her senses and apparently quite misunderstood what she saw in front of her. Or maybe she was simply jealously protecting her brother from any potential attractive rivals. Dailu smelled the terrible odor emanating from this girl.
Sister Zhu looked at the fox coldly. She had already realized that her brother had made a contract with her, and was surprised that he had managed to obtain a magical beast of such a level. The fox clearly felt the power of the dragon in her, and was even more amazed.
Never before had she encountered such a powerful dragon force. Dailu thought that Shui was Xiao's biological sister, but it seemed that was not the case. Perhaps she was not even human, especially since the guy had that dragon seal on his back. Shui touched her finger to her lips and told the fox to be quiet.
She doesn't need to know everything, the blonde girl said quietly.
Having clearly explained who the main concubine in this harem was, Zhui released the fox. Now she was playing the role of Sister Shu, and that was enough. She leaned over the guy and looked at his face. To help him regain consciousness, Zhu touched his brother's chest and transferred some of her powers.
Dailu was worried about whether everything was okay with her master, because her life depended on it.
But Shu already realized that the guy simply took a medicine that increases the supply of spiritual power, and is now experiencing side effects.
The guy'll be fine, but he needed about 3 days to recover. When the first aid was finished, Shui walked to the edge of the cliff, after which she began to sing in a special way, filling her singing with spiritual power.
The fox learned a skill called Dragon Whisper, a combat skill of purebred dragons that allowed the restoration of any entity in the world through a special melody. Under the influence of her singing, the forest destroyed by Van's suicide became its former self again. There was no trace left of today's battle, and the dragon and the fox were the only witnesses to what happened.
Here, Dailu remembered that among the purebred dragons, there was only one with snow-white scales, and his name was Chaos. But the fox did not dare to call Shui's real name, looking into her furious eyes.
Zhui took a step towards her and showed her power as an argument. She didn't care that the fox was put on the Imperial Wanted list, but if she betrayed Zhao, she wouldn't live, the dragon sister warned. From now on, she must help her master in everything, Shui declared imperiously.
And she warned that otherwise she would pull out their tails onto their collars. Then the fox obediently bowed before her. She also insisted that her origins remain a secret from Xiao. The boy came to in the hospital, once again with his nurse and the charming headmistress by his side.
Zhui made a whole touching scene when he woke up and hugged him tightly, feigning wild joy and relief, because she already knew that everything was okay with him.
Xiao immediately asked her to tell him how the previous night ended, because he couldn't know the official legend.
Shui, without giving any further details, said that when she came to, she found that she and Xiao were on the mountain, and that he was unconscious, after which she carried him down the mountain and called for help. From his sister's words, Xiao thought that Dailu had covered up all traces of the battle, and he calmed down at that.
Then Su Ruan told him the sad news. Xiao slept for 3 days and missed the last 2 stages of the newcomers tournament.
It was expected that the first and second places were taken by the offspring of the Merong clan.
Xiao's absence was considered a voluntary withdrawal from the competition. However, there was also disturbing news. 3 days ago, Deputy Wang disappeared. Considering that all this happened at the same time, it was difficult not to suspect a connection between them.
The boy became wary. Unnecessary suspicion was pointless. Even if he was only defending himself, he still couldn't defend himself in court because of the fugitive fox. Sister Shui quietly bared her claws, preparing for the worst. She believed it was best to eliminate the threat and flee.
The charming Su Ruan understood the subtlety and delicacy of this matter. She had never liked Deputy Wang, and she especially did not want to lose a talented student, so she immediately declared that she did not suspect him, but would simply continue the investigation.
In this way, she indirectly said that she supported Xiao and would protect him. However, the lovely Su Ruan came here not only to check on his condition, but also to inform him about the supernova competition.
This is a major event, jointly organized by the best academies of the country, with the 3 best participants from each side.
Of course, Ye Ningxuan was clearly considered the most talented of them all. But in last year's competition, she unexpectedly lost to Li Mucheng from the White Tiger Academy.
That's why the beautiful headmistress wanted the boy to become one of the 3 representatives at this competition and restore the honor of the academy. For the guy, this should also be a great opportunity to make up for what he missed out on at the ranking tournament. Zhao was surprised by this offer, right there in his hospital bed, especially since he didn't even know the rules of the competition.
Su Ruan told him that to participate, one needed to have at least 2 battle beasts, and the beast hunter himself had to reach the 2nd star level. So Xiao had nothing to worry about.
There was still about a month left before the competition, and the charming Su Ruan assured the student that he would have time to qualify. She even squeezed his shoulder tightly. She believed in him so much. The hero was touched by such support and realized that he could not let down such a wonderful woman, especially since he was interested in the Tiger Academy, which had managed to defeat Ye Ningxuan.
With a smile on his face, the boy confidently told the headmistress that he would definitely take 1st place in the competition.
Later, the hero set off for the mountains again, pondering his future along the way. All the tournament participants already had 2 beasts. Zhao also had a couple, but he couldn't show Daila to anyone because she was wanted. And besides, Black Fang was just a hell wolf in an incomplete form, and it would be difficult for him to participate in the tournament.
Which means it's time for Black Fang to break through to the next level. To this end, the hero summoned the wolf, who immediately howled throughout the forest as soon as he appeared.
Fortunately, before going into the forest, Zhao had made a purchase at the Heaven Guild shop using his doctor's salary, and now he had various potions necessary for the wolf's development.
Some of them were rewards for the mountain test and the freshman ranking tournament. This stuff should have been enough for the wolf to evolve, and the guy told him to get started.
He began obediently devouring the treat, sucking in the elements like a vacuum cleaner.
Almost immediately, the Black Fang seemed to catch fire and was completely covered in a red aura. During Black Fang's evolution, he was at risk of having a nervous breakdown, so Xiao summoned Dailu and told her to protect them. The wolf really went berserk, although his master tried to calm him down with his voice. Then the fox enclosed him in her impenetrable barrier. All the pain the wolf felt was transmitted to his master, and Xiao could no longer stand on his feet. He then called upon the Divine Panel to help him check the progress of evolution. The dragon system immediately showed 30% on the virtual scoreboard.
However, when the scale rose to 99, the process stopped, and Zhao already thought that he had failed.
But then Dailu's barrier opened, and Black Fang appeared. From his menacing face, one could tell that he had mastered evolution, had reached a mature form, and developed new abilities.
Now the 4th attribute of the demon had awakened within him, and Dailu was amazed by this.
She was even more impressed by Zhao, who was clearly an extraordinary hunter. The guy hugged his shaggy friend contentedly, who had become even stronger. Now it was possible to make a contract with the new beast, and the hero already had some ideas on how to do this. Sister Yanrun, upon hearing that Xiao would be participating in the competition, immediately agreed to help him and buy one animal. Qin, placing her hand on her big and tender heart, assured the guy that he shouldn't worry because they were friends and she was always ready to come to his aid. So they came to the animal market, where he could choose any available creature. At the store, Miss Qin was immediately recognized and treated with the utmost respect. The manager at first thought that the lady had come for an electrical preparation or a lightning crystal.
Then the hero's red-haired patroness explained the purpose of their visit, and the manager promised to show them the best animals.
First, she showed some kind of arthropod behind her back and invited Xiao to take a closer look at it.
The demonic spider had high attack power, much higher than that of beasts of its level.
There was also a shadow tigress, very fast and capable of dealing damage from stealth. Xiao glanced at the animals, but his gaze kept wandering to the salesgirl's tight dress and two serious distractions. Finally, Lady Qin asked them to show him the best animals they had, covering all the expenses.
Then the female manager pressed a button and opened a special storage area where the most outlandish animals were kept.
They dozed, immersed in huge vertical flasks, and looked cool. There was an underground pangolin with some very impressive characteristics. The green three-eyed mutant snake dealt poisonous and fiery damage. The legendary bone bird is also not bad, the guy assessed, remembering the Shin turn.
However, none of them had a hidden lineage like Black Fang, and the hero was already accustomed to exceptional beasts. This surprised the manager. There were so many first-class animals here, and the picky guy hadn't chosen anyone. She suggested that he voice his requirements, and then, based on them, select the right animal. Here the workers announced that they had brought in a new batch of goods. They were some of the finest animals he had ever seen, said the bald brute who kept the cage with the tiny fairies. They were generally considered useless in combat, and were likely bought by collectors of the tiny fairies for fun.
They were no good as battle servants, but they were perfect as pets and decorations, Qin whispered quietly to the hero. Xiao looked at the seemingly ordinary water pixie, but it had a hidden bloodline of a blood angel, mythical level. Qin noticed how intently Xiao was looking at the tiny fairy, and began to guess what his taste was.
The guy immediately declared that he wanted to buy this fairy, as if he had noticed a treasure. His choice puzzled both girls, because the pussy was clearly not suitable for fighting.
But the hero did not listen to their objections and said that he wanted this fairy. Considering her pedigree, she could become a useful acquisition. Returning to the mountains, he released her from the cage and promised not to harm her. The baby looked like a miniature girl, so even without a pedigree, the choice was obvious.
Zhao gave her medicine to heal her wounds, and the fairy obediently accepted it.
She immediately felt better. Apparently, the baby was mistreated during her capture.
The guy asked if she would agree to become his spiritual beast. Even if he had the opportunity, he did not want to force the spiritual being.
The fairy thought, even though they had only known each other for a short time, this man was the only one who treated her well and respectfully. She fluttered onto his palm like a hummingbird, which could have meant a sign of consent, and Xiao was delighted.
By giving their blood to the fairy, they entered into a spiritual contract and were now bound by strong bonds.
Now that they had entered into a bloody contract, it meant the fairy had recognized him as her master. As Xiao expected, the connection after the contract became deeper, and now he understood the fairy without words. He got hold of a bloodline awakening crystal especially for this little one. If she ate it, she would be able to evolve.
The fairy reached out to the crystal, which resembled pieces of sugar candy,
after which she began to devour it with both cheeks until she felt something piercing her from the inside. Her awakening began, and the baby began to shake all over, fluttering in the air. Xiao asked her to be patient a little longer. He saw how she was progressing.
And when it ended, there was a real release of power that echoed through the forest with a deafening bang.
It was so unexpected that even the lazy fox peeked out from the vault to protect the master from the surprise attack. Alarmed, she asked him if everything was all right.
Zhao calmed the fox, and they began to watch together as a cocoon formed from light before their eyes. And when it opened up, a beautiful angel girl with 4 wings appeared before him. It was difficult to understand her real size, but Zhao immediately realized that he had made the right choice. The fairy's hidden bloodline has awakened, and she has now become a sacred angel of light with a long list of properties and characteristics. One day, when Zhao reaches the 9-star level, this little one will turn into a 12-winged seraph. Here he thought about giving such a cutie a name, Before this, she was a simple water spirit, but now she had acquired the attribute of light.
Her warlike appearance made the guy think about the ancient Greek goddess of water, and he named the angel Freya.
The dazzling girl immediately landed and knelt before him, as if swearing allegiance.
Xiao introduced the angel to the fox and said that from now on they would all fight side by side. But judging by the tailed one's appearance, it didn't seem like she was happy about the renewal of her harem, although she understood that her master did all this in order to win the competition. The next step for him was to rise to the level of a second star trapper. So the guy came to Professor Chen and shocked him by telling him that he wanted to take the relevant exam. Since the supernova competition was about to begin, the hero was in a great hurry.
Professor Chen was clearly excited. This year's youth were in a hurry to grow up. A couple of days ago, the Morongi siblings also passed this exam.
The professor already knew that the boy's black fang had reached the first stage of its mature form, so he understood that Xiao was ready for the test, and agreed, on the condition that the boy's spiritual power level corresponded to the second star.
The hero immediately attached a sensor bracelet to his arm and said that he was taking the professor at his word. And the other teachers came over to personally assess the boy's much-talked-about strength. When they saw his data of 2,500 units, they were amazed. It was hard to believe such power in a newbie. Professor Chen knew it was common for a cultivator's spiritual power to increase with the evolution of a beast. According to statistics, the average level of a second-star beast hunter was between 2,000 and 3,000. He praised the boy for his talent. None of his former students had even reached 1,500 in strength, so Xiao received his admission to the exam.
He was transported to the exam site in the Bloody Canyon by helicopter.
Above the landing point, the guy opened the doors without any fear of falling.
He secured the earpiece, and the charming voice of Su Ruyen informed him that he was already at the entrance to the canyon where the test would take place. Ahead of him lay a battle with the many beasts gathered there, and Professor Chen told him not to try to be a hero if things got tough, but to simply leave. Xiao was not worried and was confident, so he indicated that he was ready and looked down. The exam was considered passed if he reached the exit of the canyon. The teachers monitored his progress on the screens. Xiao saw the green light and jumped down towards the whistling stream of wind and the gaping crack of the canyon. When the boy entered the crevice, Professor Chen reported it to the director.
First, the hero had to fight the iron-toothed crocodiles that guarded the entrance and slept lazily at the bottom.
Then he had to fight the blood demon spiders that lived in the demon cave, among which there might be rare specimens of the third stage of mature form.
Terrible, vile, extremely unfriendly creatures that were very difficult to deal with.
Moreover, due to the recent crimson downpour, the number of crocodiles doubled, astrologers reported. As soon as Xiao came in for a landing, open jaws were already waiting for him below.
The iron-toothed crocodile was armored and had sharp teeth, as you might guess. They saw a man approaching for boarding and were delighted, thinking someone had ordered dinner delivery. However, Professor Chen didn't expect the hero to have any trouble with these reptiles if he summoned his wolf. However, the guy was in a hurry to test his other chosen one and called on Freya for help.
He was immediately surrounded by an attribute of light that gave visibility of what was happening at the bottom of the canyon.
The dazzling beauty immediately shielded the gentleman from the creepy crocodiles.
She filled his parachute with streams of wind and prolonged his hovering effect. The professors, seeing the second spiritual being, who could hardly be called a beast, were extremely surprised. The guy was simply a monster to have managed to make a contract with a mythical angel, Professor Chen told the director in amazement.
No one had seen such a cutie in years, and it was simply astonishing that Zhao had managed to get his hands on one. The teachers knew he'd bought a water pixie at the store a couple of days earlier, and it also sounded odd for a water spirit to suddenly become an angel with the purest bloodline. But if you think about it, you can remember that Black Fang was also originally an ordinary storm dog, said the wonderful, in all respects, headmistress. Before them was an exceptional hunter with a special talent for making the impossible possible. Professor Chen agreed with her.
Freya landed in front of the crocodiles and, at the hero's command, drew her blades. With the help of the power of light, she instantly dealt with all the reptiles, chopping them into okroshka. Even the iron shell did not help the crocodiles to protect themselves from her deadly attack. Professor Chen was amazed by such power, as expected from a true angel of light. She knocked out the crocodile in one blow.
Zhao extended his hand and asked Freya to lead him through the swamp. The hero didn't want to get his feet dirty,
but the girl chose a simpler way and picked him up in her arms like a child, which greatly embarrassed the guy who wanted to look cool. That's why he immediately began to demand that she return him to Earth.
It was so humiliating that he hoped the cameras wouldn't see it. In the next part of the canyon, the hero was met by a thick red fog, which made visibility difficult. Little spiders were crawling around, apparently disturbed by their intrusion. Despite this, the couple ran forward, Freya breaking through, destroying all the spiders in front of her. The swings of her sword easily killed them, but the space around was entangled in cobwebs, so it was not so easy to break through.
And from the deepest part, at the sound of the invasion, came the ugly queen of this entire colony. The blood demon spiders lived in large families, and therefore posed a serious threat to those who invaded their home. There were at least 20 of them here.
Even though the Holy Angel was only in its first stage, it could deal damage even to mature spiders, ignoring the difference in levels.
Xiao himself also had to run from the spiders' attacks, as there were a lot of them. Then he realized that he couldn't hold back, and called on Black Fang for help.
The formidable wolf immediately bared his teeth and raised his shaggy black fur. From above, their squad was covered by a beautiful angel, and from below, Zhao was protected by a wolf. Su Ruan was worried about her student and reminded him not to tie himself down in a fight. He needed to reach his goal, not kill all the monsters along the way.
But the guy decided to do everything his own way, as always, so he showed the goat on his fingers, ordering the wolf to use a hellish howl. He opened his mouth and fired a volley of turbo lasers at the spiders. The spiders responded with a volley of webs, but the wolf quickly dodged their sticky nets.
But there were so many of them that one of the spiders still managed to hook the Black Fang on its hind leg with a sticky thread. Then they again launched a well-coordinated attack on the now immobilized spider. Zhao decided to protect his pet with Freya's sacred shield, and ordered the wolf to use the Hell Lotus and spin quickly.
The abilities of darkness and light combined perfectly with each other, not giving the enemies a chance to touch them.
The wolf was not in any danger and could calmly burn out the spiders.
In the rising tornado, the spiders quickly died, so those who remained wavered and began to run away. Soon their entire population was completely exterminated. So Xiao even showed off against the backdrop of their carcasses.
Suddenly, the ground shook beneath their feet, and the hero felt the pressure of a colossal aura.
The ground split beneath their feet, and a column of flame burst forth from it.
Then the boss of the level appeared in front of them, a mating magical beast called a crypto spider.
Professor Chen hummed in his ear in a mentoring tone, telling the hero to retreat immediately. Yesterday's downpour had lured a crypto spider that the boy was definitely no match for. At worst, he could simply retake the exam later,
But the hero could never do that.
he didn't want to waste time, so he decided to accept the fight.
Even if God himself stood before him and took the exam, he would die, Zhao declared and fired 2 volleys of light and darkness at the spider.
However, despite such a blow, the ugly mutant was not harmed. His strong armor saved him.
Everyone told the hero to retreat. Even the fox Dailu warned that a fight with such a monster was too dangerous for him.
But it was no longer just a matter of whether he would fail the exam or not. The guy wanted to find his limit.
Like a true madman, he continued to fight and ordered the Black Fang to jump into the shadow.
This time, the wolf attacked from behind,
Right at the belly and head of the ugly mutant, but he managed to turn around sharply and hit the wolf in retaliation, inflicting severe wounds on him.
After that, he threw the fang back to the owner, so quickly that Freya had to cover the owner with a shield of light.
It still wasn't enough to absorb the impact, so Zhao leveled his back against the cave walls. The mutant's attack had taken a heavy toll on all of them, so the trio were breathing heavily and gathering their strength.
However, the guy did not lose his spirit and told the spider that it was too early for him to rejoice.
The spider took offense and spat a black stream of poisonous smoke at him.
Xiao quickly dodged, riding on his faithful friend.
Using the dragon's eyes, he analyzed the spider's weak points. It was not so easy to get away from him. He had to come up with something. Here, the guy noticed that the spider's health bar was gradually decreasing. The wound was not very deep, but the web was definitely shooting weaker. Black Fang was also injured and therefore could not fight at full strength, so Zhao ordered Freya to cover them. She picked up her master again and lifted him into the air, and Zhao saw the spider's life bar fall again.
Now he knew how to deal with him,
So he ordered Black Fang to spit at the enemy and not be shy.
The wolf did so, spitting long and accurately, which greatly offended the spider. So in response, he also decided to spit at the wolf.
3 streams at once. Fortunately, the Black Fang managed to dive into its shadow. Now it became clear that rather than spitting webs, the crypto spider was expending its life force, and as soon as it released its last thread, it would die. There was no need to risk it. It was possible to simply wear down the enemy by keeping its distance. The wolf began to jump from shadow to shadow, constantly knocking the mutant spider off target. In this way, he forced him to waste precious volleys of poisonous web. Unfortunately, during one of these runs, the spider managed to slow down the wolf. The web caught the leg, Black Fang slowed down and received a blow.
Xiao told him to no longer hold back and activate the demonic power attribute, and Freya ordered him to raise the holy shield and remove all negative effects from the Black Fang. The wolf, shrouded in light and darkness, growled, two opposing forces colliding around him.
Professor Chen and the charming Su Ruan were already hovering over the scene of the battle, but were in no hurry to intervene, hoping that the guy had already found a way to deal with the spider.
Another 7 hours passed, an exhausting and unnecessary battle, in endless repetitions of the same techniques. The crypto spider had lost almost all of its strength and health. Even its web had become lighter, and the spider was still unable to cope with the Black Fang that was surrounded by Freya's protection.
However, the hero sensed a catch. All living creatures want to survive, yet the spider, having lost so much blood, did not even try to escape, as if it had completely given itself over to its rage, which meant that there could be something extremely valuable to it inside the cave. The web gathered into a large skein in front of the spider's face, and he shot out this whirlwind. Apparently, he hoped to end everything in one blow after a long, grueling battle. The wolf responded with a hellish howl at the hero's command and met the whirlwind with a volley of turbo laser fire. Now that the enemy was almost exhausted, their chance had come to snatch victory from his clutches. So after the laser volley, Black Fang added to the spider's joy by hitting him with a hellish lotus. But even so, the monster still had strength, and he simply fired a scattered volley of sticky webs across the area.
The hero told them not to worry about him, even though the web could pin him in place and make him vulnerable. Xiao also decided to go all in and ordered the Fang to finish off the enemy, using the Hell Lotus again. He immediately began roasting the ugly monster, which no longer had the strength to escape. It finally fell on its back and stopped resisting.
The job was done, and Zhao praised everyone for their good work. It was time to find out what this monster so desperately defended at the cost of his life deep in the cave.
And they went inside, no longer afraid of meeting monsters there. Before the hero went any deeper, a transmitter crackled in his ear, and Professor Chen ordered him to leave, warning that even a dead spider could move.
And indeed, with a death groan, the spider rose to its feet again.
The monster blocked the only escape route and activated some ability that caused it to swell like a dead frog, apparently deciding to die and bury its enemies along with it.
Zhao ordered his beasts to quickly hide inside the seal to protect them, but the little angel hesitated. She remembered all the kindness the hero had shown her. Therefore, disobeying the direct order of the owner, she rushed with all her might towards the spider's carcass.
Her sharp blade pierced his belly, with the aim of interrupting his self-destruction.
Such a sharp blow threw the heavy carcass towards the exit, away from the hero.
After which, a deafening explosion was heard. Xiao was amazed that the little angel had developed a new ability within herself.
He was so delighted that he immediately pressed his whole body against the beautiful angel, feeling her softness and warmth.
In the cave, they found a strange altar with something lying on it, and Zhao asked Dai Lu what it was.
The fox immediately identified the seed of the heavenly soul vine with its ancient bloodline. With such a powerful pedigree, growing a vine wouldn't be easy, the hero thought, but he was still pleased with the cool find. Dai Lu knew a way to grow this plant, although the method was complicated. It required drops of dew from feathery grass and the nectar of a magical yellow flower, as well as fertilizer from the dung of higher animals. Zhao immediately expressed indignation at the plant's fussiness, claiming it required more care than the princess. He then reasoned that Dai Lu should be familiar with high-level beasts, but for some reason, the fox flatly refused to collect their dung.
Xiao smiled and immediately added that he wanted her to simply ask for a favor. But the proud fox again refused, speaking unflatteringly about the master, after which they left the cave, taking the reward with them. An evacuation plane was already waiting for him outside, and the guy waved his hand at them.
2 weeks later, he arrived in the city of Xiling to the arena where the competition was to take place. There was a crowd of spectators in the stands all around. The scale of the national competition was astonishing. The offspring of the Murong clan also appeared near his place. The handsome Yang Shuo sarcastically greeted the great Xiao. However, the hero met him without any particular malice, and with a smile on his face, he was especially glad to see Lu Jin, as Xiao decided to call Yang Shuo's sister and even complimented her on her beauty.
Yang Shuo was speechless from this move and spat out his drink. Xiao brazenly declared that Xinxin's name was too long and awkward to pronounce, so he came up with a nickname for his sister. Yang Shuo immediately began to shout indignantly, saying that this was impudence and arrogance and also a great insult. For such a stupid nickname, his brother promised to punish him, but then his sister simply told him to sit silently. And to his surprise, Yang Shuo obeyed her with the meekness of a lamb.
The girl sat down next to the guy, and they exchanged pleasantries. Her first beast had already reached the second stage of its mature form, and the second had awakened the ability to lightning.
Yangshuo was completely broken by the fact that his sister was calmly talking to another guy and even adopted a new nickname. Then he realized that his beloved sister had already grown up, and just recently she was sulking at him when he came up with a nickname for her. But with Zhao, everything was different.
"This world has gone crazy,"
exclaimed the blonde, handsome man, raising his hands to the sky. The cat is friends with the mouse, and his sister found herself a betrothed. However, neither the hero nor the beautiful Xin understood what came over this idiot. Today, they were to fight on the same side, but they did not yet know their opponents, who would be chosen by lot.
Then the sweet and curvy director Su appeared and announced that she already knew everything. Their first opponent would be the strongest White Tiger Academy. They must be smashed to smithereens, Suruyun said belligerently.
Her words reached another woman with a pleasant appearance that could hardly be hidden by the scraps of fabric she wore instead of clothing.
It was Headmistress Zhu of the White Tiger Academy, and the feud between the longtime rivals had flared up again. Zhu had come to see their secret trump card, which had been so much talked about in the news. The girls dug in their heels in their arguments about who deserved to win. Tiger Academy had been lucky enough to defeat Ye Ningxuan once, but that didn't say anything about their strength.
It was known that these two had been fighting since elementary school, so they instantly forgot about the proprieties that came with their status, and their rivalry had long since gone beyond professional affiliation. In the end, they were only calmed down by Professor Chen, who informed them that the Empress was already here.
So the headmistresses exchanged warnings and went their separate ways. The roof of the arena opened, and everyone looked up at the sky. The Empress appeared, as befits her status, not like mere mortals through the door.
Everyone started pointing their fingers at the still distant halo of light.
And then everyone saw the most beautiful and powerful woman in the land, riding a noble white dragon. Her Majesty Shangguanlan, Empress of the Dragon State, had arrived. And looking at her, the eyes had a place to linger. Extensive bulges, deep cuts, a sweet, albeit powerful face. Her very presence was enough to make Xiao stare with his mouth open.
The Empress landed on the open area where her luxurious throne stood.
On the Empress's thin silk robe, the sign of 11 stars was visible, and the hero felt a gap between them not only in status, but also in power.
Her beast was called the Jeweled Sacred Qilin. It had the form of a third-stage beast king and a divine bloodline.
The gap was so big that Zhao couldn't even read all the information.
Now he was amazed that Dailu had managed to survive after being declared wanted by the country's most powerful men. And the fox reluctantly admitted that she had survived thanks to him, even though the guy was a real rude person.
The Qilin was clearly not Shangguanlan's only beast. She had more powerful spirits under her control.
Taking a closer look, Xiao saw the true power of the dragon that invisibly surrounded the Empress, protecting her from unexpected attacks. The guy was amazed by this. He thought that purebred dragons had died out 3 centuries ago, but he encountered them again.
According to the annals, Qilin dragons' phoenixes are of divine origin, and dragons are definitely the strongest among all. It was unclear how Shangguanlan managed to obtain not only a purebred dragon and make a contract with it, but also obtain the dragon's tears that Dailu had stolen before escaping. The Empress waved her hand and ordered the children's battle to begin. The first stage of the competition was singles matches. It was randomly determined that Xiao would go first, and the hero was not at all worried about it.
On the other side, he was confronted by the strong white tiger fighter Lin Tianxi, the son of the head of the Tiger Guild herself.
The wolf and the snake met in the center of the ring and hissed furiously at each other, as if they had been infected with the spirit of rivalry between their owners.
The sand attribute snake was the natural enemy of the fire attribute Black Fang, because when opponents of equal strength fought, the one whose attribute naturally suppressed the opponent had the advantage.
The sand serpent launched the first attack with its hurricane blade, raising a whirlwind of fire before it. Black Fang responded with a hellish howl, spitting a bolt of darkness at his opponent.
The whirlwind and the dark laser collided, but without much effect. Lin suggested that Xiao surrender. Then he would lose quickly and painlessly, since the advantage was not on his side.
But the hero only grinned and boldly declared that he would only need 2 attacks to finish this fight.
Black Fang fired his turbo laser into the sky, and a stream of darkness struck vertically upward in a thick beam. At first, it seemed like Zhao wanted to melt the sand, but his fire was too weak for that.
But the Empress immediately understood that this was not the case at all and smiled. Xiao Xinyu planned to use the 7 colored clouds she summoned, Majestic Lan said.
Lin looked at his opponent in amazement. He did not understand what had happened. The arena became dark.
Suddenly, the first drops of rain began to fall from the sky. And then Lin, sensing a threat, ordered the snake to go on the offensive. But the moment for reaction had already been lost. The clear sky was covered with heavy clouds, heated by hellish fire, and a downpour fell upon the earth.
The sand became wet, and Lin's beast could no longer use sand whirlwinds and blades.
But Black Fang had no problem using the Hell Lotus flame. Leaping into the sky, the wolf burst into flames like napalm, no worse than a dragon. The fire lotus blossomed right next to the sand snake, completely engulfing it.
The burnt reptile fell to the ground, having lost its strength.
As Shao promised, he turned the tide of the battle with just 2 attacks. Lin also suffered, so he was eliminated from the competition.
The blonde empress appreciated the hero's talent for precise calculation and flexibility on the battlefield. Zhao's personal file did not contain any suspicious features, so Shengguan ordered the first invitation to the Emperor's Soul training camp to be sent to him, despite the fact that he was a commoner.
When Shao returned to his place, the team congratulated him on a great victory. After all, they were now allies.
Cutie Suruwan also waved to the hero from the stands and promised to reward the guy when they returned home.
At these words, he blushed slightly.
Here, the fox screamed in the hero's head that it smelled the phoenix herb, although this plant grew far to the west.
Shao told Xin that he would go for a walk. He didn't need to watch other matches.
The girl was upset because now it was her turn to fight. Then the hero said that he believed in her victory and would keep his fingers crossed for her.
Afterwards, he apologized that he could not support her because he had important things to do. In this case, the girl quietly demanded to go somewhere after the tournament as compensation.
Xiao immediately agreed and rushed to the exit, and the announcer was already announcing the next fight.
At this time, another important event was taking place in the city. The army was returning from a campaign and marched triumphantly through the streets of the city, greeted by its residents. It was led by Mr. Zhou, the hero and star of the entire kingdom. He was a native of the city, so he was loved here.
Although he was old, he was still stately and strong, and walked easily in his heavy armor.
Nearby, his war rhinoceros, a second-tier beast king with a mythical bloodline of a war monster, towered like a huge wall.
General Zhou was an 8-star beast hunter, with a spirit in the highest form, and affection above 100, meaning they had passed many mortal trials.
The general belonged to a clan of war monsters that lived by fighting, and this man was the only one who could be trusted with the border town, Dailu said.
Phoenix grass grew on the Ligu Glacier, in the west, in the very area the general was defending, and he was sure to have some in his bag. So the cunning fox suggested stealing what was lying around. The hero immediately grinned wryly at such a crazy idea.
But then he saw that the general's rhinoceros was limping, and an idea struck him. The young man pushed through the crowd and shouted loudly to the general that he could cure his rhinoceros. The general immediately recognized the uniform of the Azure Dragon Academy. The boy was the same age as his son and, in his opinion, hardly knew anything about healing.
But Zhao immediately showed him his license as a healer from the Heavenly Guild, after which he described the symptoms that bothered the rhinoceros in rainy weather.
The general was surprised. The description of the itching and ulcers that tormented the animal was accurate, but he could not completely trust the stranger.
So he asked about the causes of this disease.
Then Zhao carefully approached the rhinoceros and pulled out a tick-like parasite from its skin. It was this sand mantle that was the source of the trouble.
The diagnosis was accurate. For many years, no one had been able to establish the cause of the disease, and the general was impressed by this.
Rare herbs were needed for the treatment, and Shao suggested continuing the conversation in a quieter place. General Zhao agreed, and they went to his home, where there were many different ingredients. Shao was glad to meet him, because he could get not only phoenix grass, but also a valuable acquaintance.
The general's residence was stocked with a variety of useful remedies, and Xiao quickly found the recipe he needed.
Afterwards, he prepared it and presented it to the general. The remedy was called Violet Soul Extract, and it was used to treat sand mantic. Part of it was to be drunk, and the rest was to be rubbed into the body. It worked quickly and had no side effects.
Without further ado,
the general decided to trust the boy and immediately gave his rhinoceros the medicine. The effect was immediate, and all the parasites fell out of the rhinoceros's thick skin.
Thus, the general realized that he had an excellent veterinarian in front of him, despite his young age.
Shao even offered to give him the recipe so that the general could treat his soldiers and animals upon returning to the border. But everything had a price.
Phoenix grass was quite cheap, but the magical glow flower was harder to come by. But the general promised to resolve the issue, so they made a deal.
The general invited the boy to stay for dinner, but Shao refused and admitted that he had run away here secretly, and that at the moment, the general's son was fighting with a friend from the Azure Sky Academy.
The general also decided to go and watch the competition, since he had long heard about the feud between the White Tiger and the Azure Dragon, and it was especially important to greet the Empress.
To his surprise, when Shao returned to the arena, Xin's fight was still going on.
The fight had reached its climax, but it was still unclear who the winner was. Xin's opponent suggested that she surrender to avoid losing shamefully,
especially since she had seemed distracted from the start. The girl waited for Xiao Xinyu to return and wanted him to see her win so she could prove her strength. Here, Zhao began to shout encouraging words to the girl so that she would not give up because she still had strength left. Both opponents were on the verge of exhaustion, Zhao saw with the help of the dragon eyes. Then he decided to evaluate their spiritual beasts. Xinjin used the first battle beast, the Snow-Wing Hunter.
He was confronted by a demonic wolf of darkness, which could create as many as 12 clones of itself. The snow eagle flapped its wings, and winter naturally began in the arena. The wolves multiplied and began to dodge the ice shards that rained down on her from above. Having surrounded the bird from different sides, the wolves attacked simultaneously and hit both wings of the bird at once. It was very difficult to distinguish the clones from the original, and the real wolf skillfully hid among them.
There was a way, but it required taking a risk. So Xiao gave the Xinxin sign.
He began to cough and put his hand on his chest, clearly giving her some kind of hint. The girl looked at all the wolves again. Only one kept its mouth open.
He was breathing heavily, unlike his clones. He felt tired, and he couldn't hide it completely.
Taking advantage of the flaw in this illusion, Xinxin ordered her bird to attack again.
This time, the ice spikes pierced the wolf, who didn't think the attack would be aimed directly at him.
The enemy did not immediately realize that his mistake had already been figured out, and blaming it on luck, he ordered the clones to move again.
But this did not help, and the wolf again found himself under attack by the snowbird.
In the end, Xinxin won and brought their Azure Dragon team their second point in this battle.
Everyone began to congratulate the girl on her victory, which she achieved after a long, intense struggle.
But the first person she hugged was not her brother, but our hero, whom the beauty thanked in this way for the hint. This completely horrified her brother and made him tremble all over.
Yang Shuo began to threaten the hero to take his greedy paws off his sister, but the guy didn't even think about doing it. The White Tiger's headmistress took her second defeat to heart. She even gave up her bad habits, and the guys on her team were horrified.
After which this strong-willed woman ordered everyone to gather after lunch to discuss group battle tactics, and everyone would have to train until they dropped. General Zhu met with the Empress and admitted that his son still had much to learn, while the heiress of the Murong clan, on the contrary, was perceptive and noticed the enemy's weakness at the crucial moment. However, the Empress wasn't so easily fooled, and the general should have already realized who had tipped the girl off to the weakness of his son's technique. That someone was the very same doctor the general had praised.
The general immediately fell to his knee and asked not to punish anyone and to give them another chance.
But there was no need for this. The Empress had already given orders to invite talented children to her camp. After Xinxin's victory, the hero suggested that they celebrate by eating roast meat, and even invited his brother Yang Shuo.
Then the hero received an invitation from the Empress to her soul training camp. It was an elite program for first-year students, run by the Empress herself, and everyone who passed through this place became pillars of the state. It was a great honor to be personally trained by the Empress, but the bloody contract with Dailu could be exposed, and in that case, the boy was playing a dangerous game.
Then, Xinxin saw that Xiao was deep in thought and touched his shoulder.
She told him to forget about everything and spend time with her, as he promised. So they headed to one of the many street restaurants that served delicious food.
The friends devoured the meat with gusto and enjoyed the evening of their triumph.
Xiao was even amazed that the representatives of the great clan were eating street food with such pleasure, and Yang Shuo stated that they were not monks, so they knew a lot about pleasure.
Zhao remembered that little Ximeng was not familiar with street food, and he thought that all rich people were accustomed to luxury. At this point, Xinxin suddenly let out a heavy sigh as soon as she finished eating. Zhao asked her what happened, and the girl said that she was extremely unhappy with her brother.
The hero suggested that Xinxin not strain herself so much and promised to give her a massage, which caused her brother to burn again.
He was about to finish the guy off with a meat skewer, but he peacefully offered him another drink. But since they were drinking ordinary water, the trick didn't work, and Yang Shuo became even more angry. Zhao decided to fix this and asked the owner of the establishment to bring something strong.
After this, Yang Shuo put a whole box of prohibited substances on the table and declared that he would win this fight.
But the burden turned out to be completely too much for him. So soon, Yang Shuo was pouring out like a rainbow around the corner of the restaurant.
Conversations, however, became much more friendly. The brother demanded respect for his sister, even after the wedding. Xiao smiled and boasted to Xinxin that her brother had finally accepted him as his son-in-law.
The girl sheepishly suggested that next time they go on a date together, because it was no fun at all with her brother. Tomorrow, they still had to fight in the tournament, but the day after tomorrow would be just right, the hero quickly calculated. Late that night, he returned to the dormitory for the competition participants and began to think about his plans. He already had some of the necessary medicines, like phoenix grass, and all that remained was to obtain the dung of some supreme beast. But by then, his strength had already failed him, and he simply went to bed.
In the morning, a cunning fox woke him up by gently stroking his cheek with her hand. At first, the guy didn't understand what was happening, and only after some time did he recognize Dyla. Then he realized that other people might have seen the fox, and he started yelling at her, pinning her against the wall. The fox claimed she'd gone out to get information and had learned something important. The hero sighed with relief, glad that no one saw her. Otherwise, his heart was already pounding wildly in his chest from fear. However, the fox quickly corrected the guy that he was holding on to something other than his own heart. The hero quickly removed his hand and asked for forgiveness. It just slipped by accident, he said. Even though Dailu had left the mark on her own, he still decided to find out what she had learned. Fleet Admiral Murong Jin captured a jellyfish, a spiritual land of disasters, and it surely knew a lot. Unfortunately, according to the laws of their country, the jellyfish was soon to be executed. The hero was surprised to hear the familiar name. The fox said that she had known the jellyfish for a long time, who had the form of the king of the beasts. They were friends, and yet she was defeated. Apparently, the admiral did not wear his title for nothing, the guy realized, and asked how Dailu was going to save his friend. The jellyfish had vital information. Empress Shangguanlan was participating in a dragon-slaying battle. However, Zhao flatly refused to engage in such a dangerous undertaking, even if the fox called him master. They had to break into an underground prison at the fleet headquarters where thousands of high-level hunters lived. And in the headquarters itself, there is an admiral, a 10th star hunter, and possibly the future father-in-law of one of the concubines. To meddle there is pure suicide.
Xiao refused to go to his death and strictly forbade the fox, reminding her that they were bound by a contract and she was obliged to obey him. However, he then received a task from the dragon himself, and he had to agree to accept it in order to avoid being fined. First, it was true. The tournament had to be sorted out. The next fight took place in a very harsh place.
They fought on a red lake, the waters of which resembled the color of real blood. According to legend, it was formed during the war with dragons, and then a huge dragon fell, whose blood colored its waters. However, these were just rumors without evidence.
Then Zhao looked at the lake with his hidden gaze. He was still curious about what was in the water, since jumping into it could leave him without skin.
And there at the bottom, he noticed both the power of the dragon and the dragon bones.
Letting the beast absorb them would be tantamount to evolution, but getting them was not so easy.
Moreover, hundreds of thousands of viewers would be watching the broadcast. The fight was about to begin, and Yang Shuo told Xiao to come to his senses, since he had been standing there like a statue from the very beginning. There were many observer helicopters hanging in the sky, and there were also people standing around the lake.
They installed cameras so that the battlefield could be observed from all sides, and Sister Shui and little Shi Meng watched the hero's exploits. They even set up a stand for the academy students and other spectators who came to personally support the fighters. Zhao was determined to show everyone what he was capable of, and was determined. He immediately called upon Black Fang, and the wolf howled throughout the entire lake valley.
The others followed suit, Yang Shuo using his griffin, and Xin Xin his bone-winged wyvern.
Their opponents were also eager to fight, shouting their dire warnings.
The snake and the wolf appeared immediately, but the third participant had not yet summoned his beast.
Zhao thought it was strange. They hadn't seen that guy fight yet, so they were wary.
Yang Shuo decided to take advantage of this and attack first. So he ordered the griffin to send out a discharge.
Then Zhao noticed some movement in the shadow and shouted a warning. But the griffin still received damage. It is unclear how and from where. And then an ugly macaque appeared next to the enemy team's third opponent.
Shadow Ninja Monkey, Xin Xin said, the name of the spirit beast that looked like a random collection of words. It was a beast capable of teleporting several times in a row within a limited area. Their enemy was not so simple.
As soon as the Azure Dragon team weakened, the snake and wolf immediately attacked them. They started having problems. A sandstorm was preventing Xin Xin from finding the main wolf this time. The leader of the tiger team ordered the wolf to fight with the shadow wolf Xiao. Black Fang also took damage from an attack with an element of the opposite type, failing to dodge it.
Zhao told him not to stop and not to pay attention to the minor wounds and to continue to break through the sandstorm.
In flashes of fire and light, the Black Fang rushed towards the enemies.
Shadow daggers from the monkey flew towards him.
The daggers wounded the wolf, piercing his thick fur, and he howled in pain. Then, using shadow hunting, the Fang quickly retreated, but the hero was not upset. He had already foreseen such a scenario.
All attacks were now focused on Zhao. Seeing such meanness, Yang Shuo believed that he and his sister had to do something. Then he summoned the White Griffin again and ordered it to surround the enemy wolf shadow clones with lightning.
It worked, and the white wolf began to quickly jump from the lightning, losing clones. The monkey ninja continued her attack with shadow daggers, aiming first at Black Fang.
But this time, expecting such a volley, The bone wyvern Xin covered the wolf Xiao with its volley. The enemy team leader laughed and said that they couldn't protect Xiao forever anyway, so he would soon fall.
Enraged, Zhao ordered Black Fang to use the demon attribute, and the wolf immediately increased in size.
All his wounds were completely healed. The battle was just beginning, said the hero and grinned. Such was the power of the underworld wolf, capable of quickly healing almost any damage.
Any other beast would have long since collapsed, but the leader of the tigers realized that his opponent was not as simple as they thought.
Then he saw that his ninja monkey was afraid of something and was amazed.
For the first time, the guy saw a beast exert psychological pressure on others. And then the wolf used the Hellish Lotus. It was a skill that simultaneously contained 4 attributes: fire, wind, darkness, and demon power. This technique amazed not only enemies, but even allies with its power. Lin tried to block the flow of flames with the help of the red snake, raising a storm, and she summoned her sand tornado in front of her, hoping to put out fire with fire. The battle reached an epic level, with both teams playing with great force.
However, the power of the earth was unable to suppress the fire of the lotus, although it should have. In front of the difference in power, elemental superiority no longer played such a role, and Zhao chuckled. The power of the lotus was so great that the firestorm even reached the film crew.
All the enemy team's animals felt a bit unwell. They looked slightly baked.
Then Xin realized that the hero had not fought at full strength last time.
It was time for pathos and arrogance, so Zhao confidently declared that he could defeat 3 people alone, deciding to humiliate those who had gained power through personal effort and effort.
Lin almost rushed into battle, but the leader stopped him. He realized that the enemy was simply provoking him and ordered him to give it his all now.
The snake sent out a tornado of sand without changing its basic attack. Now, immediacy was more important than predictability. The monkey threw a dozen shadow daggers, and the white wolf also fired something.
All this fell on the head of the Black Fang, so the opponents hoped to suppress him.
Even with the demon's strength, he shouldn't have been able to withstand such an onslaught, Lin believed. Although it was unclear where the wolf's agility had gone, or why he was even taking the attack standing up.
A thud was heard, and when the fog of war cleared, everyone saw the wolf surrounded by transparent armor, apparently awakening his Sharingan. He had channeled his flames into the armor, mastering a martial art only available to fire beasts of exceptional talent. The blazing sun armor could absorb powerful attacks and convert the damage received into armor energy, but it required a huge amount of spiritual power in addition to talent.
As everyone was amazed that the hero could use such a skill, Xiao asked them in surprise how they hadn't noticed yet. The boys turned around abruptly, realizing that they had been paying too much attention to one opponent. The beasts of the Morong clan's heirs disappeared from sight, meaning they most likely took to the skies.
But it was too late to defend themselves. All 3 opponents were caught in the storm. The stunned ninja monkey was grabbed by the wyvern's claws, and she dragged it along the ground, leveling the rocks with her macaque muzzle. At this rate, she could simply be thrown out of the arena, and the leader of the tigers realized that he would have to summon a second beast.
A stone giant appeared on the battlefield and ordered him to save his comrade.
Now that the opponents had summoned the 4th beast, the hero could not restrain himself and called on his cutie angel to help. Earth and light collided in the sky, but Freya withstood the onslaught of the stone fist.
The tiger leader had seen such a spirit in the textbooks and was amazed that even at the basic level, she could resist his golem.
It's just that his spirit was stronger, said Xiao, who was incredibly lucky to get the dragon sheet, and more than once. The wyvern carried the monkey to the edge of the lake and threw him into the red, acidic water. There, the shadow monkey became the first animal to be eliminated from the competition. The scales tipped in favor of the Azure Dragon team again. They had the advantage in the number of familiars. However, the hero was in no hurry to end the fight. He ordered the Black Fang to stand aside and let Freya show herself.
The leader of the opponents said that it was impudent that the spirit of the initial form could not defeat the developed form.
Lin once again sent the long-suffering snake into battle to teach the overconfident hero a lesson. But Soya only grinned. His confidence was not based on nothing. Then the leader of the tigers realized that he had made a mistake and ordered the stone giant to cover the snake. However, Freya was faster, and she was next to the snake in an instant, thanks to her wings. The mass, multiplied by the acceleration, turned her blow into a cannon-like one, and the snake simply flew away.
On the way, she encountered a stone giant who was rushing to her aid.
It all happened so quickly that no one had time to see it, and even the cameras weren't very helpful in seeing what happened in slow motion. This technique was called the lightning dash, and Freya mastered it herself while fighting a mutant spider. The White Tiger's team became confused. The angel was too fast and powerful. The hero then turned to the captain of the enemy team to check on their well-being as punching bags. He asked them if they liked the taste of the angel's light kick. and the fight finally turned into a farce and an exchange of theatrical gestures. Of course, the white tigers didn't like all this, but they bravely continued to fight until the very end. They still had 2 animals. And then General Joe's son called on a third to help, and a fighting rhinoceros ran into the arena. Lin summoned the indomitable gray fox, thus restoring the number of combat-ready animals to the tiger team.
As soon as the fox appeared in the arena, everything around was engulfed in flames.
The Murong clan's heirs had no intention of standing by, and it was time for them to give it their all so that Xiao wouldn't have to fight alone.
First, the hero ordered Freya to knock down the smallest fox from the arena,
The one that had just been summoned.
but a stone giant stood in her way again. He was big enough to keep up with the angel, but the Azure Dragon team definitely had an advantage in the air, with 2 more flying beasts. Freya managed to fly up to the Firefox and kick him with her boot, an extremely simple but effective move. At this time, the Griffin entertained the thick-skinned rhinoceros with lightning bolts from the sky. The Tiger team was thoroughly depressed and shocked, but even then, they did not waver.
Their spiritual power was rapidly running out, and everyone knew that Zhao Xinyu still had plenty of it.
Lin had only enough strength left for the last move. Everything would be decided in the final exchange of blows. Then their leader said it was time for their signature move.
The Azure Dragons team also understood that the enemy's forces were running out, and they would launch their final, most destructive attack. So they were on guard.
The headless stone giant used its enlargement ability and quickly grew taller.
The snake raised a sandstorm that impairs visibility, and the white wolf used its cloning skill on the stone giant. Xiao told everyone to be on guard, and Xin nodded, looking closely at the real enemy among the decoys. The target of the coordinated attack was the Black Fang, as the beast that deals the main damage.
But when the giant struck the center, he was already gone without a trace. The Azure Dragon's aviation managed to evacuate the wolf, lifting it into the sky. The wolf opened his mouth, ready to throw napalm, and this image stirred up painful flashbacks in everyone, and the hero mercilessly ordered to finish them all off. He loved the smell of napalm in the mornings. Along with him, the Bone Wyvern also gave a warm welcome, burning out souls.
And the Griffin added encouraging lightning discharges at full power to everyone. All their forces merged into one ultimate attack, the preparation for which the Tigers could not interrupt, because they underestimated the role of aviation in this battle.
Bright bursts of fire and shadow swirled over the arena, merging into a single force.
It was like a meteorite falling and the beginning of Armageddon. A huge cloud of fire and smoke covered the entire arena, leaving no chance for anyone who remained below.
The stone giant, the last hope of the white tigers, was completely destroyed by such ultimate power.
The Tigers fought with dignity and courage, but still lost with a crushing score. The forces were unequal from the very beginning.
The trio of winners struck pompous poses to show off for the cameras.
Xiao immediately grabbed the fragile Xin by the waist to share the joy of victory with her.
Seeing his sister being brazenly groped on live television, Yang Shuo became furious again.
Then the team of losers approached them and called out to the hero. The boys admitted their defeat. They were fighting a real monster. Zhao took their words as a compliment and smiled modestly.
Then he heard their charming headmistresses exchanging pleasantries and turned around.
Despite their welcoming and friendly appearance, their hands were shaking from the tension, which meant the spirit of competition had not gone away. Director Zhu told her rival to keep a close eye on the star student. Otherwise, he might end up in the White Tiger Academy next year.
But the charming Su Ruan promised that this would not happen. To prove her words, she called Zhao to her for a minute.
And before the hero realized anything, his face was on the front airbag, and all thoughts left his head.
Su Ruan said that she saved the guy's life, so of course he would choose her side. She was not afraid to say this on live television and demonstrate their closeness. What Su Ruan couldn't know was that her message would be received by a very jealous friend who was no less interested in the hero than she was. That evening, the winning team went out to celebrate, and Zhao was already tipsy after a couple of glasses. They took him home so that he could get a good night's sleep and left him alone.
But it was all a ruse to get an alibi. As soon as his friends left, Xiao got out of bed and called Dailu to go to the Fallen Dragon Lake.
She was very surprised because before this, the hero flatly refused to save the jellyfish. But the guy said that he had found a way, but he needed the fox's help.
In order to escape, Dila needed to evolve because she was stuck at the 3rd stage, and the dragon power in her had not yet dissipated. So the guy thought about giving her the blood of a purebred dragon. By absorbing it and bonding it with his own, he could reach a new level of evolution, becoming a 9-tailed dragon fox. But Dailu was skeptical of his plan. Firstly, no one could do such a thing, and secondly, he had nowhere to get dragon blood. But the guy assured her that he hadn't made anything up, and that he had a way. Dailu was still unsure, and doubted that simple words were not enough to convince her. It was clear that a shadow of doubt was crossing her face. The fox became surprisingly timid and quiet at that moment.
And yet she went with Xiao to the fallen dragon lake, especially since she couldn't refuse anyway. They were lucky that it started to rain, as it hid their tracks. The hero asked the fox to protect him with foxfire when he went down to the bottom, and he would show her the way.
The fox understood everything and abruptly threw her owner into the water with one of her tails.
Having jumped with him, the fox pressed her owner tightly to herself and closed them off from the lake water with a spherical barrier. Xiao led her to where the dragon bones he saw last time were.
The depth was quite great, and in the pitch darkness, it was difficult for them to find the right path. But after some time of wandering, Delu finally saw the dragon's bones. A huge ridge lay before them.
The heart bone was the strongest yet smallest part of the dragon, Xiao said, and Dailu was surprised by his knowledge at such a young age.
Then the hero activated the spatial ring and began to pull the dragon's skeleton there.
After this, the guy planned to go to the Confluence Forest, where there were many predatory animals, but few observers. Already in that place, the hero took out a dragon bone and handed it to the fox, although she still did not understand where he wanted to put it. But before that, the guy gave the fox a remedy that strengthens the heart and increases the chances of a breakthrough. Blood Fusion Crystal. And he bought this pill from the system store, and he couldn't tell the fox about it.
Before starting, he warned that the undertaking was risky, and the fox would face a long and difficult setback if it failed to evolve.
Then the fox herself took him by the hand and said that he himself wanted to become the strongest hunter. But now he had become so indecisive. From the moment she agreed to go with him to the Dragon Lake, everything was already decided. Dailu wanted to save the jellyfish and wanted to defeat the Empress so that she could no longer restrain her. For the sake of freedom, the fox was ready to take risks. Xiao accepted her determination and cast aside all doubts, declaring that they would now begin the merger. Touching the ring, he summoned the dragon's bones, and they spread out in a golden line across the forest. The fox assumed her full form and absorbed the bloodstone along with the magic pill.
The reaction began at the same moment. The fox's entire body burned unbearably. From this unbearable pain, she rushed through the forest, knocking down trees in her path. The hero ran behind her and shouted encouraging words, saying that she would definitely cope.
The clearing exploded with multicolored flashes, and the fox disappeared from the forest.
She reached the outskirts, where there was a city next to the forest.
On one of the advertising tabloids, the face of their ubiquitous empress appeared. Before the worst could happen, Xiao grabbed the fox and told her to hold on. There was still a little bit left. He asked her to remember everything she said. If she didn't manage, it all would be lost. Xiao persuaded her to hold on, promising to help her take revenge and then live freely under the sun. He promised to always be there. The fox, hearing such a confession, let out a desperate howl and threw the guy away. The hero thought that he had already failed and looked at the fox again. And then I saw how she again took on human form. Having lost all her clothes, Dailu stood proudly and without embarrassment, and her eyes looked imperiously. Just when the hero thought that everything had worked out, the fox suddenly rushed at him, baring its claws.
She pinned him to the ground and sat on top of them, which was quite exciting.
Finally, the fox came to her senses and, with cheeks red from embarrassment, asked him why he was saying such words that sounded like a confession. The hero tried to justify himself by saying that he didn't mean it that way, but the fox demanded that he say those words again and pressed her body closer to him, causing the guy's blood pressure to rise.
Thus, the hero lost the opportunity to become an archmage by the age of 30, completely forgetting that dragon's blood not only strengthens spirits, but also ignites their libido. And since the fox in human form was anatomically identical, save for their tails, his night turned out to be wild.
It was possible to summon the other spirits, but even together, they would not have stopped Daila. And then he himself succumbed to her charms. Because, after all, he was a young guy. It was even crazier than waking up in someone else's bed after a party. Dailu also woke up and immediately grabbed the owner, calling him a scoundrel. The hero began to justify himself, saying that he had nothing to do with it, and was in fact the injured party.
Dailu demanded that he keep it a secret, so that the other spirits would not laugh at her.
Then the hero took out his clothes from the storage room so as not to repeat the mistake of the previous night. But Dailu only laughed at his efforts. Last night, he not only saw everything, but did much more than anyone could have imagined.
The boy carefully threw the cloak over the fox and smiled at her.
Since they were both adults, he promised to take responsibility if there was a new addition to the family, for which he received a stone to the head from the embarrassed beauty.
Then the guy looked at his phone and offered to put their disputes aside, congratulating them on their successful evolution. Dailu glanced at her reflection on her phone screen and saw that she had horns, a dragon. Which isn't surprising, considering how many other priestesses of love surround the protagonist. She'll be wearing the horns for a long time. All of Dailu's injuries were also healed. She gained the attributes of a beast man, dragon fox, fire, and metal, and was now at the level of a first-stage Beast King. So she became the first summoned spirit in the world capable of absorbing dragon blood. It was a great success. But not as great as what had happened that night, of course, the fox muttered in response, promising to send him to the afterlife if he said anything more. There were only 2 days left to rescue the jellyfish, and she was in a highly secure prison. The Inter-Academy competition finals were in 6 days, and everything had to be completed before then.
Seeing the thoughtful expression on Dailu's face, the guy asked her what was the matter.
She doubted that a first-star hunter with only 2,000 or 3,000 spiritual power could compete with high-level hunters.
Xiao had a way to overcome the difference in strength, but it required an elixir, which he intended to prepare himself. And since Dailu now had dragon blood flowing through him, he asked to borrow some. With a serious face, the fox was ready to support her master in everything and give him everything he needed.
She filled the bottle, and the guy grabbed her finger worriedly, saying that this was enough and that she should be more careful with her body. This scene touched the little fox very much. But the scene was interrupted by a call from Xin, who invited him to meet her brother and eat barbecue. When Zhao arrived at the meeting place, young Shuo was already there, and the hero was surprised. The brother said that he didn't really want to come, but the sister insisted. When the hero glanced in her direction, it became clear that the fox, Sister Shui, and the charming headmistress had a serious rival. The girl arrived in a light, revealing dress that didn't conceal, but rather emphasized all the virtues of her generous spirit.
Zhao, however, did not react to her efforts in any way, like a real blockhead, and got straight to the point. Moreover, he immediately began asking for help in purchasing very expensive potions. But despite such impudence and tactlessness, Xin immediately agreed. The hero immediately rewarded the girl with a hug, completely disregarding her brother, who had to endure these antics.
Then Xin exchanged glances with her brother and said that she would go get some herbs. And her brother nodded understandingly and said that he still had his own things to do. But before that, he invited his possible future son-in-law for a few words. He warned the hero that while light physical contact might be tolerated, he would not forgive him for anything more serious. And Zhao assured him that he hadn't thought anything of the sorts.
Then Yang Shuo left, calming down. He did not understand that Xin could have had different kinds of thoughts and not Xiao.
The girl bought a lot of medicines at the store, and the guy promised to prepare elixirs suitable for her animals in return.
Here, she carefully asked the hero if he was already going to pay attention to more important things. Xiao immediately realized that the girl was expecting praise, since she had tried so hard to dress up for him. But he decided not to admit it right away and to tease her.
Therefore, he said that he saw nothing and turned away, which greatly discouraged the noble lady.
The scoundrel made the girl with the broadest soul among all the others doubt herself.
They returned home late in the evening, already dark, and Xin was a little nervous. Then he heard her scream and turned around anxiously to understand what had happened.
The girl sat on the ground, frightened by the black cat that suddenly touched her leg.
Zhao noticed that she was holding her leg strangely and realized that Xin had sprained it. Such was the paradox. The brave competitor who took part in the exams on the mountain sprained her leg in the middle of the city on the smooth streets. However, the guy decided to play along with her and offered to carry her home on his back. The cat seemed to smile, understanding Xin's tactical cunning. The girl mounted the guy like a horse and pressed herself against him with weighty argument. The hero immediately felt the full weight of the responsibility placed upon him.
And then, as if on cue, it started raining, hinting that the couple needed to find somewhere to hide. Then Xiao ran as fast as he could until they were completely wet. So they reached a cozy room where they could rest and dry off. The girl, all flushed, sat timidly on the bed, as if numb, her wet clothes clinging to her body, further revealing the beautiful figure that was hidden underneath. Xiao handed her a towel and told her to dry herself off before she got sick, and he offered to examine her ankle.
And although the girl refused, he still fell at her feet, which excited Xin even more.
But Xiao really cared about her injury, carefully feeling the tendons.
Then the hero found out that the first time he sprained his leg was because of a magical beast. The girl was surprised how he knew, but the guy could not tell about his demon eyes. Then she plunged into memories of what happened 5 years ago.
Together with her father, she found herself in a severe storm. The ships of the Navy were attacked by many wild aquatic animals. The girl fell overboard and was almost eaten by a shark, but her father saved her. True, her father lost an arm in that battle, and the girl considered her suffering trivial in comparison. Ironically, Zhao was scheduled to face her father in surgery the next day, and this could affect her family. The hero told the girl not to put any strain on her leg for the next few days so that she could recover by the day of the festival.
The guy was about to leave, but then Xin asked him to help him get to the shower, and Xiao agreed.
However, he did not go inside. It was not necessary, because his imagination drew beautiful pictures without much effort. Xin herself understood that she was being extremely straightforward. but she still wanted to go all the way. However, when she came out of the shower, instead of Xiao, her brother was already waiting for her there.
He looked at her with obvious condemnation and said that he came here at Xinyu's request. Young Shuo understood that his sister had feelings for Zhao, but she needed to be more thoughtful, and therefore she had to pull herself together. The girl was clearly upset, the situation was awkward, but there was nothing else to do but accept it.
When Xiao was left alone, he called Dailu to help him prepare the elixirs.
But the fox was more concerned about why the boy hadn't stayed with Shinshin. The hero dismissed her question, considering the answer obvious, and then moved on to the matter of creating 2 elixirs, without which the jellyfish could not be saved.
Dailu muttered in response that she was just joking, and they began preparing potions, the fox managing the fire, and the boy grinding herbs in a mortar.
After many hours of hard work, 2 red balls lay in the palm of his hand.
Now he needed to sleep, and he asked the fox to wake him up a little later.
Xiao was so tired that he couldn't even stand on his feet, and the fox picked him up in her arms. She looked at him with a tender gaze, full of love, and thanked her master for all his efforts. For her, he had become something more during their acquaintance.
The next day, Xiao dressed up and was ready to set out on a deadly adventure. Here, Dailu's feelings got the better of her again. She believed that it was better for her master not to go anywhere, and that she herself could do everything, since she had achieved the form of the King of Beasts. The hero rewarded her with a slap on the forehead for such stupid thoughts. For him, Dailu was not just a summoned spirit, but part of the family. So he decided to follow through, wherever this path led them. Besides, he went on these adventures not only for the sake of the red-haired beauty and her 9 tails.
Zhao told the director that he was going home to his sister and had received 3 days of leave. But after that, he needed to return as quickly as possible to make it to the competition. That was his alibi. Due to Zhao's absence, the Murong siblings had to train alone, and Shinshin was very upset about this.
Yang Shuo didn't understand why she was so depressed and what he and Xiao had talked about yesterday. But Xinxin gave up her studies and said that she would rest.
Apparently, she took the hero's departure yesterday too personally, not yet realizing that a future emperor could have many wives and concubines. However, Professor Chen, who was left without his students, was the most upset. Meanwhile, the tight-knit couple, bound by contract, arrived on a tropical island. But not to sunbathe in swimsuits and drink cocktails and coconuts.
There, beyond the sea, stood an island of ice and fire, which one had to swim to. However, Dailu could not stay in the water for long. Swimming was not the fox's strong suit.
Another way was needed, and Dailu told the guy to look carefully with his arms outstretched, although the guy had been looking there the whole way anyway.
Then the sea suddenly foamed in front of them, and high waves began to rise.
Various fish that had been swimming there peacefully before began to jump above the waves.
Xiao told her not to make too much noise, otherwise they might attract sea monsters to them. But that was exactly what the fox wanted.
So when something resembling a horned dolphin jumped out of the water, attracted by the frightened school of fish, she immediately caught it with chains. The hero immediately realized that it was a royal lava tiger whale, a very strong and rare magical beast. And now he could get it excellent transport and save his strength to get to the island. The boy settled comfortably on the whale's back, and the fox asked him if he was nervous.
It was too late to refuse, Dailu noted and smiled. But the hero was not at all worried. He went to bed and asked to be woken up when they arrived.
Xiao was about to fall asleep, but then the fox called him again. But she decided to remain silent and simply smiled, promising herself to protect him even at the cost of her life. The island of ice and fire was rapidly approaching, its peaks covered with snow and its edges with lava.
Fleet Admiral Murong Jin was at the main base reading news about his children, of whom he was very proud. They got an extremely talented friend who was called a genius. A hunched man named Lao Bai entered the room and suggested that the Admiral take a vacation to see his family, about whom he was so worried. The execution of the jellyfish was a serious matter, so the Empress sent Lao Bai to keep an eye on the Admiral, and did not hide her distrust.
It wasn't just that. The Empire was in turmoil right now. Not long ago, cultists tried to break through the border, although they were pushed back by bandits and chaos caused by the invasion. The worst part is that the people from the Flame Alliance wouldn't let it go so easily, and they didn't know that Lao Bai was here too. He was a general in the ground forces and was sent to defend the base from any invasion.
Lao Bai's menacing appearance made even Admiral Jin's sailors wary, and he then told his old friend to calm his anger. Medusa was transported from the underground prison to the surface in a steel elevator. She was brought in chains to the chopping block. According to some tradition, the execution had to be carried out in the open air. The moon shone from the sky like a crooked, ominous crescent. Heavy chains clanged in the silence of the night, and Medusa no longer expected to be saved.
Lao Bai read out her sentence and said that despite all her crimes, Medusa, by the grace of the Empress, had lived to see this day. The spirit of the disaster class was indignant within her. If she was called a monster, then who could call Shangguan Lan, who had far more dirty secrets?
Meanwhile, the sweet couple arrived at the site of the impossible mission, where they learned that the captive was being guarded by 2 generals at once.
But Zhao sensed someone else's presence and looked in that direction. The sea around the island raged, as if indulging in grief over the unjust execution.
Admiral Zhang ordered the preparation of an execution instrument made from a dragon's fang. They raised the guillotine's blade, and around Medusa, her power, uncontainable by her chains, began to surge forth. The day will come when Empress Lan's atrocities, committed 200 years ago, will come to light.
Suddenly, under the influence of her power, the ordinary sailors froze in place, as if they were taken under control. Lao Bai figured out Medusa's trick and ordered everyone not to inhale the poisonous mist. At his command, tree roots burst out of the ground and prevented the sailors from submitting to the jellyfish.
Now, in addition to the chains, thorny tree vines were added, which tightly squeezed the captive.
She really was incredible, Old Man Lao Bai admitted. Even in this state, she could cast illusions on people. But the captive only grinned venomously and reminded him that of the 5 great clans, only his was destroyed. And now, their descendant Lao Bai serves Shangguan Lan faithfully, betraying his ancestors.
While they were all distracted by the conversations before the execution, some group of people in cloaks conspired with the sailors, who promised to turn off the electricity throughout the base. However, the guard noticed the traitors and ordered everyone to surrender immediately. Realizing that they had fallen into an ambush, the attacker immediately detonated the explosive package. There was a roar, and the alarm was raised at the naval base. The sailors immediately left the barracks, and searchlights began to search for a threat from the air. There was no time to wait, and the Cloaks team began an attack on the fleet base and prison.
They were all hunters and immediately summoned their spirit animals. Lao Bai commanded the ground defense forces and quickly deployed the soldiers into battle formations, stopping the panic among his troops.
Admiral Jin ordered the execution to continue. Once the attackers saw that it had happened, they would understand that their struggle was pointless.
Taking advantage of the general confusion, Zhao also took action and sent the fox forward.
She instantly overcame the ranks of defenders, simply cutting them apart at high speed. In an instant, the fox managed to snatch the captive from under their noses and began to run away.
Very quickly, she began to climb into the mountains where they could not pursue her.
Medusa was extremely surprised to see her friend there, and Dailu offered to explain everything later. Although Admiral Jin was surprised by the appearance of a fugitive wanted throughout the Empire, he was not going to let her go so easily. He was going to send both criminals to the next world at once.
But then they noticed how the waters around the island began to move, as if an abyss had risen there.
General Bai pointed out the new threat to the Admiral, and they froze for a moment.
Another unknown opponent appeared on the scene. His face was hidden by a hood and mask, but upon closer inspection, it was easy to recognize him as Zhao Xinyu. Lao Bai asked the stranger on the mountain if he belonged to the Yan clan.
The hero haughtily stated that he had come here to take the snake, and that where he was from and who he was working with was none of their concern.
Dailu was glad that the gentleman had gotten into character well, but Medusa was clearly offended by such impudent treatment from the 2-star hunter.
The real Yan clan members were also confused when they realized there was a third party involved, but they decided that they were in cahoots.
Then the Admiral warned the boy that in any case, he would face death for invading the military base. And General Lao Bai promised a generous reward to anyone who caught the stranger. Zhao didn't stand on ceremony and ate the energy pill. His spiritual power increased tenfold, and Medusa felt it with surprise. They only had 10 minutes, the boy warned the fox, after which his life would be in her hands. Admiral Zhang ordered everyone to attack, and the dramatic pause ended.
The hunters called upon their spirits and began to attack the mountain where the captives were sitting.
The trio were quickly pushed to the brink, a handful of them against the entire combined army and navy of the Empire. The hero ordered Dila to act, and she asked her to keep an eye on her friend. After this, the redhead went into a fighting frenzy, surrounding herself with spiritual power. The splash was so big that it could be seen even beyond the island.
The mental attack quickly affected everyone who was nearby, both friends and enemies.
Admiral Zhang, as an experienced warrior, realized that the fox seemed to have undergone evolutionary development and had abilities that it did not have before.
General Bai noticed the dragon's scales and horns. It was clearly a power that seemed to have disappeared 200 years ago. The guy was definitely strong and couldn't be allowed to escape. Bai knew this himself, so he clapped his hands to activate his capture ability. The ground immediately cracked under Shao's feet, and the hill began to slide down. In an instant, a giant predatory vine appeared from there and threw everyone into the sky.
The vine bared teeth that could devour a tanker without much effort, and she opened her mouth, the size of an abyss, intending to swallow the captives whole.
The trio began to fall straight into the monster's slippery stomach, which was a real disaster. Even the sailors were amazed by the spiritual plant of such a size, although they had heard of it before. The demonic flower was shaped like the king of beasts.
As expected from a giant, he destroyed the enemies in one blow.
When the fall ended, Xiao was amazed at the size of the place where they found themselves.
Medusa told them that this is the stomach of the demon flower.
Inside, it was inhabited by various kinds of parasites and symbionts in the form of wild animals, which immediately rushed to the food.
The fox then surrounded them with a protective barrier that they could not pass through. But the three of them were quickly running out of time.
Using the dragon's eyes, the hero found a weak spot and ordered the fox to attack it with the dragon's breath. A dragon's power immediately leaped out from Dailu's mouth with a deafening roar.
Then the vine began to clearly suffer from heartburn after eating too spicy food.
6 minutes had already passed. Laobai knew that whoever was swallowed by the demonic flower would face eternal torment. And even the dragon fox, in his opinion, should not have broken free. But then, right before their eyes, the flower turned into a salad. It was torn into pieces, as if someone had stuck a firecracker in it.
The fox took on a beast form and paved the way for the fugitives to freedom.
Laobai was so stunned that he didn't know what to do in this situation. Admiral Jin also thought about the power of the dragon flame, which even the demonic flower could not withstand. Then the admiral asked the hero who he was, because the Empire had been fighting the Flame Alliance for 100 years, and the stranger wasn't even on the list of the strongest.
The hero did not respond, and the admiral began to threaten to interrogate him in prison after the guy was arrested.
However, at that very moment, a whale of enormous size jumped out of the depths. He opened his mouth and let out a deafening scream, overwhelming everyone in the base. The power was overwhelming, and even the fox had problems.
Dailu released her dragon roar again to break the suppression.
The force of the whale's cry and the flames collided with a loud bang.
However, the fight could not be prolonged any further. The side effects were expected to begin within 3 minutes, Zhao warned.
The fox herself understood that she needed to leave quickly and raised a storm with her tails.
However, General Bai, even after losing the devil flower, could still cause trouble and grabbed Dailu with vines. The plant animals felt no pain, so he could continue the fight.
They were surrounded on all sides, the hero realized. Everything looked as if they had already lost. The vines wrapped tightly around Dela, squeezing her so that she could not escape.
At this time, the whale was preparing to finish her off with a water trident. Then Zhao ordered the fox to stop resisting, suppress the dragon's power, and turn off the energy shield.
She was perplexed why she was doing such madness, but Zhao ordered her to do it.
The vines suddenly weakened, and even the whale's trident flew past. Laobai was surprised by such a move by his opponent.
Admiral Jin was confident that he had hit the target, and no beast could withstand the blow of a trident. Once again, their self-confidence had failed them.
Suddenly, they heard a bang and realized that the invaders were still alive.
Above the cloud of dust that rose around, a dragon's head on a long neck appeared. It was only a dragon soul, which amazed even the seasoned veterans. They actually wondered who their opponent was that was capable of such a thing.
Dailu was equally shocked, not knowing that her ability to protect against fatal damage could be used in combat against the demonic flower and Leviathan. There was only a minute left before he lost consciousness, the hero warned.
It was high time to run away with our tails between our legs, Dailu agreed. But Laobai wasn't going to let them go so easily, and vines began to grow from the ground again.
Dailu waved her paw and commanded the vines to move away from her.
A surge of her power once again cut through the plants, which could no longer contain the fox. Xiao ordered her to use the bloody gaze skill, and her power began to gather in the sky above them.
She took the form of a cyclopean eye, and it was with this ability that Xiao defeated Deputy Wang.
Admiral Jin declared that as servants of the Imperial Navy, they could not let the fugitives go, and ordered the Leviathan to continue its attack with the sea god's tridents. Two forces collided in the air, and pressure was created between them. Since the charges were opposite, they exploded with a deafening fireworks display. The shockwave was so strong that it almost swept Xiao and Dailu off the island. Then they took advantage of the confusion of the soldiers and sailors and quickly disappeared. Both old men realized with regret that they had missed important criminals. But still, the power of the dragon soul was too great. Admiral Jin had no intention of ending things like this. They couldn't let the criminals do whatever they wanted. Therefore, he ordered a fleet of copied aircraft carriers to comb all the waters around the island and find the fugitives.
However, after some time, the search had to be interrupted, as the fleet was attacked by the Southern Island Alliance. The first ship was damaged and leaking, and soon the Seventh's main turbine failed. In this situation, continuing the pursuit was not only pointless, but also dangerous.
To avoid losing the entire fleet, the admiral deployed it to assist the attacked ships, and also returned the Leviathan. Dailu returned to her human form and began to search for the hero, who must have already lost consciousness.
The side effects caught up with the guy, and he slowly sank to the bottom of the cold sea.
A long, snake-like body stretched out nearby, but but the hero did not react in any way to the possible appearance of a predator. The jellyfish assumed its true form and, picking up the boy, emerged to the surface. The boy fit in the palm of her hand, but she was still impressed that an ordinary person was able to stand up to 2 level 9 beast hunters at once. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw next to him was the worried face of a fox. When he woke up, he felt that his face hurt, and asked Dailu if they had managed it.
It turned out that the jellyfish swallowed them for quick transportation. In the water, it moved faster than all the spirits. Zhao saw how worried Dailu was and hastened to console her. After all, he kept his promise, and they saved the captive.
The boy apologized for his condition and fell asleep again, despite attempts to keep him conscious.
The jellyfish reached the shore and surfaced to look around. Since the guy was seriously injured and needed rest, it was decided to make a stop on an uninhabited island. Meanwhile, despondency reigned in the human camp. Both old soldiers now did not know how to survive the Empress's wrath.
Soon she arrived at the base in person, riding on her sacred beast. The old men shuddered when they saw its bright light in the night sky.
The majestic and beautiful Empress first of all demanded to know where Medusa was now. Admiral Jin admitted his guilt and said that the captive escaped because they were attacked by a third party. The Empress, however, was not bothered by the pathetic excuses. She ordered them to tell her who had taken Medusa.
A man in a black cloak and a mask with the face of a demon. The nine-tailed fox was his beast. That was all they knew, Lao Bai reported.
The Empress was furious and began to scold her useless subordinates.
Both were willing to accept her wrath and punishment, and also reported that the attackers had the power of a dragon.
Shang Guanlan thought about it. It was simply impossible for a fox to have the power of a dragon.
She decided to leave the punishment of the soldiers for later and set off in pursuit.
The Qingling beast turned to the southeast and launched its cruise engines,
after which he rushed off like a rocket in pursuit. And Lao Bai thought that great changes were coming to their country, since even the Empress was interfering.
The fugitives found a secluded spot in a cave and lit a fire there, not at all afraid that they would be noticed. A lot happened in one day. The fox warmed the boy with her warmth, and Medusa did not miss the fact that they were very close.
Xiao asked for water in his sleep, but there was no fresh water on the island, just as he had no supplies of his own.
Then Medusa saw how Dailu, without hesitation, shared her blood with the boy so that he could regain his strength.
He had a vision and realized that he had entered another interesting flashback, in which a blonde warrior stood before a slain dragon. It was Shang Guanlan. She hadn't changed at all in a long time. As she reached out her hand to him, the vision suddenly cracked, and Zhao woke up from a deep nightmare. Dailu was still nearby and was very happy about his awakening, because the boy had slept all morning.
She told him that they had stopped on an uninhabited island near a magical strait. The fleet of the Dragon Empire had no rights here, so the lands could be considered neutral. Tasting the dragon's scent on his lips, Zhao realized what Dailu had done. There was no fresh water, and it was their only way to save the dehydrated man. His affection level rose to 99.
Then a jellyfish entered the cave, sparkling with its luxurious charms without any embarrassment. Xiao noticed the strange crown on her head and gratefully accepted the water he managed to obtain.
His gaze involuntarily slid down to the Mariana Trench-deep neckline of her thin dress as Medusa leaned towards him. And then Xiao felt the pressure.
He immediately blushed, as any young man would have done in his place. Medusa covered herself shyly, pretending to be an innocent maiden, and said that she did not require gratitude for the water, since he saved her from death.
Dailu explained to the hero that this was the highest form of affection among the snake tribe. Xiao merely smiled and said that he too didn't require thanks. It hadn't been difficult for him to help her, but the snake insisted, because her tribe always repays for kindness, especially for saving a life. She said that she would do for him whatever he asked, and urged him not to be shy, while her arguments swung forward strongly. The call not to be shy completely turned the guy's head, where all sorts of thoughts immediately began to creep in. Then the hero said what the future emperor should have said. "I want to get everything," and pointed to Medusa. Long-Eared understood his request, but politely refused.
Xiao didn't expect such an answer and was extremely taken aback. There was a moment of silence.
The snake agreed to everything except the bloody contract. And then the hero asked to tell why. The whole point was that their proud species would never be slaves, the spirit said. Even when the hero offered her housing, food, a social package, and even vacation time on holidays. Dailu also refused at first, but was eventually forced to take him because of her injury, although everything worked out very well for her in the end.
Suddenly, Zhao emitted a red fountain, which frightened both girls. The hero pretended to fall on his back into the fox's arms, hoping that his heroic act would warm the snake's cold heart. But now he realized how wrong he had been. and the pain of disappointment weakened him. Since she didn't want to sign a contract with him, there were no more reasons to live, the manipulative hero declared, and promised not to save ungrateful snakes in the next life. Dailu immediately began tearfully begging him not to leave her alone. Regardless of whether Shasha believed in their theater, she was still forced to agree to the contract, just so the guy wouldn't die. Xiao immediately grabbed her hands, and as if he had been resurrected by her kindness, he clearly no longer wanted to die.
Dailu grabbed the hero's cheek painfully, scolding him for becoming such a manipulator. But in war, all means were fair, the guy replied. If persuasion didn't work, then he would simply catch the snake and hand it over to the authorities. That way, she would agree to his terms faster, Xiao declared mercilessly. And then Dailu realized that compared to him, Medusa was a paragon of morality and integrity. Once they had decided everything, Zhao proposed to immediately sign a contract with Shasha. He touched it with his finger that had blood on it, and a golden seal immediately appeared under the snake's feet. From that moment on, she belonged to him, declared the young man, who had already acquired a second spirit girl for his beast harem. The proud Medusa herself couldn't believe what had happened, and Dailu supported her. The list of Medusa's properties was impressive. You can read it here. Zhao thought that it would be nice to find a second dragon bone for her.
To help her evolve into a page of the world, it was necessary to find the Eye of Rebirth and a magic crystal, the hero discovered. At this point, it was as if lightning had pierced the guy's heart, and he grabbed his chest. He had a sense of foreboding, and although the danger had passed, his heart was still pounding wildly in his chest. Here, Xiao realized that despite the fact that he had saved Medusa, the system still hadn't given him a reward, which meant the task was not yet complete.
That's why he immediately told the girls that they needed to get off the island immediately.
Otherwise, it will be too late, and the hero himself will return the mask to his face. No one argued, and Shasha told them to sit on her back, since she swam faster than everyone else. As soon as they left the island, divine punishment descended upon it from the sky.
The shockwave shattered the mountain that formed the island into thousands of pieces.
And then he simply disappeared into the sea. Dailu watched in horror as the island that had just been their refuge disappeared.
Then they saw their enemy moving through the storm clouds.
Empress Shangguanlan immediately recognized the black mask and cloak and made the right decision. At the same time, the seven-colored Qilin left the hero and his companions with no doubt as to who their enemy was. "This time it won't be so easy to escape," said the fox. The Empress was the strongest of all the hunters. Unfortunately, Xiao met her when his strength was running low, and he had no pills. And he couldn't use the technique, so the hero didn't know what to do. Dailu surrounded them with a barrier and told the master not to worry, to rely on her.
Qilin descended on his clouds of the impudent ones, who did not even try to escape from him into the depths of the sea.
The Empress was in terrible anger. She wanted to know how the little fox managed to get the dragon's blood, and even promised to save the boy's body if he told who he was.
But then the fox requested urgent negotiations. She made it clear that she did not want to fight, and she offered to immediately swear allegiance to the Empress if she would spare her master, even if she had to imprison him forever. Of course, for the all-powerful Empress herself, all this was nothing more than the whisper of the dead.
The snake also showed its fangs, believing that there was nothing to talk about with the enemy, and that a way out could always be found. Shangguanlan waved her hands, and they saw the dragon power that surrounded her. The Qilin rose up on its cloud again, and the sky was filled with flashes of gold.
Behind Shangguan's back, two huge wings like sails grew.
Dailu saw the black dragon's soul and felt the ominous energy. Before that, they thought that the Empress was a human. This was Shangguan's true face, and by showing it, she made it clear that they would not live. Surrounded by waves of golden power, Qilin carried his mistress straight towards the enemies.
The fox, having received the dragon's blood, was not going to give up without a fight, and also took on her full form. With all her might, she tried to restrain the unbridled impulse of her superior enemy. Even contact with the Empress's power wounded Dailu, and it became clear that she would not last long.
First, the dragon's power cut off her paws, then her tails, and finally chopped the fox's body into pieces. Xiao, who was watching this scene, was horrified.
He saw how the fox took on human form and began to fall like a burning torch.
Then Zhao headed straight after her. He couldn't lose his first girlfriend.
Dailu was badly injured and lost consciousness. Her condition was very bad.
She understood that she didn't have much time left to live, so she began to say a dramatic goodbye to Zhao, thanking him for the short time they were together. Although she begged for forgiveness for dragging her into a fight with an unequal enemy, Xiao immediately declared it was his decision. His eyes filled with tears. Finally, the fox touched his cheek in a farewell kiss. "Sorry for leaving first. she said, letting go of his face.
The hero felt genuine horror and emptiness when he saw her glassy gaze.
In one fell swoop, all the memories he and Dailu had created since they met came flooding back to him.
The merciless empress told him not to worry, because the separation from his beloved would not be long. The peals of thunder echoed menacingly.
Shang Guanlan waved her hands and summoned a sea of fire.
The snake wrapped its coils around the hero and said that it would protect him until his death. But the guy firmly stated that this was not the ending he wanted.
And then he remembered the dragon's tear that the fox kept with her.
This thing appeared before them. It emanated a special light and power.
The Empress was amazed to recognize her artifact, because she knew perfectly well how it worked. Time turned back, and minute by minute, it began to return what seemed to be lost forever. When Zhao came to his senses again, he realized that everything had worked out. Dailu was alive, and the island had not yet reached sea level.
As soon as he saw the fox alive again, he sealed this reunion with a strong kiss. At that moment, a jellyfish caught them and asked shyly if she should get ready.
The hero answered, "Yes, of course, but later." He told Shasha to carry them as quickly as possible to the strait, where there were plenty of animals and scents. But there was no time for a detailed explanation. The girls agreed without complaint, as befits concubines. Just like last time, Shang Guanlan left a gaping crater on the side of the nameless island, which immediately began to fill with water.
The trail of the fugitives ended here, and she realized that she had lost her prey after all. She promised to grind them into powder the next time they met, so that not even bones would remain.
The fugitives hid behind the rocks. If they were discovered even here, all that was left was to die with honor, said Xiao. And Shasha asked him how he knew that the Empress was pursuing them. The hero gently took Dailu's hand and said that he couldn't lose her again. And Shasha thought she had ended up in a dramatic series for housewives.
Zhao then explained that he had accidentally activated the dragon tear when he touched it.
And instead of explaining, he handed the stone to the two puzzled girls.
Dailu even burst into tears and immediately said that it was invisible ninjas cutting onions.
And then finally, Zhao received a message that he had saved Medusa, receiving as a reward the egg of a purebred dragon, the right one, or maybe the left one.
Apparently at this point, the Empress finally left them alone, and one could only marvel at the sensitivity of the all-seeing system. Since they had a free moment, the hero immediately asked Shasha to tell him about the secret of the war between the dragons and Shang Guanlan, which had occurred 200 years ago. She began to tell him of a great war that had engulfed most of the strongest warriors, and in the end, the Empress became what she fought against. At that time, only one fighter was equal to her in strength, and his name was Xiao Leian. At that time, she was not yet the Empress, and the warrior only led the rebels of the Flame Alliance.
Medusa herself was just a small snake that hid among the rocks when great forces fought. And she saw everything with her own eyes because her home was nearby.
After the terrifying Shangguan slew countless dragons, she stopped, and her hysterical laughter filled the valley. Soaked in their blood, she instantly transformed into a ferocious black dragon, far more powerful than any of her kind, and went on a rampage, slaughtering all of them, indiscriminately, friend or ally.
When the battle was over, the dragons were destroyed. Almost all the hunters died. The only ones who survived were Xiao Leian, the leader of the Flame Alliance, and the snake itself, which was too far away.
Now Xiao understood why Leian had betrayed the people and become the Empress's enemy leader. It was unclear how Shang Guanlan had managed to become a dragon, but Shasha couldn't know the answers. Zhao was supposed to meet with the leader of the Flame Alliance, but it was impossible because he was a student of the Azure Dragon Academy, and it was unknown what would happen to Sister Shui in this case.
Shasha asked the hero what he would do now that he knew the truth. But at the moment, Zhao couldn't afford to be a fighter for justice. There was no point in accusing the Empress of atrocities after such a long statute of limitations.
However, what happened in prison definitely made them enemies, and Shang Guanlan would definitely not leave it like that. Zhao carelessly believed that his identity remained a secret, and there was nothing to suggest his involvement in this matter. He told Dial not to worry either, and not to bother his head with nonsense.
The guy wanted to go back to the city, but then he touched the dragon's tear again and weakened. When he opened his eyes in the darkness, he saw a black dragon in front of him.
Zhao was afraid that this was Shang Guanlan's true form, and started to run. However, a mirror appeared on his path, which he could not get around.
And then in the reflection, the hero saw himself covered in dragon scales, which greatly stunned him.
He screamed that he didn't want to turn into a monster, and wings appeared from his back. He waved them and soared into the air, as if he had truly become a dragon.
The girls examined the guy's body. He had a fever, he was weak again, and apparently had to sleep like that for several days. The milk of a magical beast could definitely help restore strength and immunity, Shasha said, looking at Dela. But Dela brusquely declared that she wasn't running a dairy shop here, although she had the production capacity. In the end, under the persistent gaze of the snake, she nevertheless went to milk the animal.
Zhao jumped up abruptly from his restless sleep and shouted that he was not a monster.
What he saw almost made him die of fear. When he looked around, he saw Shasha in front of him and asked her where they were. She told him that they were still at the magical strait, and he had slept for 3 days. The competition was supposed to take place soon, the hero remembered. I needed to get back urgently to make it to the final, the boy said, and tried to get up. If the Academy suspected him of anything, it would be the end for him. True, he couldn't walk at all or even stand up on his feet. And then Dailu, pleased with herself, returned to the cave with a wineskin in her hand.
She handed it to him and told him to drink the milk of the magical beast.
Xiao immediately refused, saying that it was too disgusting and he didn't drink it. But the fox said that he had to do it. Shasha confirmed that this would strengthen his immunity and restore his vital energy, and she sacrificed a lot for such a fox.
Xiao thought about her words and looked at Dailu, who was silent from embarrassment.
And then it dawned on him where the manufacturing plant of this product was located.
Shasha told him not to hesitate, because the fox had tried so hard and would be very upset if he didn't drink.
Dailu also stated that she had put all her strength into this, drop by drop, so he had to accept it. The embarrassed hero took the wineskin with milk.
Although he didn't like the whole idea, maybe he wanted to get the milk directly from the manufacturer, Zhao was determined to drink it all.
He raised the wineskin to his lips and greedily drank its contents in one gulp, so as not to get any on his tongue.
The milk of the Silver Tiger Empress, Zhao suddenly said after establishing the origin of the milk, and sighed with relief. The snake immediately laughed when he saw his face after his joke. It was stupid to think that a fox could have milk, since she hadn't had any cubs yet.
Then Xiao found out that it would take them half a day to reach the coast of the Dragon State. Since they still had time, the hero suggested that they catch the beast and roast it. Then Shasha said to leave it to them.
When the girls left, his boyfriend decided to look at the reward that the system gave him. Successfully hatching a purebred dragon required certain rare ingredients, and the conditions were much harsher than with the vine. Zhao barely had time to hide the egg in the vault when the girls returned with a rich booty.
In the evening, they had a barbecue, grilling meat directly over the fire. The hero, however, chewed constantly, distracted by Shasha's outstanding and undisguised merits.
The snake noticed his intense gaze and asked what was wrong. Since he was the savior, he could speak frankly. The guy smiled slyly and wanted to know what their current relationship was. Then the hero asked the snake for some of its dung, and when it turned to stone, he repeated his request.
Embarrassed by such tactlessness, Shasha released her claws and declared that she would now tear something off of him for such jokes.
If Dailu hadn't intervened, this would have happened for sure. Shasha was very angry.
Since she didn't want it, Xiao asked Dailu for fertilizer, completely ignoring common sense. This convinced the girls even more that he had abnormal inclinations, because they did not know about the guy's goals. Both began to accuse him and look at him with great condemnation. Then the hero showed them a pot with a seed and said that he needed the manure exclusively for scientific purposes.
Dailu immediately explained to him the obvious, that they were not wild animals, and like people, they had their own pride. The guy admitted his rudeness, but he acted under pressure of circumstances. He needed animal dung in the form of the king of beasts.
Since any strong beast would have sufficed, Shasha said that they were near a strait, at the bottom of which many such creatures lived.
And in order to lure one of them out, the travelers began to throw fire into the sea. The disturbed beast appeared in the form of a baby and began to scream indignantly. Zhao immediately recognized the matted imperial whale, which was a great rarity.
The girl didn't like what they were calling her, and Zhao suggested that she go ashore and sort things out in battle.
She did just that, immediately jumping onto the shore and wagging her tail.
But at that very moment, 2 mature and authoritative girls appeared in front of her, and the little girl still had a long way to go to reach their level.
The whale girl immediately fell at his feet and asked for mercy, because she had a mother and 3 unhatched eggs.
Xiao was surprised by this statement because he thought that whales give birth to live young. But he didn't point it out because they weren't villains. They had no reason to kill such a baby. They just needed to get her dung, the boy said quietly, which horrified the whale girl. Naturally, she gave the same answer as any civilized, rational spirit in her place. Namely, she slapped him across the face. When all the matters were settled, they began to swim to the shore. Xiao still didn't understand why he received a slap in the face, but they dealt with the manure.
Now he needed to rest and wash himself, otherwise the smell might give him away. Snowy mountains were already appearing on the way, after crossing which they would find themselves in the city of 4 spirits. Along the way, the hero's humble squad found a clean stream to wash their bodies there. Zhao invited the girls to wash together so as not to waste a lot of time.
The fox refused, but the 200-year-old snake praised the young man for his endurance.
Zhao was glad to see that the girls were getting along with each other. According to rumors, there were also wonderful specimens of the fair half of humanity in the Silver City.
Shasha was immediately indignant that she was being compared to some girls. And so the cunning hero realized that she had indeed been in this city.
After washing, Zhao went away to freshen up and listened to the wind rustling through the leaves.
Then they heard the sound of many feet stamping, as if an avalanche of animals was rushing towards them.
Thus, a whole pack of storm wolves appeared in front of the trio. Seeing the hair on the hero's hand that he had jumped there in search of salvation, the wolves decided that he was their rival in the hunt and were displeased. Zhao instructed his women to deal with everything, and they readily agreed.
Soon they all became soft bedding on the bed. Dailu did not spare anyone. The hero let the rabbit go and warned him that only the strongest could survive, and that he wouldn't be able to help him next time.
However, the hare considered the hero's pants to be a more reliable shelter, and began to climb there without any embarrassment.
The hero became angry and began to threaten the hare with legal action if he grabbed the wrong carrot. Then he finally caught the big-eared one and threatened to make a stew out of him for such antics.
And yet the hero softened, considering it fate since the hare was so persistent. It looked like an ordinary electric rabbit, a phone charger with ears, nothing special in its status. However, he had one skill that allowed him to remove the cooldown of ultimate attacks, so he actually worked as a charger. The boy told the girls he was taking the rabbit with him and would enter into a contract with it as a fighting beast. Shasha thought the boy was strange, since the rabbit couldn't evolve. He was even more useless than a flea-ridden dog in a storage facility, she said. Soon the time came for the decisive battle of the supernova, and many spectators gathered for the finale.
The team of heroes looked at everyone with pathos from the stadium's big screens, and they were opposed by the team of the Red Crane. Yang Shuo was very nervous. There were 15 minutes left before the battle began, and the team's main force had not yet arrived and was not responding to messages.
Shinshin asked him to call again, and her brother irritably replied that he had already stopped calling.
But I still decided to call him one last time, just so I wouldn't have to sit around doing nothing. This time, the answering machine reported that the called subscriber had no funds on his phone. At least he was now within reach, and Yang Shuo decided to top up his account with some money.
And it was at that moment that the hero appeared in the waiting room before the fight, saying he'd missed them terribly. Yang Shuo cursed the guy for not showing up sooner, before he sent him the money. But since the heir of the great clan ordered Xiao not to disappear from contact anymore, since his account was now replenished,
Shinshin excitedly asked where he had been all this time if he hadn't been in touch.
But the hero decided to immediately divert all suspicion from himself and change the subject, noting how beautiful the girl was today. And she immediately switched over, like a lovesick fool, to her brother's displeasure. There were 10 minutes left before the battle began, and the participants were asked to enter the arena.
Shinshin asked to go powder her nose, and Xiao waved after her.
While the girl, excited by the meeting, was washing her face, someone came up to her from behind and greeted her. This person's name was Xie Lian, and she was replacing another member of the Red Crane's team. Another participant had fallen ill, and Xie Lian had apparently come face to face with her childhood friend and warned her that there would be no mercy in the arena. Shinshin confidently stated that it was still unknown who would need mercy, and the impudent Xie Lian shouted after her that she would definitely disgrace her so-called friend. A tall guy in a suit called Xie Lian and said that it was time for them to go, and she told her brother that she was ready.
Holding hands, they walked out into the dazzlingly bright arena.
Another uninteresting presenter shouted and ranted, trying to liven up the atmosphere of the children's tournament. He first introduced the Red Crane team to the audience, and they were met with a storm of claps and shouts. The rotten-hearted cutie Xie Lian was very popular with young and simple-minded teenage boys.
Yang Shuo knew the two from the Xie clan. Their father was a 10-star beastmaster and the Empress's closest advisor, so the pair were no ordinary people either. Rumor had it that Xie Wei could even marry Princess Shang Guanqian, but the hero merely chuckled. "Only the future emperor is worthy of imperial princesses," he said quietly. They heard the host call their Azure Dragon Academy and walked forward.
The Empress herself was the judge of this competition. Apparently, she was experiencing a shortage of young people, so she personally conducted such events.
Advisor Xie was also present, having come to escort his mistress and observe his son's fight. He had already heard about the dangerous newcomer Xiao Xinyu, and now humbly awaited the outcome of the fight.
In passing, he asked the lady how things were going with the search for the man in the mask. They had no idea that they were looking at him right now. The Imperial Association secretly dispatched all Silver Priests to check on the 9th and 10th Star Hunters, but so far, without success. But sometimes you have to look in plain sight, said Advisor Shi. The masked figure might not be a great warrior, an official, or even a minor figure from the backwoods. At this, Advisor Say directed his piercing, falcon-like gaze at the guy, causing him to shudder. but the hero brushed this feeling aside. Although he had survived his meeting with the Empress, his memories of that encounter still troubled him.
This year's tournament was a single elimination tournament, and Yang Shuo was the first to enter the arena. The hero wished him not to lose in his first battle.
They stood opposite each other, waiting for the signal to begin the fight. The first to speak for the Red Crane team was the confident Xie Weian.
Yang Shuo expected to fight with Xie Lian or Dong Feng, but he was faced with a much stronger opponent, and as the son of an admiral, he could not afford to lose face in front of his brother and sister.
Xie Wei, in an arrogant voice, declared the competition was already over as soon as he entered the arena and promised to destroy their entire team.
Yang Shuo readily fell for this provocation and immediately summoned his Thunder Griffin. At the same time, his opponent summoned some kind of chimera, a three-headed monster that had the heads of a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard.
Not only was Yang Shuo the first to see such an ugly creature, but the demonic flame beast, thanks to its lineage, reduced the damage inflicted on it and slowed down all opponents. The mutant's main attribute was mental strength.
However, the white griffin Yang Shuo was not as simple as it seemed. He had a hidden lineage with attributes of lightning and wind. Xinshin was worried about her brother, and the hero reassured her that Yang Shuo had a chance to win if he attacked the chimera's tail, although they couldn't tell him about it with all the cameras watching. The griffin's advantage was its high explosive power, but there was also a disadvantage. Everything had to be decided in the first 3 minutes. Zhao thought about whether he should help his friend with the development of the griffin later, or else his low stamina would play a cruel joke on him. The thunderous spear of heaven struck the ugly chimera, but this powerful volley did not leave a single trace on the mutant's skin due to its properties.
Moreover, the enemy deliberately did not avoid the strongest attack in order to have a deeper impact on him, the Admiral's son realized. Xie Wei grinned triumphantly. He knew that the White Griffin was a beast that specialized in dominance, and was weak in terms of endurance. Yang Shuo gave in to his emotions and did not draw conclusions from the first blow. Although he should have, he decided that he simply hit too weakly and decided to press on. This time, Xie Wei's demonic beast used the Hungry Tiger Charge.
Somehow, magically, he found himself behind the griffin and grabbed hold of its wings.
The mutant instantly suppressed the light-feathered spirit and pinned it to the ground. The stands erupted in loud cheers. People clearly sympathized with the son of Advisor Xie. Xie Wei didn't want to end the fight with a kill and ordered the chimera to release the griffin. The obedient mutant did just that. But even after that, the battered griffin was unable to get up.
It was just a competition, so Xie Wei, pretending to be noble, offered his opponent to surrender. But Yang Shuo rejected this offer. He couldn't fail in front of his sister. Xingshin almost shouted a hint to her brother, but Xiao stopped her in time. Otherwise, Yang Shuo would have been disqualified. But besides this, the guy asked Shinsen to respect her brother's male pride and wait a little longer. The griffin's wings were damaged, and using its skills required a lot of energy. The Admiral's son did not want to lose and was ready to take risks. So he summoned a second beast, a steel gorilla, which immediately appeared behind him.
After this, the griffin was able to fly again, and the gorilla was drawn without arms. Yang Shuo ordered the last one to use the giant steel staff skill. Now the gorilla had arms. Apparently they had the ability to extend, and were used for quick movement.
The gorilla's steel arm also served as a good conductor, and the griffin used his thunder power ability on it.
In response to this combination, Xie Wei's chimera used a damage absorption skill and surrounded itself with an energy barrier.
There was a crackling and roaring sound. Lightning crackled, discharges flashed, and the gorilla's heavy hand fell on the target.
But even this technique was easily withstood by the chimera, despite the amount of effort Yang Shuo had put into training it.
When Xie Wei felt that the enemy was weakened, he commanded the chimera to roar, and it fired a powerful volley.
At that moment, the battle was over. The second beast, Yang Shuo, collapsed, wounded and exhausted. It was his complete defeat.
He couldn't even deal much damage or wear down the enemy, so Yang Shuo felt broken, and Xie Wei shouted for the next one. Clearly, such a powerful beast was the work of Advisor Xi, Wei's father. For a 10-star beast hunter, capturing a spirit with demonic blood was a piece of cake. Xiao noticed that the Murong clan and Xi had a long-standing relationship and asked Xinshin about it. Once, in her distant childhood, the girl quarreled with Xilian over a bone mouse that the Empress had caught during one of her campaigns. While they were fighting, the mouse injured Xilian, but not seriously, and Xinshin was deeply worried about her. But Xilian was deeply offended and said it was all her fault for taking something that didn't belong to her, and family never forgets a grievance. Little Xilian said then, her eyes turning red like those of her older relatives. This was, of course, a matter of the eternal struggle for influence over the Empress among the great clans, and not just of childhood grievances. However, the detail about the red eyes interested Zhao, although Shinshin said that it was a hereditary trait of the Xie family and there was nothing special about it.
The boy glanced at Xiewei, using his dragon eyes to check his status. It said the Xie clan's heir could predict enemy moves, attack angles, and direction, and could also discreetly apply a fearsome effect. Basically, he was also fond of cheats.
The seat of Xie and Shangguanlan were two important houses in the Dragon Kingdom. Both were related to the beast, and then the hero realized that since the extermination of the dragons, there were still many unsolved mysteries.
For the second match, Shinshin came out from their team, proudly holding her chest straight, as if throwing down a challenge.
Xilian immediately demanded that her brother deal with his rival as harshly as possible and even kill her beast, but he still maintained the image of a decent person in public.
Xiewei generously spread his hands and offered the girl to surrender, although there was no generosity in it, only pure showmanship.
Shinshin refused. Giving up without a fight would be bad form, so she immediately summoned a bone-winged wyvern. The mighty beast surrounded Xiewei's chimera with deathly green flames so that it could not escape.
The monster tried to jump up to avoid such an attack.
However, everyone noticed that this time, Xiewei did not take the damage directly, but dodged it. Advisor Wei immediately realized that Shinshin learned about the chimera's weakness from Xiao Xinyu. This guy was truly amazing. Then the Empress asked him again who he thought would win, and Advisor Xie pointed out that a fight against someone who had inherited his Eye of Foresight could not be called equal. The Bone Wyvern fired another volley of green napalm, but this time the chimera managed to expose its protected side. However, the monster, engulfed in flames, lost 2 of its 3 heads, finding itself at the epicenter of the disaster.
A bonus to protection from physical and magical damage from the chimera, it also allowed the mental damage inflicted by the wyvern to pass through, as it hit the monster's weakest spot. The wyvern attacked again, this time with a shower of necrotic arrows, an attack that was difficult to dodge, as it was designed to deal area of effect damage. Arrows rained down on the mutant, and he growled with 3 mouths at once, in pain and anger. Annoyed by his weakness, Xiewei commanded the chimera to use Blood Whirlpool, an active defense skill, and collected the green arrows, sending them back to their owner.
Bone fragments rained down, and Shinshin realized that her opponent was too strong, because the chimera still had a tiger head that hid its abilities.
Xiewei decided that he had given the girl enough fun, and it was time to finish the fight.
Then Shinshin unleashed the ultimate attack, Undead Wrath, and the entire sky turned deathly green.
2 giant bone wings covered in leather rose above the arena.
When they began to spin, they raised a monstrous, fiery tornado that covered the entire area of the arena.
The full force of this tornado fell upon the chimera, which immediately covered itself with a defensive skill.
For the first time, Xiewei felt that if he did nothing, he would be in danger.
Shinshin knew that despite the power of the undead's wrath, this skill would not be enough to finish off the strong beast Xiewei.
As soon as the fire tornado dissipated, the girl threw a bone spear, charged with power from its back, at the chimera, aiming for its tail. But Xiewei had anticipated this trick, and the chimera's tail easily countered the weak move. Shinshin was extremely stunned. She didn't expect to be read so easily.
She had already spent all her strength on the wrath of the undead, and could not even summon a second beast.
Xilian's joy knew no bounds, and she shouted for her brother to quickly finish off the bone wyvern.
Then one of the judges started shouting to Xiewei that Shinshin had already done something, but he didn't hear, or pretended not to hear, and used the roar of the blue demon. Shinshin was effectively unarmed now, as the blue flame bolt flew towards her.
In order to somehow protect its owner, the wyvern stood in the way of the attack. But before the irreparable happened, a shadow flashed, and a second roar sounded, colliding with the first. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone saw Zhao shielding Shinshin like a true hero. Xiewei noted how easily his chimera's roar was suppressed.
Zhao indignantly asked why Wei ignored the rule that a participant who had exhausted all his spiritual power was already considered a loser. The other crookedly glued spectators also agreed that this move on Wei's part was vile, the scoundrel still trying to justify himself by saying that he couldn't know whether Shinshin had run out of energy, since the referee hadn't given him the signal yet.
The referee who failed to stop the fight in time was wrong, Advisor Xie immediately stated, and called for the incompetent man to be immediately banned from retirement for the rest of his life.
Xiao frowned as he watched the blame being placed on an innocent person, but the Empress didn't want to interfere. Apparently, she was more interested in the next duel than in the boring rules. The host simply continued leading the tournament. After a short pause, Xiewei won in the second match, and now Xiao is the last representative of his academy.
Shinshin confusedly told the hero that she had almost won, but Xiewei was clearly no easy opponent, since he had managed to anticipate her cunning move. The hero asked the beauty not to worry and leave everything to him, and entered the arena. Shilian glared angrily at the dark horse that had just thwarted her plan for revenge against an old acquaintance. According to the rules, after 2 victories, Wei was entitled to a spiritual power-restoring remedy.
Passions were running high. Everyone was wondering whether Wei would be able to finish the fight with a complete rout of his opponent, or whether the Azure Dragon's underdog would change the course of the competition. As in previous battles, Wei played the noble role and offered his opponent to surrender, and then his beast would not be harmed. But he stopped short when he saw the hero looking at him with such undisguised malice and hatred. After the vile attack on Xin Xin, this fight was no longer just a competition for Zhao. It became a personal matter for him, and he promised to smear the insolent man across the arena, in front of his sister. Wei responded to this by activating his chimera. He was still extremely confident in himself.
Zhao went first and sent Black Fang into battle. Chimera once again used Blood Whirlpool, a technique that absorbs and returns damage to the enemy. Then Black Fang used the Claw of Oblivion and dealt the first real damage to Wei's chimera in the entire competition.
There were 28 hits in total, the leader managed to count. The chimera didn't even have a chance to use its ability.
Then Wei ordered the monster to retreat and not take the blows, but the Black Fang did not allow this to happen, grabbing the enemy with its mouth.
After that, he immediately used a binding skill, and dozens of chains attacked the chimera.
Then Black Fang climbed onto the enemy's back and pinned him to the arena. So far, he was able to completely control the course of the fight.
He picked up speed and threw the ugly demonic beast into the wall, which was completely brutal. After the demonic chimera was beaten so badly, it could no longer get up.
Advisor Shi was surprised why the hero's strength and aura were so different from what he saw a few days ago. Wei went to the final size and used the flaming card. There was no holding back. This was his true strength, which he saved for a real fight. This attack could not be dodged. Zhao commanded the Fang to hunt in the darkness, and the wolf disappeared into its shadow. The blue hellish flame covered the entire arena. There was nowhere to hide from it.
Then the Black Fang crept up to the chimera's tail to bite it from behind, and this time he managed to grab the monster by the tail. For some reason, Wei's foresight did not help him avoid this attack, but Wei himself cried out joyfully, as if he had deliberately lured his opponent into a trap, and said that this was the end.
However, Zhao also showed that he was confident of his victory. Obviously, one of the two was definitely wrong.
Suddenly, the wolf disappeared, and Wei realized that it was not a real body, but a clone.
The wolf appeared in another place and immediately used his Hell Howl Turbo Laser. A wave of purple fire swept away everything in its path and rolled towards the chimera.
Wei clutched at his eye that had failed him, and did not understand how it had happened that he had been outwitted.
After this, he realized that he had to fight with full strength, and one of his gauntlets became filled with power.
Wei threw his hand forward and called the chimera to take on its second form. Even after all the damage it had received, this monster was still able to fight, which showed the clear advantages of noble people.
The chimera stood up on its hind legs, and angular, jointed arms began to emerge from its back. 3 heads, 6 arms, 2 supporting paws. The demonic beast was shocking in its ugly appearance.
He was completely transformed and began to look even more menacing than before. So what if he had a humanoid form? Zhao asked. He was sure that it wouldn't help the enemy anyway. Having lifted the seal, the guy decided to summon the second beast. For some reason, Wei didn't know who Zhao would summon, although they had already seen an angel in the previous competition. But this time, a furry object from the magician's arsenal appeared on the arena.
Even the Empress raised an eyebrow in bewilderment when she saw the electric rabbit. It was such an absurd move.
Xie Wei laughed nervously. He thought his opponent was dangerous, but now it turned out that the person in front of him was just a madman. Such an enemy was not worthy of being called a trapper, said Wei, and ordered the chimera to use the hammer of 6 paths. Each of the beast's 6 fists contained enormous power, so it was clear that it was an attack with great destructive power, and all of it fell upon the Black Fang. Then Xiao told the rabbit to help them, and he sent a weak blast to the wolf. The charge only strengthened the wolf slightly, but it was enough. It is enough that with his howl, he summons a pillar of power up to the very sky.
Wei prepared to absorb this damage from the Hellfire Lotus, especially since the chimera's ability to do so had increased 3-fold. Of course, one attack could be repelled, Zhao agreed with him. But what if there were 2 or 3 of them? He showed with a smile on his fingers. Such an ultimate move would take a long time to recharge, Wei stated confidently. And then he saw 3 flaming flowers in the sky above him. It was like seeing the gates of hell open. In horror, he ordered the chimera to use the blood gates quickly, and prepared to withstand all this power.
It all came down to a battle of brute force, the lotuses raining down their heat on the chimera. One after another they fell from the sky, each one hitting harder than the last. The chimera stood firm in the midst of the firestorm. in its blue bubble.
The force of the flame was so great that it split the stones of the arena, showering everything around with a hail of fragments.
When the flames died down, the battle was over. Wei had exhausted all his strength and was declared the loser.
He was so stunned by his defeat and powerlessness that he could not stand on his feet. Perhaps for the first time this had happened to him, even at the hands of a commoner. Was it really for the sake of the triple lotus that he made a contract with the electric rabbit? Wei asked the hero.
In fact, it was a single lotus, just used 3 times, Xiao corrected him.
He had 1 more in reserve just in case. That is, 4 in total. Wei did not expect such a trump card and promised to one day repay for the humiliation.
After Xiao's crushing victory, Yang Shuo and Xin Xin immediately regained their spirits.
The Red Crane's director declared that losing a fight didn't mean losing one's dignity and ordered Lian out. She tried to protest that she would be crushed to dust after her brother, but in front of her father, it was all in vain.
Refusal threatened such consequences of loss of authority that Lian went into the ring and summoned her crane.
Zhao smiled at the girl and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time, which caused confusion. Then the hero declared that he had not forgotten his revenge and promised to kill the beast Lian.
She tried to maintain her haughty appearance and stated that her father was sitting on the podium now. She suggested that the guy give in and lose to her, then he would have the right to a comfortable and quiet life, because the Xie family was much higher in status than the Marone family.
But she was too naive if she thought that she could actually force the just hero to abandon his path.
Water Peacock Xielian attacked first, to seize the initiative.
But the attempt was too pathetic. He immediately collapsed onto the walls of the arena.
As Xiao promised, he wanted to destroy the Water Peacock and pointed his finger at the unfortunate animal. Soon the judges established this sad end for the animal, which was only bound by contract, and became the object of revenge. This attack terrified many as the wolf crushed the peacock, which was full of strength, with one blow.
The firewolf from hell should have been weakened, especially since the peacock had a water attribute, so Xielian was extremely stunned. She already knew that she would lose this fight, but she hopes to hold out for at least 3 rounds, so as not to embarrass herself so much in front of her father. According to the rules, she could summon a second beast, the host told the girl, and she angrily responded that she had already embarrassed herself enough today.
Xie Wei announced that his sister refused to continue the fight, and asked for the last participant to be called. This guy had never performed before, and could be the Crane Academy's hidden trump card.
The red-haired guy promised to fight with all his might for his team, and offered Xiao to pray for his animals. For this battle, he summoned 3 formidable eagles at once, which now soared in the sky.
However, they all turned into crispy fried chicken within a few moments, and the red-haired guy gave up.
The crane director grabbed his head in horror from the shame he had experienced.
Xiao even felt sorry for his opponent, because he thought that he was the strongest of their team, and did not restrain himself.
The red-haired guy meekly spread his hands. If Xiaowei had already lost the fight, what can we say about a commoner? He didn't have a chance from the very beginning. Then the hero's team approached him and congratulated him on his stunning victory.
Xiao looked at Xin Xin and asked why she was so calm when they had just won.
He picked her up in his arms and spun her around. Today's victory definitely needed to be celebrated properly, the hero declared. Shi Wei's mask of restrained nobility fell away, and he vented his anger on the drink machine. The award ceremony for the winners quickly took place in the arena, and the stands exploded with jubilation at having been able to see a good fight. And the hero received a reward from the system for achieving the Supernova Champion title. He was given an attribute crystal and a bloodline enhancement crystal. The attribute crystal allowed him to add another attribute to his beast, which he saved for Freya, but he was going to improve the bloodline of the Black Fang.
The Empress herself placed the awards on the winners' necks, which was a great honor.
When it was Zhao's turn, he also bowed before her, waiting for his medal. Suddenly, she placed her cold, clammy palm on the back of his head and said they'd met before, with a slight smirk on her face. Then the hero thought he'd been recognized after all.
There was a tense silence, and the Empress asked for the cup and medal to be brought. Shang Guanlan noticed that the previously brave guy was worried, and the hero justified himself by saying that it was all because of her greatness.
Zhao still didn't understand what her words meant. Perhaps the Empress had decided not to reveal his identity for now. She abandoned the promising youth and left immediately.
The heavy feeling of danger never left the guy, because he was the only one who knew the true nature of the Empress.
To celebrate the victory, we went to the hotel where the Marong clan's heirs were staying in the evening.
In front of the inn, Zhao was pressed by a crowd of petitioners, all wanting him to learn about them, get a business card, and consider joining the guild.
But the guy said that he already served as a pharmacist in the Heavenly Guild, and therefore was not interested in other offers. Yang Shuo was surprised by the refusal. All the representatives here were from the top 50 guilds in the country. But Xiao was wary of excessive fame, and besides, he didn't want to undermine the trust of those who had first accepted him.
They accepted him as one of their own, and Zhao thought that this was enough to remain loyal to them. The charming misdirector, who hadn't delighted us with her sweet face for a long time, also came into the room. She came to celebrate and brought with her drinks prohibited for minors.
When Professor Chen tried to remind them of the rules, Suruan ordered a committee to be formed and all the stupid rules to be abolished, after which the professor gave in. Afterwards, this sweet woman snuggled up to Zhao, noticing that he was puzzled by something on the day of his triumph, and said that she would help him relax.
Zhao immediately took advantage of the offer and asked to show him her legs, and everyone was immediately stunned by such tactlessness. The headmistress wasn't about to let such vulgar requests fall on deaf ears, so she grabbed the boy and the hero called for help. But no one responded, so Suruan took him to a separate room to talk. She managed to change into a more attractive outfit in a second and pinned the brave guy against the wall. The hero said he was ready to give up his life for such a thing.
And then Suruan carefully lifted the hem of her dress, revealing her legs just above the thigh. She was young and kept herself in excellent shape, so for a moment, Xiao was simply speechless. Looking into his eyes, the charming headmistress, no wonder we'd been rooting for her all this time, promised that if the boy earned a 4-star rating by the end of the semester, he'd be able to see more than just beauty. Everyone should have teachers like that.
However, their far-reaching plans and discussions were interrupted by a cough, and some modest girl asked them not to flirt here.
The Empress herself was waiting for Mr. Zhao for a conversation at the palace, a round trip that would take 4 hours.
Of course, the request was just a formality. Obviously, Zhao couldn't refuse and coo a little longer with the beautiful Suruan. He had to go on a date with a 200-year-old woman. The imperial palace was built in a traditional style, and the old woman has not changed her habits for 200 years.
Xiao walked for a long time through all sorts of passages and rooms, stairs and arches, until he found himself at the right door. Even the entrance to this place was guarded by a golden Qilin beast in the form of a beast king. If a fight were to start now, it was no longer clear whether he would be able to escape at all. So Xiao felt as if he was sticking his head into the mouth of a tiger. The majestic Shangguan Lan, who hadn't aged a day in 200 years, greeted him comfortably seated on her throne, her long, luxurious legs folded at her sides. She clearly wasn't traditional in her attire, but despite her age, she had something to show for it. When the boy entered the darkened hall, she asked if he understood why he had been summoned, but Zhao didn't dare even guess. Then, Shangguan Lan informed him that 3 days ago, an unknown assailant had attacked the prison and helped a dangerous criminal escape, while Zhao himself was out of town. It was a serious crime, the boy agreed, narrowing his eyes and declaring he had nothing to do with it. Now he realized how little attention he'd paid to his alibi. He'd said he was going to see his sister, but even Shu hadn't warned him about it and hadn't answered his calls. According to Advisor Z, a person who hides something can fake his identity and true strength. Zhao understood where she was going and stated that by that logic, any worker or teacher could be a suspect. Shangguan Lan acted calmly and slowly rose up on the throne.
In a tense silence for Xiao, she approached him, clicking her heels.
But only to simply pass by, watching the guy's reaction. So he is that man in the black cloak, the Empress suddenly said, which made the hero's soul go cold.
As expected, the Empress understood everything, but what was he supposed to do now? Run? But would he succeed? Even a dragon's tear could not turn back time for such a long time.
It was possible to fight her, but then his sister would suffer, and the others too. Xiao remained tensely silent, not realizing that he was giving himself away even more.
When suddenly, the Empress ruffled his hair and called it all just a joke. The Empress's servants informed her that the boy was hunting a new beast, according to his sister, and Shangguan appreciated his choice of an electric rabbit. Xiao was utterly stunned, as she had only suspected him of the crime. Then the Empress's pale face suddenly flushed, and she laughed, calling him cute. She felt the urge to joke with the boy. Although Advisor Xie had noticed him, Xiao had only acquired his first beast less than a year ago, and Shangguan Lan thought he could hardly compete with the 9-star beast hunter.
The stress made the boy think he would be constipated for another week, and his heart sank, even though Sister Shui's words had actually saved him.
Then the Empress moved on to the main topic for which she'd invited the boy. And not just to tease him, she was concerned about his future plans after graduating from the academy, and the hero said he didn't have any yet, as he had 3 years ahead of him. The Empress took the future cadres very seriously, since she personally supervised the younger generation. She told him that after graduating from the academy, a trapper had 3 paths. The first was to join a guild, the second was to serve in the army, and the third was to become part of an international organization of bounty hunters. But the lady was going to offer him a 4th way, and Xiao wondered if it was worth it. The hero was afraid that he would be used due to his position, and even felt guilty for such thoughts.
Then, casting aside his doubts, Xiao asked what this path was, and Shangguanlan proudly told him that he would become part of the Emperor's soul and serve her.
This organization was her personal guard, essentially suicide bombers carrying out the most dangerous missions. Silver priests rotated monthly, demonstrating the danger of this profession. The Reds had an even higher mortality rate, dying on undercover missions. To become one of them, one had to have 8 stars, perform a feat in the Imperial Soul, and gain the Empress's complete trust.
Seeing how the guy was still arguing, she asked what he thought.
Zhao began by politely expressing his gratitude for the trust shown.
The impatient mistress immediately realized from his tone that he was about to refuse, pretending to be a good guy. Then the hero assured her that he wanted to become stronger with all his heart and was ready to join her guard right now. It was the right choice, and the Empress praised him, patting him on the shoulder. The guy sighed heavily, knowing full well that he had no other choice. Serving the ruler was like living next to a tiger, but it wasn't so bad, because Shangguan told him about Advisor Xie's mistrust. It seemed she didn't trust the official herself. Having become the Great Black Priest, the boy could even take his place.
And having taken the place of the second person in the Empire, one could think about the highest title and only then obtain the identity of the Black Cloak.
Then Shangguan decided to show the guy something and told everyone to come in, addressing the people outside the throne room. The servants were large, and because of the bright light, the guy didn't immediately recognize who it was. And then he looked at the status of a noble beast. With the Qilin bloodline, his deity parameters went beyond all reasonable limits, leaving practically no weak points. The Qilin was Shangguanlan's favorite beast, used only by members of the ruling dynasty, and judging by its level, this beast was still a cub.
Seeing Xiao's admiring look, the Empress asked him if he liked the beast.
The guy was so surprised that she asked him about it again in a gentle voice.
Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, the hero admitted that in the entire country, and perhaps even the world, there was not a single hunter who could resist Qilin.
And since that's how it is, then he now belongs to him. The mistress suddenly stunned the guy, which knocked all the breath out of his chest. Shangguan raised an eyebrow in surprise at his exclamation, and the guy hastened to apologize, citing the unexpectedness of the gift. He was under enormous pressure, because in the Empire, only Shangguanlan herself and her daughter owned Qilin. Xiao would become the third, which meant he would essentially become a member of the family, which meant the Empress had too high an opinion of him.
However, this gift was not just for nothing, but only on the condition that the guy next month at the Supernova test takes on a top-ranking task and successfully completes it.
This test was administered to all Supernova participants entering the arena, and the difficulty could be chosen individually. Over the years at the Academy, only 8 people chose the highest-ranking tasks, 6 of whom failed, and only 2 succeeded.
In this way, the Empress wanted to test his potential and find out if he was worthy of her trust. Then the hero struck himself on the chest and assured the Empress that he would definitely succeed. Shangguanlan warned the boy that Advisor Xie wanted to promote his son Wei to her guard, but she did not allow this, after which she sent the hero home. Having returned to the throne, this powerful woman thought that she had been given a curious young man, and she herself did not know why she decided to tease him.
Old memories came back to her, shaking a rattle by the baby's bed. This is how she felt when Xiao was here. The guy returned home deep in thought and spent some time digesting what had happened.
When he looked at his women, he asked why they were so gloomy, and they sighed heavily. Serving the ruler is like living next to a tiger, the fox declared, and the boy asked his sweet Dailu how else he could survive unless he agreed to everything they offered.
Shasha was also worried about her master. She admitted that this was the only way to survive, but she reminded him that the survival rate in the Imperial Soul was only 10%, and one could only wonder where they all went. However, Zhao was not despondent. He believed that even in a hopeless situation, a path to salvation could open up. According to the Empress, she did not allow the son of Advisor Xie to approach her.
It was all because of her suspiciousness. Since she treated even her first advisor like that, the Xie clan became too influential. The girls agreed with the hero.
And this was precisely his golden chance, because Xiao was a commoner with a clean biography. If he became part of her guard, he would not be able to make behind-the-scenes alliances, and she would use him to restrain the Xie family.
And all he would have to do was bide his time, and then it would be time to kick Shangguan off the throne. The fact that Xiao was voicing such plans out loud already spoke of his overconfidence or carelessness.
But the hero had already imagined how the whole country would bear his name, and he really liked it. The fox immediately became indignant, because when he becomes emperor, there will be thousands of women around him, and the hero, smiling guiltily, replied that this is not what he meant. It was too late to retreat in any case, Shasha admitted. If they stumbled, I would die. The boy assured the snake that there was nothing to fear. They would win in the end. Full of determination, Shasha knelt and declared that from now on, her life belongs to him, and she would follow him even to the next world. Even Dailu was amazed that the snake had suddenly learned to flatter so pleasantly.
But in any case, Dailu was also going to follow Mr. Xiao, no matter what he was planning.
This is the guy realized that he had received their approval to expand his future harem.
Later, after a quick flight, he finally returned to his home. Before leaving the plane, Zhao asked Professor Chen why they were the only ones flying on the plane.
It turned out that sweet Su Ruan was in a good mood and bought out the entire plane so that no one would bother them.
Xiao came down the gangway laden with various sweets because his sister Shui, whom he had not seen for a long time, loved them very much. Yang Shuo tried to reproach the guy for paying too much attention to his sister, but Zhao did not even think of making excuses and declared that his Zhui was the best girl in the world, whom he would take care of all his life. Together, they glanced at Shinsen, who was staring out the window, mesmerized, unable to hear anything through her headphones. Yang Shuo even considered adding fuel to the fire of his relationship with Xiao. When they sat down in their seats, the plane suddenly began to descend, which frightened everyone.
Professor Chen was as worried as the others and didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, Xiao stood up and said that he could smell alcohol. The sweet and beautiful Su Ruan only knocked out their pilot, thinking in her clouded mind that there was a man in the toilet. All this almost led to a disaster, but it's good that the reserve pilot returned in time and took the unruly director away from the controls.
They felt a little sick during the flight, and everyone was glad to finally be back on solid ground. At home, the guy and the others were met by their entire class of no-names, whom no one remembers anymore.
Of course, the first to remind of himself and swear eternal loyalty was his main henchman, Shen Yu. The hero pretended not to remember them, then said he was joking, enjoying his friend's reactions. The guy with the mop on his head and the half-length t-shirt was named Song Hu. They were like adopted sons to the hero.
For each of them, he drew up a special training plan and handed it over as a gesture of special favor, which immediately caused his friends to change their anger to mercy.
The hero looked at the Murong brother and sister and asked why they were standing aside. But the boys gave up the place of the Academy's main star to him. Xiao abandoned the honorable but lonely laurels and pushed his allies forward, all of whom did well. Thus, their trio of happy faces appeared on all screens of the city, and even the country.
One ragged beggar, in a rage, hit a brick wall in an alley. Even after everything that happened, humility still did not come to him.
He saw how Xiao Yu took all the glory and all the women for himself, or at least wanted to see everything in that light.
If it weren't for him, Wang Yan's beast wouldn't have died. He wouldn't have been expelled. His father wouldn't have gone missing, and the guy himself wouldn't be a scumbag and a dog that everyone despises. He had always considered himself to be the dark horse of the Azure Dragon, and this title should have been his by right, Wang Yan thought, when there was a knock from the bottom. Before him stood a man in a red cloak, who seemed to know who he was and whose son he was. The man refused to answer questions and threw the dog a bone and some kind of letter. Wang Yan was puzzled by this and looked at the piece of paper in his hands in amazement. And then I saw the symbol of the Dark Beast Hunters Guild inscribed on the back.
The next day, everyone at the Azure Dragon Academy received the joyful news that there would be a midterm exam this semester. It would consist of two parts. The first, a written exam to test theory, and the second, an actual battle with magical beasts.
Their group's mission would be to escort freight train number 13 and deliver it safely within 24 hours, Professor Chen informed them.
Xiao thought, at his destination, he might just be able to collect the last of the herbs he needed to germinate the vine seed. The professor continued to explain their mission. They had to pass through the 5 Poisons Gorge, Mount Kunmi, and the White Bone Abyss, where there was a chance of encountering beasts of transcendental form.
The students were panicked by the horror they might have to face, with even the midterm exam looking like a one-way ticket. But there was no reason for great excitement, the professor assured them, since they were also supposed to be accompanied by the Heavenly Guild, and they took all the risks upon themselves, while the students were supposed to observe and study. Xiao immediately thought of the red-haired sister Yanran and decided to write her a message, where they quickly arranged a meeting.
The professor saw the guy sitting on his phone and reprimanded him. The guy tried to justify himself, but he was still called in for a conversation in the corridor.
Amid quiet laughter that he got what he deserved, Zhao obediently walked out the door. Even the future emperor had to obey the school rules. The hero asked how exactly he would be punished, but Professor Chen knew perfectly well what Su Ruan, who had her sights set on the Academy's best student, would do to him, so he hadn't called the guy for that.
Instead of punishment, he gave Xiao the core of a full-form magical beast from the charming and caring headmistress, so that his wolf could grow up.
Zhao immediately grabbed the core and asked him to convey his gratitude to dear Suruan. Here, the professor reminded the boy that he knew perfectly well that he had not been home during his recent vacation. He asked the student to avoid tricks next time and go straight home, spend time with his sister, and not look for trouble.
The hero said that he had planned to do so, when suddenly he felt the familiar power of the dragon and shuddered.
He immediately looked out the window to see what had happened. This power that was felt in the gloomy sky was very pure, but it did not belong to Shangguan, and Xiao realized with surprise that there were still pure-blooded dragons left in the world.
High in the sky, a shadow with wide wings flashed, hovering above all. On the head of the red majestic beast rode two figures in cloaks.
While flying over the academy, the commander-in-chief of the Flame Alliance forces, Yeme, noted how much stronger Xiao Xinyu had become and offered to meet him in disguise.
However, the stern leader of the alliance, whose face was crossed by an old scar, Xiao Leian, declared that the time for their meeting had not yet come. It was unclear why the leader was waiting, but according to him, the guy was growing very quickly, so their meeting should take place soon.
At this point, they accelerated their flight, and the hero stopped feeling their presence. For a moment, he stared in amazement at the gray sky. At least it wasn't the Empress, he thought.
Late in the evening, after a very long time, Zhao finally returned home and greeted his sister and little Shi Meng. Upon seeing the boy, the little girl immediately rushed to hug him, as she missed him very much. Zhao also missed their cute faces, and Shi Meng boasted that she watched his matches on TV and promised to marry him when she grew up. The hero gently stroked her head and said she was too young to think about such things. But the little girl declared that she was just as good as everyone else.
Then the beautiful and apparently unrelated Sister Shi appeared in the room, having just showered, as if preparing to welcome the hero. She asked little Shi Meng not to pester her brother about his recent return home.
Xiao immediately rushed to hug his sister tightly, feeling her warm and moist skin after the shower and the smell of gel in her hand. His sister accepted his embrace and responded with tenderness. She missed him too.
Here, even little Shi Meng noticed that their relationship clearly went beyond family, but she did not attach much importance to it.
That night, the hero, without a second thought, asked to spend the night with Sister Shu.
And he could understand. She was wearing only a light, revealing nightgown, low cut and barely reaching below her waist. But his sister reminded him that he was a big boy now and should sleep in his own room. The prankster insisted, because they had slept together since childhood, although this was a necessary measure, since they had only one room.
But now they were living in a dorm, and with little Shi Meng too, their close proximity could have a negative impact on her. The hero watched the child's breathing and concluded that she was already fast asleep. Then Shui gave in to his persuasion and agreed, but on the condition that it would be the last time, and the hero was very happy.
In this mood, they lay down in the same bed, but at a short distance from each other.
Zhui noticed how thin he'd become since he'd been away and anxiously stroked his face. But the hero told her not to worry and warned her that he'd be away for another long time because of a midterm exam.
He was about to go to the semi-wildlands on the border of the state, but the guy confidently declared that everything would be fine because he had become much stronger.
Shui agreed when he was so small that she could hug him with one arm, but now she couldn't even hug him with two arms.
Xiao said that there was nothing wrong with it, and that now he could hug his sister himself, after which he pulled her towards him and hugged her tightly, feeling her warmth. He promised her that one day he would become rich and buy her a beautiful villa with a sea view, where she could collect shells every day.
And the hero himself will return to this house after each victory and eat the food prepared by his sister. And then he will be truly happy. She quietly answered him that she was looking forward to his dream coming true, knowing full well that she would not be able to be with him all her life.
Then Shui asked him to promise her something and extended his little finger for the oath.
Whatever happened to her, he had to live happily, Zhu said, and the guy promised her that she would be okay.
The next day, Shen Yu, the hero's first henchman, thoughtfully leafed through his textbook and thought about the upcoming exam. It wasn't as scary to fail it as to die in the process, or conversely, to pass posthumously.
Xiao grinned and suggested that his friend write a will, but he sullenly replied that it was too early to write it off.
Then their classmate with a mop on his head, whose name I've already forgotten, suggested going to the cafeteria together and promised to treat them. For this, the hero immediately accepted him as a henchman and gave him his second number.
However, they had to abandon the common lunch, since the guy already had plans, and he left his friends in the classroom. Mop had thought about it. There were only 4 prominent beauties in the academy: Yaning Shuang, Murong Xinxin, Qin Yanran, and another one with double pupils.
Bai Wange, the number 1 acolyte, recalled, both were more interested in the opposite sex than in their studies, which was normal at their age.
However, this girl rarely appeared in public, and they decided that the hero's likely target was most likely Shin, with whom he was on the same team and who possessed a strong charm. The heirs of the Merong clan walked home together. A real feast was expected today, since the head of the family, Admiral Jiang, had returned home, and he knew how to cook excellently. Then Yang Shuo noticed Xiao's happy face and decided that this needed to be corrected somehow.
They invited him to dinner, especially since Xin's father wanted to meet the man he'd heard so much about. Xiao almost blurted out that they already knew each other, but remembered just in time that he was dining with a girl that night.
This open admission left Yang Shuo deeply shocked that their clan was losing a promising marriage.
They didn't yet know that they had long since lost the competition to the leading contender for the role of first wife. Shua dressed formally, but looked elegant and attractive.
Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought that her brother had really grown up, in every sense, and immediately blushed embarrassedly at her thoughts.
Xiao said that he was meeting with Qin Yanran, whom he met on the way to the academy, and was now going to dinner, possibly with a continuation, but this is not certain.
Just at that moment, the hero's phone rang, and the voice of a red-haired girl was heard from it. Qin said that she was waiting for him at the very entrance of the academy, and her voice sounded very sweet. Everyone leaving the academy walked with their mouths open, staring at the beauty at the exit, next to a luxury car. Zhao promised to treat Yang Shuo and Shin next time and said goodbye to them. Here, the heirs of the Merong clan began to think. Their position looked precarious, and they needed to take emergency measures. So without any agreement, they both decided to follow the future emperor.
Xiao's meeting with Qin began with a strong embrace. The girl confessed that she missed him, and the hero never refused such honors to anyone, and warmly responded in kind.
Yang Shuo assessed the red-haired beauty's appearance with an experienced eye, and immediately noticed that his sister couldn't relax. Guys like Xiao had many worthy admirers,
And if she wants to succeed, she will have to step up the intensity of their relationship by being more assertive.
but the girl was completely upset. She didn't know what else to do, and she didn't see any point in it. That means it's time to use the secret weapon, the brother said confidently. Shin took him to the best restaurant with expensive dishes and told him to order whatever he wanted. This girl knew how to live easily.
She decided to throw a feast and ordered everything on the top of the menu. She was well known in this establishment and treated like a lady.
The young people filled their glasses, and the evening ceased to be languid.
Afterwards, they moved on to discussing the upcoming exam, and Qin told the hero to be careful as there were a lot of wild animals on the border now.
Moreover, if the border fell, all those beasts could invade the kingdom, and then there would be no time for jokes. In that case, Qin could only rely on him. And Xiao assured her that he would protect the girl. While they were sitting at the next table, the conversation turned to the upcoming auction of various useful things for improving the animals.
Qin noticed that the guy was interested and offered to go. But the hero refused, because he was a beggar anyway. However, the red-haired cutie resolutely grabbed his hand and pulled him along with her. They didn't even finish eating, and Qin said that he could take it with him if he wanted. This girl knew how to take care of men.
The auction took place in an elite skyscraper whose spire reached into the sky. Thanks to Qin, they entered the VIP box. Roads were open everywhere for the rich, and everyone bowed to them. They entered the main hall, which, with its high vault, looked more like a church. Zhao tirelessly listed all the useful finds that were found under the roof of the auction, but all of them were part of the exhibition, not for sale. From the personal collection of Ms. Jiang Suiju.
The boy, who was only interested in animals, had never heard such a name. And then they heard a demand to get out of the way.
Zhao turned around and saw a dandy man, accompanied by bald clone bodyguards. It was a member of the Hurricane Guild named Li Han.
The impudent dandy greeted Qin Ruan, but the girl said that they were not related in any way to greet each other.
Then Li Han looked at Zhao and asked who this greenhorn without a mustache had come here. He immediately belittled the guy, pointing out that he was only a second-star hunter with no money or connections. But Qin immediately shut him up, because Xiao was a supernova champion. The dandy began to threaten the hero and ordered him to get out of the tower. But Zhao only grinned, confident in his own strength. Here they both heard a remark from the hostess of the house, who ordered that all issues be resolved externally and not to break everything inside. Her appearance caused a stir among everyone present. A luxurious lady in a tight dress, furs, and a flirtatious fan in her hands descended into the hall, her high heels clicking down the steps. A small, furry animal sat on her shoulder.
Covering her face, she asked them to do her the honor of stopping the men from starting an empty quarrel.
Li Han immediately began to fawningly apologize to Madame Jiang, saying that he did not want any trouble on her territory. Then she silently looked at the hero with a piercing gaze. and Xiao felt as if his mistress and his beast were scanning him. After that, she invited everyone to go to the exhibition hall on the top floor, where the auction was about to begin.
In complete silence, everyone watched as the mistress of the house gracefully left.
Qin immediately punched the guy in the side with her fist because he was studying the lady's back too closely, and Xiao justified himself by saying that he was simply lost in thought.
However, contrary to the red-haired girl's suspicions, the hero was more interested in the snow ermine, a beast with the form of the king of beasts, which required a 6-star level to be tamed.
Li Han, as he climbed up, promised to definitely repay the hero for everything, but Xiao just waved him off.
According to the beauty, Qin Li Han was an extremely disgusting person, and their conflict began when the Hurricane and Heaven guilds began to feud for influence in the city.
The opponents had held the lead for several years, and thanks to this, they had become fabulously rich by profiting from their clients. Having taken over all the monster-killing contracts, Hurricane jacked up the prices tenfold in his favor.
But on the other hand, this gave the Heavenly Guild an opportunity to rise and gain market share from dissatisfied customers. Now Li Hanu was chasing the beautiful Qin everywhere, offering her to become his 8th wife, and even tried to frame her so that everyone would see her in a bad light.
Now, after such a story, the conflict with the scoundrel Li Han became personal for the hero, so he promised to get even with him when they met.
On the way to the VIP room, they met the Empress's secretary. The guy immediately recognized her.
He was not too happy about this meeting. The secretary asked him to step away for a minute.
Zhao already thought that he would be asked to come to the palace again, and told Qin that he would go away for a while.
But the secretary only handed him the Shangguanlan token that he hadn't taken last time. It was the seal of the Imperial Soul, the symbol of Shangguanlan herself. Even though he was still not strong enough to join the guard, this seal confirmed the high potential and trust of the royal person. The seal was supposed to help Xiao make the right connections and finish his studies at the academy, so he sincerely thanked Her Majesty for it. The secretary herself simply happened to be nearby. She needed to escort one person to the border who was just taking a shower in her room.
Xiao, realizing that he had intruded into the private quarters of an important person, looked at Secretary Shangguan in amazement. But she said that since the doors were closed, the lady would not be offended by her. Xiao smiled politely and hurried out of the room before a major embarrassment occurred.
The beautiful Qin asked him if everything was okay, and the guy replied that nothing would have happened to him, but he himself was extremely worried. However, the cunning fox wasn't so easily appeased. In this respect, she was similar to Dailu. After all, what else could one think about when a guy was spending time alone with a beauty in a hotel room? Although she expressed her suspicions humorously, so as not to stress him out, he still decided to justify himself, declaring that he wouldn't have accomplished much in 5 minutes anyway.
Qin pressed her whole body against him without any embarrassment, and touching the hero's face, she decided to find out what kind of women he liked. Rich and luxurious like Lady Jiang, or stern and sweet like the one he'd just left with. She didn't forget to ask about herself either. The hero immediately declared that, of course, his taste was for beautiful and heroic women like the charming Qin. He knew a thing or two about flattery.
The beauty immediately laughed and praised the ladies' man for his intelligence.
Meanwhile, Li Han was going crazy with jealousy. Sitting in a throne-like chair, he was indignant about Qin's closeness with some commoner. His servant offered to drag Xiao out into the alley after the auction for a talk and tickle him with steel. But the self-confident dandy declared that waiting was not his style.
Then the servant showed him something, holding a stack of papers in his hands. It turned out they'd already gotten hold of Zhao's personal file and learned he had a wonderful sister. That scoundrel Li Han was already a sucker for beautiful women, and upon seeing the refined Shui, he was downright drooling. The bidding was in full swing. Everyone was vying with each other to shout out sums that amounted to a fortune as easily as if they were pennies.
Xiao didn't understand the logic of all these fans who liked to show who was cooler. They were ready to buy an item worth no more than 3 million, raising the price threefold. But Qin explained to the naive boy that it wasn't just about the objects. All these men wanted to buy Mrs. Jiang's attention. The hero immediately noted that no matter how luxurious the lady was, she could not compare to Qin's beauty. And the red-haired girl accepted the praise, realizing that it was nothing more than flattery.
This did not stop Zhao from admiring the lady. There was some kind of incomprehensible mystery about her, and he wanted to get to know her if possible. It was time for the next lot, and the assistants, at the mistress's command, brought out the 9th item. Madame Jian showed off a rare treasure, capable of bringing a dying beast back to life. A dragon horn root, an object that could easily be mistaken for a fragment of jade. The price started at 80 million. The auction attendees were speechless. They had never seen such a treasure before. Everyone understood that even 800 million would not be a pity to pay for this item. Xiao's eyes also lit up at the sight of the dragon horn, and he grinned greedily. Then the hero resorted to a trick to attract everyone's attention. He spilled a glass of expensive wine on himself and loudly announced this mistake. Everyone turned to look at the troublemaker, and Li Han did not miss the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark about the common people not knowing manners.
Ms. Jiang immediately asked for help to get the young master to the restroom, not wanting to stop the bidding.
However, the impudent guy, in front of the entire respected public, asked the lady to personally show him where the restroom was. This immediately caused a storm of indignation from those who could not even imagine such a request in their dreams. Jealous fans quickly united in their persecution of the unknown newcomer.
Li Han turned to Qin and asked if she understood the true face of the one with whom she came here. But despite the general outrage, Mrs. Jiang treated the unknown beggar boy as if he were an honored guest and agreed to help him.
The beautiful Qin realized that the guy did everything on purpose to get closer to the luxurious Mrs. Jiang, and decided that next time she would also wear a similar dress, since the guy liked this style.
Xiao and the mistress of the house went into the restroom. She also realized that the guy had staged the whole show to talk to her personally, and handed him a towel.
Then the hero informed the lady that the root put up for auction was a fake. He said this so categorically that she was forced to immediately point out that their house meticulously checks everything it puts up for sale, and if he was going to make such a joke, he'd better leave.
The guy threw up his hands. He was only a second star hunter, while she had a Beast King level ermine sitting on her shoulders. There was no reason to try to deceive her. Such insight surprised Madame Jiang, and she agreed to listen to his arguments. The dragon root grew in an icy valley in the north of Long Country, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, giving off a light, herbaceous aroma. Since Miss Jiang's lot didn't include it, Zhao suspected it might be Zhao Long's bloody mustache. Since they were indeed very similar, they decided to conduct further testing.
After some time, the verification was completed, and Madame Jiang admitted that the guy was right. The Lingnan clan wanted to deceive her, and she thanked him for his help.
In gratitude for resolving this case, the lady gave him a gold card from the auction house. Xiao modestly declined, as etiquette required. After all, a noble person does not help out of selfish intentions.
But he didn't want to let the map go to waste, so he promised to return it when the opportunity arose. And Lady Zhang smiled and thought that the spirit of Cao Cao had been reborn in this young man.
At this point, she asked him to return to the hall, as the auction had to continue.
The leader has a worthy son, Madame Zhang said suddenly, looking at the hero's back.
Since their conversation took quite a long time and the dragon root was removed from the auction, this sparked a new wave of rumors. Xiao returned to his seat as if nothing had happened and was awarded a questioning look from the sweet Qin. Of course, she couldn't help but be curious as to why he was leaving for another woman, while walking with her for the second time in a row.
The guy smiled and only briefly said that he had managed to become friends with the lady.
Although Qin reproached him for developing their relationship so quickly, Xiao quickly reassured her that their brother and sister relationship was still much deeper.
Mrs. Jiang apologized for the fact that her old friend ordered the root for himself, and therefore it had to be removed from the auction. Of course, she could not tell the truth. The next lot was a special magical core with the attribute of sacred light.
The starting price is 10 million, the lady announced, and the stone really did sparkle.
Purchasing a spirit beast with such an attribute was incredibly difficult, so for most buyers, this item was useless. This core was stronger than even the blood of demons, which is what the angel Freya needed, Xiao thought. Sister Qin immediately noticed that the guy was interested and offered to buy him this thing, wanting to at least win his favor in this way.
Before the hero could answer, she named the price at 20 million, doubling the purchase price.
But Li Han took advantage of this. Really wanting to get even with the guy, he accepted the bet and raised it by another 10 million.
Cutie Qin frowned, but it was too late to retreat, especially since Li Han was involved in this matter. So she raised the price to 40 million without slowing down. But Li Han didn't want to give up his position either, and had already offered 50 million. It's hard to say what he would have won if Qin had suddenly refused to bid.
Li Han stated that he was ready to bargain until Qin emptied his guild's treasury.
Xiao had already realized which way the wind was blowing, and asked Sister Qin not to strain herself so much, because in the future he would still have opportunities, although such a quality might not be found. Here, Mrs. Jiang stepped in again and easily intervened in the bargaining process, realizing exactly how she could return the favor to the guy. Since Mr. Xiao was the owner of the gold card and her friend, she unilaterally withdrew the lot from the auction and simply gave it to the hero.
Considering this is the second lot to be withdrawn from the auction, and especially because of a young man, it's no surprise that fans and admirers of the luxurious Ms. Jiang have many questions. Many have spent fortunes at her auctions, but only received a silver card, so the open favoritism toward a younger, more promising man was extremely outrageous.
Li Han was also indignant and angrily asked the lady whether her friendship with a stranger she had met just 5 minutes ago was worth so much money.
But in response, he heard only a cold remark that this was her personal business and personal responsibility, which should not concern anyone. Here, Zhao himself was puzzled by such attention. Receiving a gold card was already a generous reward, but did the lady really value his ability to analyze objects so highly?
Li Han angrily admitted that Xiao was quite the ladies' man, but what would happen if his pretty face was hurt one day? He said this with a clear threat. The bald clones from among Li Han's guards immediately surrounded the box where the hero was sitting.
The guy himself remained calm, and the brave Qin asked the bald-headed monks what they were planning.
Li Han said that he came to teach his future brother-in-law a lesson and show who the big guy is in their city. These words made the hero unable to stand aside. He could tolerate insults as much as he wanted, but not an attack on his woman. However, it turned out the scoundrel wasn't referring to the beautiful Qin, but to the charming Shui, and in his foul language, he said it was only thanks to her sister that the boy was still alive. The scoundrel also spoke of the girl's beauty in the most vulgar terms. Leaning toward the hero, this feeble-minded and courageous scoundrel declared that he was ceasing his courtship of the obstinate Qin and would rather devote his attention to the sweet Shui, starting that very night. In essence, he thereby signed his own death warrant. Xiao used his strong fist as a seal and immediately knocked out a couple of the villain's teeth. The blow knocked him off his feet, and he rolled across the floor like a sack of potatoes. Li Han lost control of his legs and was unable to get up.
Feeling his face, he did not immediately believe that someone dared to hit him, and then he exploded with anger and began to threaten his father.
Instead of giving a decent answer, Li Han started to talk about how cool his father, the head of the Hurricane Guild, was, and that the whole city was behind him. Then the hero chose to mark the villain's belly with his boot and sent him flying again.
But even from this, Li Han did not draw any correct conclusions, and said that if he was hit again, then Sister Xiao would not live. However, the boy no longer listened to this chatterbox with a loose tongue, and slammed the back of his head to the ground until it rang. Afterwards, he began polishing the scoundrel's face with his fist, all the while mentioning the beautiful Shu.
The timid and useless bodyguards doubted whether it was worth saving the master, but they were afraid that Xiao would simply take him hostage. So it was decided to call the guild for help. Xiao let go of the bastard only after his hand got tired of working.
Li Han no longer looked so confident, and looked more like a bloated dog corpse. The bodyguards pulled him away to give him first aid, but no one dared to contact Xiao.
Li Han barely moved his tongue when he ordered Xiao to be killed on the spot. But the bodyguards were in no hurry. They preferred receiving their salary rather than working. And then the scoundrel Li Han's father appeared, wearing a suit and a vulgar cloak with a fur trim. The father was horrified when he saw the face of his son, who looked as if he had fallen into a beehive.
The cowardly son hid behind his father and pointed his finger at the offender.
Xiao didn't hide or run away from anyone. He acted confidently, feeling that he was right. The luxurious Mrs. Zhang hid her face behind a fan and chose to observe without interfering. Li Han's father ordered to catch the impudent man and break his arms. This time, the bald ones did not dare to disobey and rushed to Xiao. Here the guy was covered by the beautiful Qin. Her excitement even increased her arguments, and she declared that the guy was a member of the Heavenly Guild. So if they wanted to attack him, it would lead to an open conflict.
But the leader of Hurricane knew that Qin's father was not in the city at the moment, so he could teach her a lesson and still get away with it. Then the hero moved the girl aside before she could be hurt any further and stepped forward himself, after which, as if on purpose, he dropped the Imperial Guard's badge. It fell with a clang at the old man's feet, and when he looked at it, his face lengthened in amazement. Li Han kept impatiently urging his father and bodyguards to deal with the offender, but his mouth was immediately shut without any pity. His father called him a fool in front of everyone.
Head Khan carefully and tenderly, as if it were a treasure, picked up the Imperial token. He respectfully blew the dust off it and handed it back to Zhao, smiling obsequiously, and began to apologize for the inconvenience, and was also ready to make amends and buy the guy everything he needed. Military advisor Xie Zhong. The four rulers, the generals of the three armies, all these people are Shangguan Lan's confidants, the pillars of the state. However, they are not the ones who enjoy Her Majesty's greatest trust.
To strengthen her position in the country, the Empress created a guard answerable only to her. Each of them could lay down their lives for her at any moment, and therefore enjoyed the privileges of possessing the seal. Seeing the seal was like speaking to the Empress herself. That was the unspoken rule.
The stupid fool Li Han still didn't understand the difficult situation they were in, and bewilderedly demanded that Xiao be punished. But his father was so angry
that he was ready to give up on his son.
The hero reminded the chief that Li Han had wanted to cripple him, and the old man had even threatened to kill him, and this had to be explained somehow. Then the leader continued to obsequiously assure the hero that this was all a small misunderstanding.
As a token of gratitude, he was ready to buy anything at this auction. But the fair hero was not interested in money. He did not want to have such a reputation. Since Chief Han admitted his mistake, Zhao considered himself entitled to choose their punishment, and the old man smiled unctuously again, agreeing with the bearer of the seal.
For insulting the sisters and threatening to kill, the hero wanted to break the impudent man's arm and pointed at the confused Li Han. Seeing the leader hesitate, Zhao suggested that he bear the punishment himself. Then the old man asked which arm exactly needed to be broken, and the hero pointed to the right one, which still retained mobility. The scoundrel was thoroughly frightened. His former pomposity had disappeared somewhere, and he was trembling all over with fear.
At that very moment, his father struck a powerful blow and broke his son's arm without any mercy.
Screaming in pain, Li Han fell and began to roll on the floor, looking pitiful. Satisfied with this, Zhao ordered them both to get out of his sight, and he sounded imperious as he did so. The head of the Khan assured the hero that he would punish his son to the fullest extent, after which he ordered the mountain bodyguards to quickly take his son away. Xiao returned to Sister Qin in triumph and suggested leaving this place.
Even though everything happened in front of dozens of witnesses, Miss Zhang called on everyone to remain silent, using her authority.
When they left the hall, the charming Qin asked him why he had taken such a risk, since if it weren't for the token, he really could have died.
However, in reality, this is exactly what the guy was trying to achieve. It was all part of his big, bold plan.
From the very beginning, the guy pretended to be a weak, innocent lamb in order to provoke this attack.
There were other important witnesses to these events. A lady with cherry-colored hair falling below her waist asked the secretary if she had made a note, and then she asked that it be sent to her mother, and the Empress's secretary bowed low, accepting the order. The luxurious Mrs. Zhang was also delighted with the performance of the one she called Young Master, who turned out to be much smarter than they thought. Late in the evening, Chief Khan visited his wayward son in the hospital, who asked indignantly how he could allow a plebeian to break his arm because of some seal.
The fool never realized his mistake. The leader told him to either run away next time or bow when he saw Zhao. The Empress herself was behind this guy. Just surviving was already a blessing. Li Han immediately declared that his pride would not allow him to swallow the insult. However, this time, his father warned him that he would disown his own son if he continued to act foolishly in order to protect his guild. As he left, he must have regretted having spoiled his son too much. And Li Han was filled with childish resentment that his father prioritized the guild over his own son.
It was all because of Shin Yu, the humiliated idiot said through clenched teeth. Life had taught him nothing, and he was thinking about revenge. Li Han called his uncle with tears in his eyes and began whining about how his arm had been broken. No one could stop a foolish man from ending it all. The adventures of the future emperor of beasts and humans were just beginning.